Hey, good morning, everybody. It's 8:15 and I'd like to get our all-day budget briefing started. Thank you for audience, staff, all for being here. Council, thank you for being here as well. This is going to be a day of a lot of conversation, a lot of decisions, a lot of understanding. The council's strategic framework outlines vision to move the city forward, and the budget is obviously the essentialist part of that vision. It puts feet and hands behind the words in order to accomplish the direction that council and staff are embarking on. We started on this budget in October, where we held out our budget kickoff workshop to outline the broad priorities for this coming year. We've held budget workshops in February and March to look at economic factors and to provide direction on key policy issues that will affect us next year. And all of that work has brought us to this day, to this proposed budget and capital projects that we're going to be reviewing today. I do want to thank City Manager and all of our departments for working diligently to ensure that we can provide services in cost-effective and fiscally sound ways, providing the highest quality services at the lowest cost around the valley. As we're beginning to see other cities and their budgets, we look a little different. And that's because of years and decades of careful planning, of proactive investments on areas that has really set us well today. Today, our directors from departments will provide briefings on city operations and proposed capital improvements. We will hear various proposals to tackle needs throughout the cities and address challenges that will reflect the impacts to our current operations. So council, it's my goal to keep us on track, and the daunting task that is at times, and certainly at the end of the day, to make sure that the city has clear direction that reflects the majority of us. At times, I'm going to ask that where we work hard to get direction from each of us as a whole, rather than just individuals, and we will try to move on upon having a majority on these things. We have a lot of presentations to get through, and I look forward for hearing your thoughtful comments, your direction, but also, again, we're a council, not just a room full of council members when it comes to these type of decisions. So please be thoughtful with your questions. Please avoid repeating the same questions or comments if you hear someone else saying, or even with yourself, if you agree with fellow council members, just indicate that, and that'll be noted in the minutes as well. We value transparency of discussion and certainly the opportunity for public engagement this day and going forward. So council, thank you for all of your work, as well as staff again, and that has brought us to this day and to this moment right now to be able to look at this. So with that, let me turn it over to City Manager, and we'll begin today's budget briefing. Sir.
Good morning, Mayor, Council. I am pleased to present to you the fiscal budget for 26-27. And to be fair, I don't think pleased does it justice. Looking out over this room, I want to hope to make you understand that this budget process started 7-8 months ago, and it literally started at the grass level. Some of the ideas you see incorporated in this budget presentation today came from frontline employees, working their way up through management analysts, department directors, to the desks of the budget staff over here. And this team over here deserves a round of applause because they've not... Because not only is this a lot of work in a normal year, but they had to deal with a new city manager who turns literally on a dime. And I'm quite confident they have pictures up of me somewhere, maybe a few dart holes in them, because they have been able to change and adapt to every new request I have to meet the needs of what we're going to present to you here today. So if I seem a little bit excited about an all-day budget briefing, I am. We'll see if I'm this excited at 2 o'clock. All right, but I'm super excited demonstrate for you the amount of work that went in throughout this city to present to you what I feel is a very strong budget for the future of Chandler. The next slide is, as council well knows, here's what makes us different. We have a very diverse economy. We have an incredibly strong financial position, and let me give you a little bit of background on that. You hear a lot these days about infrastructure. There's a lot of talk about it, usually in the realm of public works, and I know we got Jeremy out here ready to talk about all that today. But what we don't talk enough about is our financial infrastructure. It seems like Tad and I joke that every other week Dawn and her team win an award. And they have created a financial structure and position that makes us different than every other city in the state and region. We are able to take what the economy gives us, weather it, and come out on the other side in a very strong position. You will see that as we go through today, that position, that base, is built into everything we do in this budget to make sure that at the end of today, you will feel as comfortable and be able to sleep as well as I do when it comes to how our budget looks today, tomorrow, and 5 years out. We have dedication to managing ongoing expenditure growth, emphasis on other infrastructure, which includes public safety, it includes public works, and just about every department in this room. Excellent public safety. I have both my chiefs in the crowd today, and they are both prepared to tell you all the amazing things they're doing and how this budget helps them get to that. And we do all this while understanding that we need to create a wonderful quality of life for the residents who pay the bills that allow us to do what we're doing here today. And as long as we keep that focus in mind as we go through today, you will see how some of the tough decisions we have to make to provide this to you gives you the opportunity to see the success across this organization. Adding cents to dollars has been our theme throughout this. And it reflects our commitment to making thoughtful financial decisions that maximize the value of every public dollar. And we're going to talk a lot today about the recommended positions. And one thing we haven't talked about is, I want to bust a myth. There's a myth out there that if you don't add an FTE, there's not a body doing that job. There is a body doing that job. It would come in the form of a temporary worker, a contract worker, or a consultant. What I challenged each one of these department directors this year with was, look at each one of those positions. Does it make sense to leave it as a contractor or a consultant, or does it make sense to bring it in-house? One of the reasons I was able to present this budget to you is there, in a lot of cases, the FTE we are creating saves us money or generates revenue in excess of what we would get if we had somebody else doing the work. As a city, everything we do, we have to provide necessary services to our residents. Those don't go away with bodies. So we are always finding a new way, a different way to do that. This year, in every instance where we added an FTE, we believe it was because we either needed the body to maintain the great amenities our community has, or it generated revenue, or it saved money. The myth out there that more FTEs costs more money will be busted today. When you look at overall the number of bodies that we are requesting to add and the cost of service of those bodies, which if I do the rough math, I'm not going to look at Don over here because I'm probably going to be off on my math, but it comes out this year to a little bit under $40,000 in FTE. There isn't a city in the country that can touch that. And that is not because the city manager had some great idea. It's because the people out there did the work to create the opportunities to see where we could create revenue or save costs to prevent a higher level of service to our residents. When we talk about the strategic framework, this is what council lays out every 2 years, and this is what the entire city drives for. You know all of these: community safety, economic vitality, sustainability and technology, neighborhoods, connectivity, and quality of life. We keep these in the background. You'll see it throughout the budget, Burke. We note them. Anything we're asking for, anything we are doing is tied to one of these things. Why? Your body sets the strategic vision for this organization, and it is my job throughout the rest of the people sitting in this room to make that vision a reality. That is what this budget does. Department directors and city management use the following development of the budget: strategic framework focus, council guidance from the budget kickoff, budget workshops 1, 2, and 3, and feedback we received from residents during the year and surveys, during outreach events, including master plan updates. I would add one additional thing. Everywhere I go, everywhere my team goes, we are always asking our frontline employees, what can we do to provide better service? What can we do to make your jobs better? What do we need to do to provide better amenities to our residents? One of the things I left off and that the frontline staff will tell you on a daily basis is there's a difference between a contractor, a consultant, and a City of Chandler employee. They take pride in what we do. They are excited to create better opportunities for the residents and the neighbors that they live next to. That opportunity cannot be lost, and their voice is heard in this budget direction. Whew, now the big numbers, folks. Fiscal year 26-27 proposed, you can see that the operating expenses is $791 million in change, a 1.1% increase. And overall funds, the capital goes up 27.3%. Capital is a decrease? Wow, good. I was going to be really excited if it was a decrease. All right. But in the general fund, take a look. Our operating expenses are decreased by 2.3%. On the capital side, you see an increase. Where did these capital increases come? Because our residents, we went out to them and said, over the years, we have bonds to create amenities. Once we do those amenities, we got to find ways to build them and maintain them. So those capital increases vary from year to year, but they're to, in essence, meet the will of our voters when they said, we want these amenities. And when we can do that and decrease operating expenses in the general fund, I think we're meeting their goal of giving them strong amenities at a very fiscally sound price. Now, I think you'll all be happy to know that I am not going to read this slide to you. I'm happy because I'm not sure my eyes can see that. At some point, I'm going to listen to my wife and actually get readers, but I still fight that battle. But our budget drivers are the revenue environment, the service and workforce needs, our infrastructure and capital, and our financial strategy and savings. If you were to listen to me, I would tell you the strength is in that bottom right corner and in the team that Dawn has built to create a strategy and create opportunities to do more with less. We have department heads out here that do amazing things to manage our infrastructure, to keep it working, and to plan for the future. From a revenue environment standpoint, I will tell you the Dawn staff is amazing at one thing. Their revenue projections are almost always spot on. Why is that important? If we are spot on in our revenue projections, we can give you certainty, or at least as close as we get to certainty, as to what money we have to spend. And we don't talk enough about well, I'll keep going on this. Go on. Now we have the decision packages, and this is not the first time you have seen this slide. What does this budget do? It adds ambulance services and personnel related to O&M. I want to say about a year and a half ago, this council made the decision to add ambulance services. In this budget, we are making that request, that vision, a reality, and we are beginning to move forward on our ambulance things. We believe the value of our fire department providing those services, the increased care to our residents, and the economically responsible way that we are doing that sets us up very well in the future. We add maintenance costs related to new capital amenities, inflationary increases. We enhance the public real-time crime center. And that bottom note, 77% of new positions have revenue offset or reallocation offset. That's how I get to that cost of service of less than $40,000 per FTE. With all due respect, if I come to you next year with a similar budget, you should ask for more at that price. Because I can't do that with consultants, I can't do that with temporary workers, and I cannot do that with contractors. The 44.3. This is the number, if I'm not mistaken, and Dawn can correct me, 44.3 FTE at a grand total of $107,000. As we talked when I first recommended this budget, we have staff here and myself to answer any questions on why we think any one of these individual positions is important and necessary. And as I've already highlighted, I think this is why I'm significantly proud of what we have done. It's 76.6% of all proposed positions, and it was done with the understanding from council that we need to either generate revenue or offset costs in what we do. Too often we look at the FTEs without remembering the very important stat that I think is somewhere in this presentation. Valley-wide, FTEs per 1,000 residents is 9.1 average. With everything we have in this budget, we will be at 6.6. Chandler still proudly does more with less. One of my deputy city managers is very happy and smiley to say we are future-proofing Chandler. Why does Ryan say that? Ryan says that because as we create these positions, they do two things. They make sure everything that we provide to our residents stays at the highest level possible, while at the same time being incredibly financially responsible. Why is that important? We have talked about the out years. In year 4, seeing those lines cross, and we for ongoing expenses we cross over. And in year 5, there was, I believe, a $5 million gap. Now, in the budget our size, that doesn't sound like a lot, but it's an important one. It's not a line we want to cross. I am going to say, before I even get to the next level of positions, tell you one thing. This budget eliminates that gap in year 4 and reduces by over $2 million the gap in year 5. So not only have we added the positions we believe are necessary to keep the service levels going, we have done it in a way that reduces the gap in outgoing years. The 13.5 FTEs, these are the more costly ones. If I recall correctly, these 13.5 cost me a little bit over $2 million. Each one, I believe, is critical to provide the services we need, and this is the real number I think of import. Each one of these, I am happy to answer any questions about why we believe they are essential to the city moving forward in a positive way. Go ahead, Matt. I've talked about this. These are the last 5 budget positions that I was going to cut. They are currently not in the budget. Staff and I were having a conversation yesterday about how these have generated a lot of questions. Should we have done this? I firmly believe we should. It gives council the opportunity to say, Mr. City Manager, this may not have made your list, but it made ours. We can add these and still meet a lot of the budget goals that we have talked about throughout this presentation already, but they were left there for you to discuss because these were the first 5 I left off. It was during the NCAA tournament time, and all those budget brackets talk about the 4 or 5 schools left out. Well, these were my 4 or 5 positions left out. And just like my Michigan Wolverines won the title, you didn't think I was going to go all day without mentioning that, did you? Just like my Michigan Wolverines won the title, at the end of this day, when council gets to the same level of comfort and satisfaction with this budget, we believe you will have won the day. Next one. Oh, I will, before I move on from that, sorry, Matt, my bad. We do need an answer from you today, what you are comfortable adding, or if you want me to leave all 5 out. But today is the day where I have to look at the budget staff over here and go, hey, I got something else you need to change. All right? But we need answers on these today. Go ahead, Matt. Yeah. I left one thing off the previous slide that I do want to discuss with you. I have in my budget also added a contract with the Chamber of Commerce. That contract is aimed at enhancing the level of BRE and E's that they provide and providing a distinct role for the city of Chandler in those BR and E's. What do I envision with those BR and E's? 2 to 3 times a month, they are meeting with our top 100 companies in a mechanism that allows us to have up to 3 council members there, economic development staff, city management staff, planning, transportation, whoever is necessary to talk to that company about what they need to be successful in Chandler. We will gather stats. I'm already working with the chamber and my economic development team to go from 6.5 pages of stats to something a little bit more manageable. And we will collect those stats to show you what the businesses in this community need to be successful, whether it's workforce development and the types of jobs they need, so that we can coordinate with our educational partners to meet those needs beforehand. Whether it is they have a strong maintenance on suppliers that are out of this country or out of this state or out of the city of Chandler, and can we bring them to the city of Chandler? Is there value in bringing them in? It's also an opportunity for us to create a relationship within this community that shows the Chamber of Commerce and the city walk hand in hand in making this the best city to do business anywhere. It's creating lines of communication so that when a CEO needs to talk to the city manager about a problem they're having, they have a direct line if they need it. Or if that's with transportation or development services or utilities or any one of my deputies and assistants. I see it as a strong way to show this community that we are about being the best place to own and operate a business. So I've added that in this year. It is a 1-year contract to see if we can make it work and to learn from it so that each year we come back and tell you, yes, it was successful and here's how we want to do it next year. But I wanted to make sure you also knew that was a conversation I needed to make sure you were comfortable with. And I am happy to, and I believe the Chamber of Commerce chair will be here. She had a doctor appointment in the morning, and then she will be here to also answer any questions on that topic. Go ahead, Matt. The one-time decision packages, all funds, this just goes over the money and shows you where we have gone, how it affects one-time requests versus general fund. We have gone through this before, but I'm just providing these slides to you again in case you have questions or want to go through. We also tie it directly to the council's strategic framework, which once again shows the importance of that guidance and vision that this body gives us. And it also highlights to you that as a management team, we understand every decision we make has to drive towards that vision. I'm just about done with my part. Everybody's wondering what else he's going to say, because I'm completely off script right now. But what I wanted, Dawn gets nervous, really nervous about this, all right? But what I want to make sure this council feels very confident about is we understand our goal. We understand our mission. We wanted to present you with the best budget possible we felt to meet your strategic initiatives while being fiscally conservative for our community. We have engaged every level of the organization and the community in presenting this to you. And our goal today is to make you as comfortable as we are with this going forward, understanding that we have the financial flexibility to weather the conditions that we see in the economy coming forward. Why do I say this? I want to highlight one thing. We have in this budget built-in contingencies to make sure we are safe. Don does that off the top. Each department, especially the bigger ones, have some little pockets just in case there are variances in costs. Our contracts are up too, which provides us some of that. But it goes a step farther. At the start of this budget process back in October, we had a set amount of one-time dollars we could spend and ongoing money that we spent. We didn't come anywhere near the top of either one of those. Why is that? Because we understand we need flexibility to meet whatever changes over the next 12 months. And we wanted to give you the confidence in this organization that when those changes come, we will be able to provide with you options that satisfy your desire to continue to meet that vision while being strategically, financially successful. So I've burned up most of my energy. I'm just about done for the day, and it's only what, 8:30? But I am now going to turn it over to Don Lang and Matt Dunbar. Matt is super happy he's sitting at the big kids table today. And I will let them take it to go, and I'm hoping Matt does not have a joke for us today. All right.
Oh, no, don't even think that.
Uh-huh.
We have to have one.
Oh.
Okay, good morning, Mayor and Council. It's a pleasure being here this morning with all of our friends that helped put this budget together. I'm just going to give some perspective on the overall budget and where it changes kind of at the 100-foot level here, and then we'll jump into more details. as we move into department discussions where they're going to talk about the specific ads for their departments and operations. So our overall budget is 1.87 billion. It is structurally balanced. It uses ongoing and one-time appropriately, meaning ongoing for ongoing and one-time for one-time. And we were able to rectify some areas that we had concerns on, that shifting one-time over to ongoing for things that we know are supporting ongoing services in this budget. And all of this is provided with no increase to taxes. So this first slide really shows all funds. So we have 65 funds we manage. And out of that, general fund is the largest, that makes up about 33% of the overall city budget. Where the money comes from, these are revenues that support all operations and capital within the city. The biggest color here is the blue, and that is our fund balance. And that fund balance is used for one time and mainly for capital and to fund contingencies. So it can fluctuate depending on what's happening in our capital plan, as well as contingency, which per our financial policy is a percentage of revenue. So depending on what's happening with our revenues. And you'll notice if you look at the top bar, that's the current year adopted 25-26 budget. That blue section is much smaller, but I want to draw your eyes to the gray section, which is bonds. In the current year, we did sell bonds, and a pretty significant portion of those that is supporting capital projects. Those were sold in the fall or January. We closed in January. Which, by the way, AAA bond rated, low cost of debt service in the city of Chandler. We did very well in the market. But what happens is you don't spend those very quickly. Those go with those capital projects. So of course they end up falling into fund balance, and why the gray then disappears in 26-27 and becomes part of fund balance. Then I'll kind of draw your eyes over to the maroon section. That is our local taxes and license fees. You'll notice that that went down slightly, and that is anticipated because of the fact that construction contracting has slowed. We expected it to slow. It was in our forecast that way. So that's the good news. There were no surprises there. We also have then, as you move into the further sections, we have our grants that fund our budget, as well as utility charges, other charges for services, and then state shared revenues, which are made up of our sales tax, state shared sales tax, urban revenue or income tax, which is now converted to the 2.5% flat tax, vehicle license tax, and highway user revenue fund. All of that falls under state shared at the fund level. And then finally, we have our property tax, which represents both secondary and primary. Primary is used to support our general operations, and secondary supports our debt service on our bonds. And then our system development fees is that tiny little sliver at the end, which used to be bigger, but we're getting closer to build out, so that revenue source is not as large anymore. That supports our capital plan. A couple things to mention in this. At the high level here, under that maroon section, local taxes, again, just stating that we are the lowest tax rate in Arizona in the city of Chandler for our retail at 1.5%. Under the utility section in orange, you'll notice that one grew just a bit. We do have that does represent the planned increase coming up next year, which we'll talk about a little bit later in math section. And again, still the lowest when comparing against our other valley cities when it comes to our utility rates. And we have a lot of work going on in our utility area, which you'll hear more about from Jeremy today. I think with that, we'll move on then to the other side of the equation, which is where does the money go? This again, it represents all funds, shows how we're spending the 1.87 billion. And again, just to kind of give a high level understanding, when you're comparing the current year against the proposed, this is showing, again, all funds, which means general fund represents about 33% of this. But when you look at the change from the current year to the proposed 1.87 billion, that overall change is 239.7 million. And the capital, which represents the maroon and the gray on this chart, is growing by 231 million. So the majority of the growth in this overall budget is truly the amount of capital projects we have going on in our community. These are planned and promised projects that are through our bond process. We also have some significant work, again, going on in our water and wastewater area, which is impacting these numbers, specifically the large Pecos water treatment plant project that's in process. So everything else is pretty status quo when it comes to the spending side of this. Again, I will draw your eyes to that gold section, which is the debt service on our bonds. We are, like I mentioned, AAA bond rated. So that low cost is reflected here. A very, very small change in our debt service costs. Again, as we pay off debt, we're selling bonds and we're adding new debt, but we're managing that all within the secondary bond rate, which is remaining flat as council has directed.
Mayor,
Yes.
Councilmember Orlando.
I'm just waiting for this.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Councilmember.
thank you. I just waiting for it. I don't want to be rude that you're trying to get. So Ms. Lang, how much of the 474.2 we expect to be a carryover to next year?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Orlando, you're talking about the major new capital.
Yeah, right.
So
grade.
typically, depending on the project, it can take anywhere from 2 to 3 years. And in some cases, depending on the complexity, it closes by the 4th year. So we would anticipate in new capital that the majority of that will continue to carry forward. Our hope is that the carry forward, which is reflected in the maroon section, is what goes down. I think this year, when Matt and I look back, this is the highest amount of carry forward we've had in the city of Chandler.
And that was, I was driving at, this looks very high from previous years. So yeah.
Correct.
So we
Correct.
think we will lose obviously some from this year from previous years, but we're most likely pick up more for next year, what we're saying.
That's correct.
Okay.
You got it.
All right. Thanks. Appreciate that.
You're welcome. And the other thing that's kind of interesting to look at when you look at our overall all funds, 58% of the 1.87 billion is capital. So the majority is capital. And the portion that is operations is going up a total of 1.5 million. So it's really a capital driven budget this year when you look at that, but still being able to do things, maintain our service levels in a high inflation environment. Yes.
Don, what I also see with that is similar to when we set aside funds for things we don't know, this really also becomes a bit of a cushion if the economy turns a direction that we don't anticipate. With capital, you can push out something that we haven't started yet. For example, that if it's in year 1 or year 2, it can get pushed out for the very sake of it. It really gives us flexibility. That's my understanding. Is that correct?
Yes, Mayor, you're spot on. I mean, capital, certainly we can make decisions on whether to hold off on those. Many of them are supported by bonds. So what that would mean is we would simply not sell those bonds and delay those projects. So it does kind of spread. The one thing we'd have to take into account with a delay in capital is just the least impact to the cost of maintenance, of course, for the future. But there is that flexibility. Our financial policies do require that we set aside 15% contingency reserve, and that is reflected here as well. And it is a percentage of overall revenue, and what doesn't get spent simply falls back into general fund and gets reallocated in the following year. So we do have that flexibility built in. Okay, so moving on and just honing in on general fund, pulling out general fund from that overall budget. It always kind of helps because most of the departments sitting in this room are funded by general fund. And the operations, and the majority of the operations we have, because we are a service organization, are our people. And so it's important that we track the money, where the money comes from for support of those. And that whole principle of ongoing and one time is critical in this area because we really want to make sure that that ongoing revenue that's supporting those people will remain in the future. So again, this shows just the general fund. It's operating and capital. And it does show overall an increase of just 0.3%. If you break it down, The revenue, okay, we're on the revenue slide, right? Where the money comes from. Okay. Okay, so the first section is our local taxes and license fees. Again, reflecting that slight reduction because of our anticipated reduction in construction contracting, and franchise cable fees actually as well. Because of our cable program, it's slightly lower, and again, anticipated. In the maroon section, that is our fund balance, and that again are the is representing balance that is budgeted on the capital side as well as our contingencies. So when we put aside that 15% contingency, we're locking in fund balance as the funding source on that. And that is a slight reduction at 2.5 million. The gray section is our state shared revenues. It is the same as the all funds section, except it does not show highway user funds in this. This is simply the state shared sales tax, the urban revenue sharing, and the vehicle license tax. And overall, it is going up about 4.9. These are conservative projections, lower than the state's preliminary projections, but growing at a slower pace than we had anticipated if you were to go back and draw that trend line now that we're into the flat tax. And then finally, property tax and other charges, which did not change very much.
Mayor, quick question.
Councilmember Orlando.
Yes, thank, Line, what, I know with Santan coming out as a community, obviously revenue sharing is going to be slightly decreased. We have any estimates what that might be for years out?
1.6.
I'm
Yep.
sorry.
1.6 million?
I believe it was that where it ended? Yes, 1.6 million was the estimate on the impact of
Okay.
Santan coming
Yeah,
online.
thanks for reminding me that.
Good memory, Mayor. Thank you. All right, and where the money goes. Finally, on the general fund side, this one is going up 0.3%. This is, so I'm just going to break this down a little bit. Department operating in blue is showing a reduction of 10.5 million. And just to explain that a little bit more, in the current year, we did have the payment going to public safety pension retirement system. So that is not reflected in the current year 26-27. So it really kind of masks, of course, the increase because of decision packages, which the majority of those DPs were one time, and we did have a portion of 7.5 million that was ongoing. But it is kind of, we're taking appropriation out, we're putting appropriation in, and we're still able to maintain those service levels. The great news on this is that public safety retirement pay down has allowed us to reduce expenditures and help offset some of those new ads. So it was really great timing when we look at all the work that's been done by our mayor and council over the last 10 years to focus on that pay down of that pension liability. It will have lasting impacts into the future for the city of Chandler. Moving on to the maroon and the gray, that is our major capital carry forward as well as new capital. And it is going up in the general fund by 12.5 million. So we are still using one-time general fund dollars to fund numerous capital projects. And this year, council added a little bit extra in our street program, committed to about 5 million more per year to help continue to maintain that PQI, which is pavement quality index, at that higher level, so that when you're in Chandler and you're driving our streets, you're not bumping around. And you'll know when you hit another city, but we want it to be a smooth ride in Chandler. There you go.
Bumping.
Our biggest technology project that's in that number as well is the replacement of our existing financial and HR system. And that's replacing into a brand new SaaS solution, cloud-based solution, and it is going to have AI elements in it. And our team has been working on that with the anticipation of that going live by July 1st of 2027. And then finally, we have our yellow section, which is our contingency. It went up slightly by 2.3 million. Again, but majority of this doesn't get spent, but it's that what if something happens mid-year, we have this cushion to fall back on. Otherwise, it just falls back to general fund and we reappropriate it the following year. And then finally, the debt service, which shows a slight reduction of 2.6 million. This is the appropriated debt service of what we actually pay out on our excuse me, on our obligations of principal and interest on our bonds. And that is kind of that 100-foot level view of our overall budget. And right now I'll pass it over. Excuse me, it's a good thing because I'm losing my voice now. I'm going to pass it over to Matt to get into a little more detail on our general fund 5-year ongoing forecast and fund balance projection.
All right, thanks, Don. I do want to say that I enjoy eating and I enjoy cooking shows. And lately, I've seen one out of Australia, very interesting cooking show. And I was very surprised because the chef came out, he made a fabulous meringue, and they applauded. And I thought in Australia they boo meringue. You're welcome, John. All right. So revenue and expenditure assumptions, just to cover some of what goes into the budget here. So for our fiscal year 26-27 revenues, we do split those out or break them out between our ongoing. So we are structurally balanced. We know what our ongoing revenues are to make sure our ongoing expenditures don't exceed that. And then our one-time portion. So this year we're 86% ongoing and 14% is considered one-time. As we look and out in our 5-year forecast, that number kind of creeps up on the ongoing percentage as one-time revenues slow. When development slows, those are all treated as one-time. Construction contracting, as that slows, it's treated as one-time. So that kind of narrows that percentage. So by year 5, we're about 94% ongoing and only 6% one-time. Of course, that gets adjusted each year as we look at what's actually happening in our local economy, the different projects that are ongoing, so we can make those decisions going forward. On the 26-27 expenditure level, our personnel has increased, so it includes estimates for employee wage and benefit adjustments. And it adds 13.5 general fund positions, which John talked about already. And again, those 44.3 that have either full or partial revenue or reallocation offsets. And that includes our 30 new positions for the ambulance services that will be kicking off this year. Yeah, sorry. This year we're talking about. In budget terms, our years are all mixed up. So to me, this year is the budget year that we're moving forward. But yes, next fiscal year. From an operations and maintenance perspective, we do have department requests that are included to maintain service levels through efficiency and adjust for operating needs. And that also includes any CIP related O&M. So as Tumbleweed Rec Center had its expansion and the pickleball courts are there, they now have some additional O&M related to making sure we have the appropriate staffing for the activities that happen in those locations and the maintenance of those locations included in our O&M. And that's been added. So that's what the departments will talk about, all of those additions in their budgets this year. When we look at that 5-year ongoing forecast, so just breaking out that ongoing perspective, the blue line, you've seen this before, but that represents our total ongoing and one-time revenues projected for the next 5 years. The orange line is our ongoing portion of those revenues, what we anticipate being our current ongoing portion. And then the yellow line is our ongoing expenditures over the next 5 years. We do have estimated wage increases in there in those years as well. And it really shows kind of where we're going to be as we add in new capital projects. For example, the forensic facility, which construction will start this year. And once that's completed, we'll have to staff the additional services they're going to provide. So that's kind of year 3, you see that bump of that kind of a bigger bump. That's when we're anticipating that kind of those services will be needed. So you can see that adjust. So we're planning for all of those additions in the out years, making sure that we can stay in balance. And as you see, as John mentioned already, by year 4, we're still in alignment, but year 5, we do have a little bit of a misalignment there, about $2.5 to $3 million that we'll definitely watch over the next few months, actually. And as we prepare for next fiscal year's budget, make adjustments, look at efficiency savings that we can find in the budget. And I think a lot of the positions that we're adding this year will help us to do that, to actually adjust those numbers in the out years. So we're looking forward to kind of the results of some of those additions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What that doesn't include, I mean, is the unknowns, obviously, right? Either good or bad. If Intel is able to populate Fab 6, and that would have a huge impact upon this budget and actually project out our that deficit to a positive and a bunch of other things. But
Yeah.
again, I just remind myself every year, this is what we know and our best assessment today, right?
Absolutely, Mayor. That's a fabulous point. That's why we do this budget annually, because during the year things will change, and we make those adjustments as needed, either positive or negative. We can adjust. And to Don's point, we've got contingencies built in. We've got ways that we can adjust the budget should we need to throughout the year. So, we make those adjustments as needed, but we look at it each year because it seems like every time we just pass a budget, something happens that changes our forecast, and we're like, "Oh shoot! If we'd only known." But usually that's on a positive side. So I expect a great. We'll get a new TSMC that's going to build here after we pass the budget, and they'll announce it, and we'll be like, "Dang, we're so off!" But that'll be a good thing. So
Councilmember Orlando.
Just to back up the mayor's comments, which were same thought process here. We looked at this same trend line 2 years ago. We were showing a crossover next year. And now we're looking at least a year, potentially 2 years out. So again, this shows that we can refine this and things are happening as we adjust over year. So that's good news.
yeah, through the mayor, council member, that's exactly right. And last year at the end, we showed year 5 is where we met, and we're still in that kind of situation in now year 4. But we made adjustments that orange line is less dramatic than it was
Right.
before. So we're making those adjustments now.
Good work there.
And then I'm going to go back a couple of slides just to look at the actual expenditures versus adopted or proposed budget. Don, did you want to?
Yeah, for some reason I just completely skipped this, but it kind of goes with what we're talking about right now. In the state of Arizona, we do have to plan for anything. And cities are expected to put together budgets that can support whatever might happen during a fiscal year, and why our financial policies require some pretty large contingencies. But this does show what we adopt versus what we actually spend because of the timing of capital and everything else. It does reflect it better, I guess, on actual spending. And that holds true also for operations. We do anticipate vacancy savings. We budget all positions, but there is always vacancies throughout the year. So you will have savings, and the estimate always, or the actuals and estimated spending always comes in much less than adopted.
In this budget, even on this, it even reflects, like if we have a shared project that Intel is reimbursing us, it shows up as a cost for us, but again, that's 100% reimbursed, and that doesn't, so there's a lot of reasons sometimes of why these are off. And of course, we're best qualified to build roads and our water system rather than them to do so. But in some ways, even that is elevated beyond our actual expenses, correct?
Yes, Mayor, that is absolutely correct. The legislature had put together Title 42 dollars that, as our largest community partner, Intel, expands, it does require additional infrastructure, and that is not on the required that taxpayers pay for that. Through Title 42, we do get those construction dollars that are generated on that project back to us to help offset those infrastructure costs. But those costs are shown in the actuals and the estimated in our budget. The revenue coming in on Title 42, of course, increases the overall budget for those expenses as well. So that's a really good point. Thank you for bringing that up.
All right, so transitioning then from our ongoing forecast and where that is, we also look at our one-time projected general fund balance. Those one-time dollars in fund balance at the end of fiscal year 24-25, we were about $346 million. We anticipate at the end of the current fiscal year, 25-26, we'll be at $329 million. And then looking into next fiscal year's budget, 26-27, if we were to spend every dollar that's appropriated from the general fund balance, we would be at 166 million. Now, of course, a lot of that is capital, and capital doesn't always take 1 year to build. So a lot of those dollars will be carried forward into the new year. But this is kind of the worst case scenario, what would happen. And then for the out years, we look at the planned general fund dollar uses out to year 5. So by the end of fiscal year 2030-31, $109 million would be the ending fund balance. We do have a minimum reserve policy in our financial policies, and that means that we have to maintain a balance of 4 months of operating revenues. So for this fiscal year, that's 107.3 million. So by year 5, we're still above that minimum reserve requirement that we have in our financial statements. We also look at our enterprise funds from a fund balance perspective to verify what's happening in their fund balances. We have minimum operating reserves for those as well. For water, wastewater, and reclaimed, that's a 20% operating reserve. And for solid waste, it's 15%. But we look at the use of those fund balance dollars in each of those categories. So we plan for this with rate increases and with known capital expenditures coming up, additional debt service that's added, and make sure that the fund can support all of those projects and associated costs going forward. When we look at a lot of the capital projects that are maintaining the aging infrastructure, especially in North and Northwest Chandler, that we're going to be doing over the next many years, ensuring that we can support the debt service as we bond for those. Looking at, improvements to our wells, water mains, filters, the projects that we have going forward. Some of our large capital projects this year are water, wastewater projects that Jeremy's going to show on his slides, and they're big dollar projects. But making sure that that infrastructure is there is critical to maintaining that service level for our residents. However, we've got to be able to support that and this make sure that we do that. So we do show our next 2-year planned rate changes to support these funds. So on the water side, anticipated 9% this year the next fiscal year, 26-27, and then 27-28, the same. 6.5% on wastewater for both years, 9% in reclaimed, and then on solid waste, 4.5%. And that's just for projections right now from a revenue perspective to make sure that we can meet all of the obligations of those funds and keep our fund balances where they need to be going forward. We're going to talk about property tax next. Just as a reminder, of each dollar that a resident will pay on property taxes, only about 11 cents comes to the city of Chandler to support primary and secondary property taxes. The majority of that goes to public schools and community college districts at 69 cents. And then Maricopa County and special districts are another 20 cents. And then the city of Chandler is the smaller percentage of that. So when we look at the impact of tax rate on our median value homeowners in the city of Chandler, the tax rates in the proposed budget remains flat for 26-27, and the effect to our median value homeowner is about $1.16 per month. In total, it's $13.87 increase based on the assessed value increases. So our assessed value went up about 3.8%. 0.9% of that was just related to new property coming onto the tax rolls. 2.9% of that is appreciation in home values. Now, we are limited in appreciation. We've got that 5% fair market value, limited value comparison. So we do limited value is just adjusted 5%. You'll see that on that limited property value line. It's kind of the second line there as a 5% increase. With our full cash value, actually only increased 3%. But with that 5% increase in limited property values across the current rates for primary and secondary, again, that's a $13.87 annual increase to the median value homeowner. And of course, the biggest percentage of that is for our capital programs. The secondary property tax rate supports all of our capital programs. So we're going to look at our 2027 through 2036 10-year capital plan. When the directors are talking today, they're going to share with you year 1 that's appropriated and year 2, which isn't appropriated yet, but it's coming up very soon. So we want to talk or show that to you and to the public. Again, when we're creating our CIP, we do make sure that we're meeting any guidance from mayor and council. So these are the current guidance that we receive from you in our budget kickoff as we develop the CIP plan. Again, we're maintaining that secondary property tax rate flat, scheduling things in such a way that as debt comes off the rolls and we're issuing new debt, we can maintain that 87-cent tax rate. We're reimagining resident amenities scheduled for replacement. Instead of just a swing set for a swing set, it's what do we need in that specific park or whatever amenity. I don't imagine Jeremy gets to reimagine much for pipes, but you never know what that 66-inch main, you can do a lot of fun slides through there, but not when it's in use. So I wouldn't recommend that. Prioritize aging infrastructure and plan for redevelopment. So as redevelopment is looked at across the city, we're making sure that we have the infrastructure planned for to meet that redevelopment. We've got continued planned construction of our streets, parks, the fiber system, and utilities. And also we're making sure that before we're adding capital, the O&M can be supported. So again, as I mentioned, the forensic facility that's going to be built, we want to make sure that whatever needs from an operating perspective are built into our forecasts, which they are. We utilize master plans to guide that long-term capital investment. We manage our bond authorization to make sure we complete the projects that we've promised our residents, and then balance timely completion of those projects to minimize the impact to neighborhoods and businesses. We understand that there will be impacts with all of these projects. The orange cones are kind of demonstrating that as we speak. So as you go out and see them along different streets and areas of Chandler. From a capital and debt management perspective, so the fiscal year 26-27 capital budget, as Don mentioned, is about a little over $1 billion, which is an increase of 27.3%. So that's the carry forward that's higher, as well as new projects, which we'll hear about from the department directors today. And overall, the 10-year capital plan is increasing 13% to $2.95 billion. That includes inflationary pressures, bond-funded projects, an emphasis on maintenance, adds additional funding for utility projects, and including water purchases, and continues our street fiber and park projects as well. As Dawn mentioned already, she took my thunder, AAA bond ratings. We were able to secure those again this year. That ensures lower cost of debt. So our residents are paying less for these projects as we go out and issue debt for those to build them, and ensures that they're getting it for the lowest cost possible. We do not anticipate a bond sale in the current fiscal year. It's not built into this budget, and it leaves secondary tax rate flat throughout the 10-year plan. This slide is just a history of what that CIP looks like for the last many fiscal years, the 10-year plan in each of those years. You can see in 25, the fiscal year 2025 to 2034 plan, that's where we had really adjusted for kind of the inflation that we'd seen over time and got to kind of the more current day values. And then the adjustments since then have just been tweaks to that, and then new projects coming in our year 10. So this is just a quick summary of the slide of some of the things that we're expecting in the first 5 years. You'll hear year 1 and year 2 today, but just some great projects that we're looking forward to. A couple to point out. So we've got AJ Chandler Park improvements, which are already underway. There's some additional funding appropriated in this budget to continue that park improvement. Mesquite Groves phases 1 and 2, that southeast Chandler area that's been waiting for that park for many years. It'll be great to have amenities down there for them in that area. Foley Pool renovation, which is kind of the central pool in Chandler, which was built many years ago, and it doesn't really reflect kind of the pool amenities in other areas that were built after the fact. So we'd like to reimagine that pool for sure. From fire's perspective, rebuilding Fire Station 4 is another one. Station 2 is a great example of how we can reconfigure that space and better use it, make it more amenable to what we actually do from an operations perspective today. Fire Station 4 is coming up in the next 5 years. Forensic services facility for police, that's one that's appropriated in year 1. So construction's anticipated to start sometime in this next fiscal year. And then from a streets perspective, we have the repaving program, which we've added additional funding for to ensure that we have nice smooth roads here in Chandler, as well as different intersection projects and other projects throughout. When we look at what's appropriated in the fiscal year, the majority of it is our carry forward. So heavier, this is the second year we've been heavier on the carry forward than the new funding. And then our new funding is about $474 million. Again, that total CIP appropriation, just over $1 billion in the current fiscal year. All right, so that wraps up our initial summary, high view of the budget. We're going to now break into the department operating and CIP presentations. So the departments will share slides with you. One of their slides is their top 5 accomplishments. They're not going to share all 5 of those. I hope the directors are listening. You're not going to share all 5 of those accomplishments, just your top 2 or 3 of those. They'll share with you the size of their operating budget for the department, their employee count, and how their department's funded. Some of them are simply general fund, and some of them have a variety of funds that fund their departments. They'll share with you the decision packages and highlight some of those on each page, but all of their decision packages are on those slides. And again, these slides are available We didn't print them out for the public, but if the public would like them, they're on our website right now. They can go out and see all of the slides. We do include the page numbers, so if you have your budget book, the binder with you, you can jump to that page and take a look, see the kind of details of that. And then if there's a project with an asterisk, it means that it's got funding in 26-27. And then we also identify the funding source for capital projects if it's bond, impact fee, or grants. The other thing, we always try to have kind of a theme for the day. So as we've looked at, future proofing has kind of been one of the buzzwords that we've heard a lot this budget season. So we looked at what's the future. And so we went to AI to try to kind of conceptualize what our future looks like. So each of the presenters today will be presented with kind of their top 3 passions or things that they enjoy in their life as shown through the view of AI. So we'll see what that looks like as we go through our presentation. So keep that in mind. Mayor and council, you guys were included as well. So we'll see what AI thinks about how that looks. But with that, I believe police is our first presenting group. As you can see, they're leading the way on this initial slide, so they get to lead the day for us. So we'll turn the time over to Chief.
Good morning. I want to thank Dawn for giving each director 2.5 hours to present today. Not true. We will be presenting as a team between myself and the assistant chiefs. I'm going to just talk specifically about 2 of our accomplishments. One centers on the consistent and historic low crime that we see in the city of Chandler, which is great for residents and business attraction alike. We're very proud of that, and that is based on the investments that we've seen through this council for the last several years. I also want to highlight the investing in wellness initiatives. One thing that we're very proud of at the Chandler Police Department is the quality of the people that we have serving in our organization. There is a lot of money spent in recruiting, hiring, and training people, and we see very little turnover. The people that leave the Chandler Police Department do so through retirement typically, and we know that this is a place of destination for our people because of our wellness and resiliency initiatives. We want people leaving our organization to be healthier, stronger, physically, emotionally, and mentally than when they came in. And we know that this service over the course of 25 or 30 years takes a toll on them. So the continued investment in our wellness initiatives, whether they are 24/7 access to mental health, whether they're cold plunges and saunas, whether they're prepackaged meals for sale to address nutrition issues, they really are meaningful to our people. They certainly feel cared for and valued, and I want to thank council for continuing to make that a priority as we go forward. This is a very quick overview from a financial highlight. You can see that the vast majority of our budget goes to personnel and benefits, 86 million, and about 15 million into operations and maintenance. So our total operating budget just over $100 million. The sources to fund that mainly come from general fund with a little bit of an offset in our domestic violence, and then a little added into our police forfeiture fund as well. I know that was quick. That's the part of the day. I'll be back to finish with capital improvement projects, but I'm going to switch it over to Assistant Chief DeAnda to talk about specific decision packages.
Well, good morning, Mayor and Council. I am honored to be here today to kick off the Police Department's decision packages for fiscal year 26-27. I also want to just give a kudos to Matt and your team, or maybe it was Kappa, for the AI photos that came through. I definitely tried to pull my hair back as much as I could today, so I matched that photo that came through, so thank you. The first decision package that we're proposing is to civilianize our hiring unit supervisor. This would be a one full-time employee add. The ongoing amount for that would be just over $236,000 with a one-time amount of $123,000. So what we're asking is to civilianize the hiring unit supervisor and then take that sworn sergeant position and reclassify that to a commander position. So currently the supervisory duties within the hiring unit are really primarily administrative. They're centered around recruitment, reviewing application background files, and recruiting. And so establishing a civilian supervisor would still maintain the integrity of our hiring units and the hiring process, but it also allows for redeployment and reclassification of that sworn sergeant position to a commander, which would be brought over to our professional standards units. In recent years, our professional standards section has really undergone a lot of growth, and currently we see that as really a need or a deficiency in our department where we need that higher level command supervision as they do report directly to the Office of the Chief. And then moving on to the professional standards software. So this is our what we call IA Pro and Public Portal. These ongoing funds of just over $27,000 would be used to oversee the increased costs of these two systems. IA Pro and Public Portal are sister products which work together to monitor personnel conduct. It tracks all of our use of force or any complaints or inquiries that come in. It's really a clearinghouse for our internal affairs investigations and also our accommodations within our professional standards unit. It provides a tracking mechanism to ensure that we're standardizing our complaint process, and it also helps to ensure efficiency and accountability while also communicating through with our community when anytime they're making a complaint or a concern through a private portal. And then moving on to some exciting stuff here with drones. The first decision package I'm going to talk on here is our drone program with an ongoing amount of just over $255,000. So the first $95,000 of those ongoing funds would be to establish a proper funding source for our current drone program. We currently have 25 drones within our fleet and 29 pilots. This funding would help secure that our pilots in our program maintain operational readiness at all times. It provides replacement parts for drone hardware. The batteries only last about a year and a half. In our weather, sometimes that's even less. We have a lot of hardware right now that is at or end near of life, and it also provides new certifications or licensings for our current and existing or upcoming drone pilots. The additional $160,000 ongoing funds would be to establish a drone as a first responder program for the police department. So we refer to that as DFR. DFR uses unmanned aerial systems to respond to call for service ahead or alongside of officers in patrol. So essentially when a call comes in, a drone is deployed from a fixed location and it's flown to a scene within minutes. And it really provides real-time information to those responding officers. This capability allows us to quickly assess situations such as crimes in progress or any critical incidents and providing that up-to-date information to personnel before they arrive. It will enhance our response times to situational awareness. It improves officer and public safety, and it really lends to providing a better efficiency of our resources by determining what resources we need to provide while we're responding to that scene. So just for a broader understanding of what this would look like, we currently are in the process of piloting 2 drone as a first responder programs that are with American-made drones. This funding would support the software as well as a hive is what we call it, where the drones would be kept in. And depending upon what company we went with, there would be anywhere from 1 large drone up to 3 drones within those hives. The drone can cover up to a 2 to 3 mile radius with a height of about 200 feet within the city. And then the average flight time for them is anywhere between 30 and 45 minutes. And that really is dependent upon the weather conditions, heat, and all of those type of elements. The drone as a first responder pilot would actually be housed out of our real-time operations center. And then we would have a fixed location in a downtown area off of one of the city buildings where we would house that hive for the drone as a first responder. Just to give you a little bit of oversight, just without the drone as a first responder program and with our existing patrol program with our drones, we have conducted over 1,200 flights for the year of 2025 and over 450 hours. So this is something that's absolutely being used every single day, probably over 4 times a day. Any questions on the drone program?
Mayor.
Vice Mayor, then Councilmember Harris.
Chief, real quickly, is there going to be I know you said it's going to be housed here essentially in the downtown area. Is there going to be a specific location further out? Are we planning future, whether it's going to be at a different precinct, or are we just piloting this here in the downtown area? I know you said the radius is about 2 to 3 miles for that.
Yeah, through the mayor, vice mayor Encinas, great question. We would, the first part of this program for the DFR would be housed in the downtown area. And when Chief Chapman comes up to speak later about the CIP, we have our DFR program also in a CIP. That secondary program would allow us to expand into the west portion of the city, which is also one of our higher levels of calls for service.
Okay, thank you. And I do recall when we were going to begin this pilot program, it was going to be for critical incidences. Is that still the case, or are we planning to have this drone program be launched for different levels of incidences?
Through the mayor, vice mayor Encinas, it would be for a variety of calls for service. So depending upon what the call is, we see them responding to traffic accidents, maybe with potential injury. They are getting there within seconds and can provide real-time information about, is the intersection shut down? What type of resources do we need? Do we see any injury? It could be a missing child where they're responding over in that section, a fight, a call for, a robbery. So it's going to be a variety of patrol response for service. We would want to maintain it for those higher level, but it can go from anything from a hot call or a more critical level call down to something more misdemeanor level, like a shoplifting or something along those lines.
Got you. And then my final question, I know just for the public's knowledge on this, privacy, when the drones get launched and stuff, they're not live, they're not recording any other, public residents, and mainly just when it gets to the scene, correct?
Correct. Through the mayor, vice mayor Encinas, that is absolutely correct. Once the drone is launched, it's essentially not being recorded as it leaves the hive to the scene. Once it's on scene, that is where the information is being fed into the real-time operations center and the drone pilot for real-time information.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Councilmember Harris.
Yeah, thank you, Chief. Just only one thing, if they can provide mayor and council, I just want to know, I would like to get a memo with the drone policy and the things that you said that it will and will not do. I would like to have that in writing. So we can have that policy sent to mayor and council, that'd be great.
Through the mayor, Councilmember Harris, absolutely, that is something we can provide you.
All right, and can they, how soon do you think they can provide that to council?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Harris. So what we can provide you is what the drone program will look like. As far as the specifics, as far as the software, or whether it's going to be a hive with 1 to 3 drones, that will be dependent upon which company we go with. But what we'll be able to provide you is just what we've talked about here, what the policy is, what the guidelines are, what type of calls for services it will be responding to, and how we're auditing and tracking that. So we will work to prepare that for you before we go into any agreement with any of these drone companies.
Yeah, I'm probably more concerned about I definitely want to know what the policy is going to look like in terms of how we're going to monitor privacy, and especially if we use a third party, what that looks like. But I'm specifically looking for I'm looking for the policy that talks about when they deploy, what does that look like, and how does that, what is it going to do, and to include like privacy. Privacy. Hey, the drone is not necessarily recording over people's homes, but they're more so doing. They're going from point A to point B. Recording begins. I'm looking more of those type of details. So when you provide that, we will probably need it pretty soon because we're going to be making decisions about this. So if you can just provide the policy, that would be great. Sure. Thanks.
Okay.
And I think 2 more questions at least. So yeah, I think one of those, as we hear a lot about, is just the assurance of data storage. Who has access to this?
Yeah.
That seems to be a big issue with a lot of things, and making sure that we control and own whatever information that it's not larger aggregate for other uses. That to me that would be important. But to me, at the end of the day, this is going to allow us to save lives in the community by getting resources earlier, and potentially also reduce threat to our police and all of our first responders by having a better idea of what's going on in an active situation. Correct?
Correct. Excuse me, Mayor Harkey. Absolutely. And the great thing is we already have an existing policy for our current drone program. This is just an enhancement utilizing the drone as a first responder. So a lot of the concerns or questions that we often hear, either whether it's from the community or even council themselves, we absolutely have a policy that governs and guidelines that. We take the public's trust with utmost importance. We have an exceptional relationship with our community, and we would never want to do anything that's going to ever call to question or deter that. We have a very specific guideline and audits that we conduct when it comes to our existing program that will also continue with the drone as a first responder. It will just be an enhancement on that, and but these concerns obviously recognized. And also to your point, allowing us to expand our existing program into the drone as a first responder is only going to enhance public safety as well as officer safety. It's giving us real-time information, real-time intelligence about what is going on at that critical scene, and will allow us to provide a better response for our community.
Thank you. Councilmember Poston.
My question isn't on the drones. If we could go back a slide or two on the civilian position that you're looking at,
Yeah.
could you kind of articulate a little bit for me what that one-time amount is versus that ongoing amount?
Sure.
There's a pretty big difference.
Sure. Through the mayor, Councilmember Poston. So the ongoing amount is the 236,000, and then the one time is for 123,000. Let's see here. So what we're doing is we are creating a new a civilian supervisor position. So the sworn supervisor position that we have is a sergeant. We are reclassifying that position into a commander. So the ongoing or the one-time amount is to offset that, to upgrade that position to a commander.
So both positions are in the ongoing amount.
Correct.
Is that what I'm understanding?
They are.
Okay.
And that also includes a vehicle, any radio equipment, and MDT for that new position into the police department, or the reclassification of
Thank you. It was the difference between the two amounts
yes.
that I was.
Yep. My apologies.
Had a question about.
Thank you. Earlier, yes.
Councilmember Orlando.
Back to the drone program. Says Chief, will the firefighters be able to use that or other emergency facilities?
Yeah, through the mayor, Councilmember Orlando, that is a partnership that we are exploring. When we have a lot of our special events or operations within the city, or we've had any type of critical incidents, let's take example for like the battery fire that we had out west a couple of years ago. That is absolutely something that we are looking to partner with the fire department on. Recently when our real-time operations center was under some renovation, we were housed out of fire's EOC, and that I think the great thing that happened about that was for the fire department to have exposure to the drone program and really start having broader conversations on how we can partner with this program. So yes, it is something that we are looking to partner with the fire department and also help them when they're responding to calls for service or anything that we can assist them on.
Okay. Well, as an Air Force guy, anytime you can look from the sky down, it looks good.
It does.
Thank you, Chief.
Okay, thank you. And I will go ahead and turn it over to Assistant Chief Perez for the next portion.
Good morning, Mayor, Council, and City Managers. Primarily, I'm going to be speaking about technology, things that apply to technology. Obviously, all of us, we know we use technology. Matt, thank you very much, not only for the dad joke, but also for the AI that I would say made me significantly more attractive than in IRL. So the first thing that I'm going to speak about.
Where are these photos?
Yeah, you went to it like too fast.
You be the judge. Thank you nonetheless. So I want to speak about, on this slide, I wanted to speak about the additional mobile data computers that we have that we're requesting. Some of the requests are because we've changed the role of some of our units within the Criminal Investigation Bureau. specifically our street crimes unit, our general crimes unit, and our threat mitigation unit. And what we need to do is, with the role change of those folks, we've asked them to do more within the field, and these mobile computers allow them to have real-time information to address threats, as well as narcotics calls and also the general crimes that we're asking them to go out. So we've asked for the purchase of the 8 additional MDCs. Specifically, right here, we're asking for 2 for the threat mitigation unit, 2 for the narcotics unit, and then 4 for the general crimes unit. So in essence, what it does, it affords them the opportunity to work in the field by gathering information in real time. Also allows them to check for wants and warrants on individuals. And it also allows them to complete research in the field in a timely manner. All right. Matt, do you have the comm or do I? Oops, sorry. Thank you. Next thing I wanted to talk about is some JWI software licensing that we have for a company called Pragmatica. Essentially, this does the same thing, where the hardware gives them the access to this. The JWI interface allows them to reach into at least 260 plus database sources in order to get information on criminal history on individuals, ranging from counterterrorism also to the Arizona Supreme Court. So the JWI information is routed through Maricopa County, and not only does it give us criminal history information on individuals or people that are that also have wants or warrants, but it also helps us with missing persons. So not only a criminal specific use, but also to help us find missing individuals, and also with tracking real time for sex offender information. Matt, could you go to the next slide, sir? And then lastly, I want to talk about some forensic lab software. This is primarily going to be used by our forensic services division, using software, some of them Berla Ive and also ChipOff. These both allow us to obtain data that is in mostly cell phone technology. So if a phone is consumed or damaged, we're able to actually reach into the hardware and remove the information. We can also clean it and then reconstruct that data, which is critical for a number of these criminal investigations. And then also we're asking for the funding to ongo for our Celebrate. And lastly, I wanted to talk about the Berla Ive, which actually allows us to get into vehicle infotainment systems. We've been dependent on other agencies to this point in order, if we have a fatality or if we have a significant criminal event that involves a vehicle, we can actually go into those vehicles now and get the infotainment system to actually obtain information about vehicle speeds, braking, other information that is significant for these types of crimes. Thank you. I'll pass it on to Chief Sikowski.
Questions?
Oh.
Councilmember Ellis.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, I know that your department is so good into going out looking for grant money. Did we look into grant money for AI with so many things going on, the CHIP Act, there's so much going on out there. Were we able to find any grant money to subsidize or add to your budget to make
Well,
these
we are
things happen?
constantly looking for other funding sources. There are some specifically that there are some parameters that are on some. Say specifically, there is one for human trafficking or
Yes.
or very individual, which you're familiar with. It also limits some of that, but we do take every opportunity to leverage that money that we can for things like this. But in this situation, it wasn't available for this.
Yeah, I think I have been talking to that person too. I've been in their ears constantly. There, see one back there right now that I've been really poking to try to see what we can get down here for the trafficking and all these kinds of things. Thank you so much for everything you do.
Yes, ma'am.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hawkins.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have one quick question on the Forensic Crime Lab software. That was the one I believe you mentioned that we've been outsourcing because we don't have that capability. Can you just give me a rough estimate of what that looks like quantity-wise? Like how often are we going out for that?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Hawkins, are you asking specifically for how often this technology is used?
Yes, please.
Yeah, quite often actually. So we have some of our more detailed detective units that will need this technology. For instance, our robbery homicide or our vehicular crimes unit, they use it almost on a monthly basis. Sometimes it just depends with the frequency of if we have a fatality. That is one of the first things that we're going to start looking for is the information within that vehicle, especially if one of the individuals is deceased. It allows us to understand completely independent of what an individual may say or witness testimony. We're able to get that. So what it does is it just slows investigations down in order to get the information. But we do use it on a very, very regular basis. I could get you statistics. I can only speak anecdotally at this point.
Okay, that'd be great. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
That's it.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Chief Sikowski.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Matt, also give a shout out to you as those before me for the photos. This morning, I asked my 16-year-old daughter if she wanted to come watch the budget presentation. She just kind of looked at me and shook her head. But I was told it was frowned upon to bring my little dachshunds in here. So I do appreciate you adding them to my AI photo. The first package that I want to talk about this morning is a one-time increase to our ammunition budget of $150,000. This helps support increased munitions cost. It does not just support munitions for pistols, also rifles, but also our pepper ball and our 40 millimeter less than lethal program. The one, though, that I really want to highlight is our ongoing school educational engagement program. The school educational engagement program is a proactive partnership between the Chandler Police Department and the Chandler Unified School District designed for our 6th grade students. The program provides an early intervention at a critical age, helping students build the skills and confidence needed to navigate social, academic, and personal challenges that we often see beginning in middle school. This is an ongoing project that began in fiscal year 23 and 24 and something that we're incredibly proud of. Within the past year, since I saw you last year, we've instructed over 2,300 students in this program with plans to continue expanding. So it's something that we're very proud to highlight and very proud to continue getting funding for. I will kind of divert from the other assistant chiefs. I'll be happy to take questions on this slide before I move forward.
Mayor. Councilmember Orlando.
Yeah, the C program is extremely successful. I've talked to several principals. They're excited about the program. One of the things I was excited hearing about, they actually talked to kids about scams on their phone, cyber activities, different type of textings. I think that's important for that education group, that group to understand that. I like the leadership module in that. That was really good. The gang module, I think that's all exposing these kids. And I'll tell you, the interaction between those kids and the instructors, or former police officers, is amazing. So kudos to you guys for doing that. And I know other school districts has asked information about that. So hopefully it grows in that respect. So good job.
Through the Mayor, Councilmember Orlando, thank you very much. We're very proud of it.
Councilmember Hawkins.
Thank you. Just one other question around the C program. Is that through all CUSD elementary, or where are we plugged in at?
Through the Mayor, Councilmember Hawkins. To date, we've instructed at Sanborn, Fry, Bologna, Shumway, Navarrete, Hull, Ryan, and Santan elementary schools. We always look to expand it. It's kind of a logistics challenge when the principals can fit us into their educational component. We're also still trying to get into Kyrene, and I cannot remember the other school district that's in Chandler right now.
Mesa.
Mesa, yes, thank you. So we are trying to still get into those other school districts. Currently, we're down to 1 employee in that program. We have it opened up for recruitment right now. If we can get into Mesa and Kyrene, we're looking to fill that 3rd position as well. And that will only help us increase our reach. But I still think it's incredibly impressive that we were able to instruct over 2,300 students in the past year.
Absolutely. I agree with that. Thank you for all that you guys are doing there and answering my question.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ellis.
And who are you looking for to hire for that position? What type of person will be good for that?
Through the Mayor, Councilmember Ellis, we would love a former law enforcement professional. However, I think we're also open to other arenas that bring some of those same quality and skills. Someone that's got an educational background, someone that understands how children learn the best and how ways that we can really impact and reach them would be the ideal candidate for us.
But you will provide a curriculum.
Through the Mayor, yes, absolutely. We have a standardized curriculum that we use and teach from. That's also an evolving document. So as trends and challenges change, we can also change some of those things. Okay. So we're always looking for someone that's also on kind of the forefront of challenges that students are facing nowadays.
Wonderful. Thank you, Chief.
Councilmember Harris.
So I just want to make sure that this is clarified. On the job description, you're going to have preferred law enforcement background. It's not going to be like required law enforcement background.
Through the mayor, Councilmember Harris, if it says preferred law enforcement, we prefer that, but it's not a disqualifier.
Okay. So I just want to make sure that there's a distinct, well, HR will work with you on that, but I just kind of wanted to make sure that that's on there. I'm just going to make a note. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
All right. Next decision package that I want to talk about is our Fund 202 annual appropriation. This is our forfeiture funds, also known as RICO funds. This is one that I'm incredibly proud to highlight, one that was brought to us by Chief Chapman when he started as an initiative that City of Phoenix was undertaking. And it really highlights the investment that we're undertaking in our wellness of our employees. And this includes not just sworn employees, this includes professional staff. Cancer, as we know, touches almost every single person. I don't believe there's anyone I know in my life that hasn't been touched in some way by cancer or a diagnosis of. This is an investment of a little over $1 million in Vincier Cancer Center screenings. What we've looked at is doing this for our employees that are over the age of 40 and would include a one-year screening panel series. We would go under FIRE's contract that Chandler Fire currently has in order to facilitate these screenings and lock in their costs. And these screenings would include, the multi-cancer blood test, cardiac blood test, breast cancer blood test, and an oncology consult with a whole body MRI for all employees over 40, which it obviously ebbs and flows, but right now we're sitting at around 249 employees that would support. I'm certainly happy to take any questions on this if there are.
Councilmember Orlando, Councilmember Ellis.
So to clarify, this coming out of the police forfeiture funds?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Orlando, that is correct.
That's an excellent use of those funds. I really appreciate that. I know you buy beans and bullets and other things out of that fund, but I think this is a more impactful use of that fund. So I commend you guys for looking at that. That's outstanding.
Through the mayor, one more thing, as Councilmember Ellis touched on with Assistant Chief Perez, we have looked for grants for this. The state's currently not supporting those because of FIRE's designation as cancer is presumptive in their industry. It is not yet in law enforcement. That is something that we would obviously like to see, given the studies that have shown significant increases in cancer for those involved in law enforcement professions. But until then, yes, we are happy to use our forfeiture funds to help support this initiative and just, again, highlight our ongoing investment in our employees' wellness.
Yeah, the bad news is the bad guys and bad gals are funding this for us, but the good news is at least we're getting good use of it. So
absolutely.
Councilmember Ellis.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. This is truly what we call wellness. When we looked at how do we affect people's lives at every level. And City Manager, I would love for you to pay attention to what's being said right here, right now. How they use that money to be able to go. They're not only looking at themselves who are in the fire, but they're looking at everybody else who's around them. And so it is a fact that whoever works in that department is affected. Whether they work with you when you're sick and you have to leave that job, somebody has to take your seat when they go. The work has to be spread around. So everyone is affected. So just looking at only those who are in the fire is not really appropriate. We need to look at everybody. Thank you again for doing that. Taking that money and putting it in good use for everyone rather than just a percentage of it. Appreciate it.
Thank you,
Thank
Councilmember
you.
Ellis. And again, one of the things we appreciate highlighting is that cancer knows no job role, title, rank. That's why we want to ensure that this goes out to all of our staff who are eligible, to just highlight that everybody's wellness is important in our organization.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Chief.
Councilmember Harris.
Yeah, I just wanted to double down on the fact that when we're looking at this particular thing, is this just for sworn or is it for everybody within the law enforcement department?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Harris, this is for all staff of the police department over the age of 40 is how we're looking at it right now.
Okay.
This would not just be unique to the sworn element. This would include dispatchers, crime scene techs, records personnel, administrative staff. If they hit the age of 40 or over, we would look to include them in this. And that's why the cost is so significant.
Because their wellness kind of matters as well.
Through the mayor, Councilmember Harris, absolutely. We understand that all employees of the police department, wellness matters equally. It's not just delineated by rank or title or classification.
Now you said that that you guys did some studies. Who did you guys do the studies with? Um, can you just tell me, like, who you did the studies with? Where did you guys, or is this a trend, or just in terms of doing this type of, getting this type of screening or making this benefit available to law enforcement?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Harris. So there was if you can give me a second to just read my memo here. Multiple large-scale studies reinforce these findings. A Nordic cohort found that male police officers experienced a 7% higher overall cancer incidence compared to the general population, with increased rates of prostate, colon, melanoma cancers, and that was from a study in 2023.
Okay.
I can provide this memo to council. I believe Assistant City Manager Tad has this memo already, and he can certainly share that with you all.
Yeah, I thank you. I just kind of wanted to make sure that while we're talking about this wellness, that we're looking at this intentionally, that our employees need to have wellness accessibility. This is another wellness accessibility that they get to have, and I think it's important that we're not just looking at specifically law enforcement that are out there on the ground, the sworn that actually in the ground, in the line of fire, but also those that support in the resources that is supported. And it's clear to me that wellness is going to be probably a big conversation today, in terms of how we aggregate our employees, understanding that that's a benefit that helps them move forward. But I also wanted you to real quick just talk about how the forfeiture fund is built up. Where do those funds come from?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Harris, those are through either asset forfeitures, firearms that we seize. We have to sell those. Those funds are garnered from that, through drug sale seizures, through selling of other assets, if we seize vehicles, and other items that are gotten through criminal enterprise.
Okay, and those assets don't go back to council's general fund. That kind of stays within this fund right here, correct?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Harris, that is correct.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Proceed.
And then the last decision I want to discuss is the Fund 402. This is the fund that we use to fund equipment replacements within the police department. So part of this is mobile data computer replacements. We're doing the second half this year. And those MDCs, as Assistant Chief Perez talked about, allow us the ability to leverage in-car resources to run wants and warrants, just basically run our offices out of vehicles. And then the second is the SWAT sniper rifle and optics. We're replacing 10 sniper rifles in the coming years. Each one costs about $10,000 or so when you have the firearm and the optic placed on it. And so these funds will go towards that. I'm also happy to answer any questions on either of these. Hearing none, welcome back, Chief Chapman.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up on the wellness a little bit. We'll talk about investment. We talk about how good it is to have people who are cared for and valued, but what's that look like? How do you know that it matters to our men and women in terms of the service they're providing the community? And every interaction at the Chandler Police Department, when you call 911, whether you interact with the police aide, whether you get a traffic ticket, every interaction is sent a survey for your review of our performance. And the last 12,000 surveys that were sent out, we are maintaining 4.74 out of 5 in terms of professionalism, responsiveness, communication, and effectiveness. That is a significant number, especially in this profession. When you look at, we're treating people, giving them a ticket sometimes on their worst day, or sometimes we have to arrest people. But that translates to me in terms of people who are satisfied in their job. We believe that if your home life is a disaster, your professional life's a disaster. And when we look at these wellness initiatives, we see that by employees taking care of themselves and their families, they are better employees and provide a higher level of service that is translatable, at least through objective surveys that get sent out. I don't have time to talk about all of these CIPs. I'm very happy about the forensic facility. We're going to spend $60 million in this next calendar year to get that funded. But I thought I'd spend the time talking about the drone as a first responder expansion in the CIP because we are tight on time. As Chief DeAnda indicated, We are looking at 2 separate companies right now for a pilot to see which one we are going to go with on a full-time basis. Once that decision is made, this CIP allows us to build out in 26 and 27 and 27 and 28 the funds to expand that. To the Vice Mayor's question earlier, this is not just going to be a downtown precinct initiative. We look to expand this to the West Precinct as well. There are no immediate plans to expand this to the South Precinct yet. One, we have an airport in the South Precinct, and drones and aircraft. Ryan Reeves would have an aneurysm if we started talking too much about that. But there are some logistical challenges with that. When we look at density of population, calls for service, and overall impact, we know that we're going to focus in on the downtown precinct and our Desert Breeze precinct logistically. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions about any of the CIPs or specifically expansion of the drone as a first responder.
Mayor. Councilmember Orlando.
Yeah, Chief, I'd rather you go back to that slide about the renovation of the building there, the renovation police office. I know you're doing a survey this year. What can you give us a highlight what's going on there?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Orlando, I'd love to tell you we're on solid ground right now with a plan on what we're going to do. We have talked with the city manager about this. Does he want to do you want to talk about this?
Well, this year, let me just rephrase it.
Yeah.
This year is just a study, correct?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Orlando, that's correct. We're not making any decisions. We're just assessing space and workflow right now. We, as you know, or maybe council doesn't know, we have the city prosecutor's office living inside of the building as well. So there's a lot that goes into a main station renovation. And I've been having some very robust discussions with the city manager's office about what that's looking like.
Okay. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Mayor and Council, if I may, Councilmember Orlando, we've been taking a hard look at this renovation because we have many issues over the next 5 years that we face, whether it is how we are going to deal with our holding facilities, how we are going to deal with the expansion of the department, how we're going to deal with the prosecutor's office and the court, all in this general area.
Okay.
So the conversations we are having is we do not want to spend this money and then come back to you in 3 or 4 years and say, okay, this new renovation got us to the point where we're okay. All right. We want to make sure we are planning 5, 10, 15 years out, and this renovation meets the needs of the department for the long term. Because when you do a building renovation and by the time you move in, you're at capacity, you haven't done anything of too much value.
Okay.
So we are taking a very hard look at it. His staff has done an amazing job getting ready for it with the money they've been provided. And what I'm challenging them to do now is look at the other issues that we're facing, and can we get a more comprehensive master plan so that when they actually get a chance to renovate this, we know that this chief, the next chief, and maybe the chief after will have a building that they don't need to worry about.
Okay, so the real question here is, Chief, we're going to be studying this over the next year or so. That's what I'm more concerned about right now. The actual results, or the key is getting this started, which I know we've been starting. That's what my intention was. Let's get this started. Let's have these hard conversations and come up with a solution that is going to push us forward. And we had the same conversation in the forensic lab, as you remember, a few years ago. If we just build it today and then 3 years from now, at the time we build it, we're at capacity, what good was it? So I'm glad we're having those hard conversations.
Yeah, through the mayor, Councilmember Orlando, we're working very proactively with the people to assess those space. We're going to have options to bring back to the council on where we're going to do. The idea with this through council direction is that this renovation is going to last for the next 20 to 30 years. To the city manager's point, we don't want to get something that's going to be good for the next 5 years and then we're coming back asking for money. So we're going to be very intentional about it. It'll take a little bit of time. I
think we're all in agreement on that one. Appreciate it. And the forensic lab, that's moving along, which is great. I know that's actually, going out there talking to residents, that's a question that keeps coming up is, what does this really mean to us? And when I say to them, it's going to help us solve these other crimes quicker because we're not outsourcing it to another city, it clicks. Oh, that makes sense. Because there's priorities. And obviously, if a city like Phoenix has a larger priority than us, we may not get into that queue as quick as we want to be. So that's an important adjustment, that if we could solve these crimes, particularly the victimless crimes, the autos, the the autos, theft, things like that, we can get to those maybe hopefully quicker. So that's good news there.
Yeah, through the mayor, Councilmember Orlando, not only will the facility help us update and modernize, but it expands services to your point of DNA. We are a property crimes victimized city.
Yeah.
And currently we have no capacity to test DNA for violent crimes or property crimes. And when we bring that added service on, you're really going to see how that's going to pay off in terms of solvability and making victims whole again.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it.
Chief, a couple questions too on this slide while you're here. When are we anticipating starting the police main station renovations? Remember, I'm a mayor with a shelf life, so.
Mayor, it won't happen in your tenure.
Okay. The study won't happen, or
Mayor, the study is currently in process. We are looking at variations, but as we continue to explore options, it's very much in progress. So
Great.
we don't have anything to bring back for a council decision yet, but we've been in ongoing contact with the people who are doing the study, and I don't know that you're going to see it necessarily.
Okay. Second question, just related again. I'm really excited about the forensic service facility because, to me, I see it allow us to build a better data center based upon DNA that will be able to link current and past crimes together. That really is going to help us pull people off the streets that, in their minds, have gotten away with it because we just didn't have the capacity to better police. So, as a quasi-science guy, I'm excited about this, and this will be good.
Yeah, Mayor, to that point, the community is going to see the solvability of crimes go up exponentially because of these added services and just the modernization of equipment. Not getting too geeky, but as you can imagine, lab equipment, much like everything else, year after year gets better, more efficient, more expensive, and the investment as we go forward in this will pay off nicely for everyone.
Councilmember Harris.
Yeah, thank you. And this might be a question for staff, because this was probably before your tenure. Mayor, I thought we did a study on our facilities in terms of spacing. Don, I thought we already did a study about spacing and the feasibility of that. We did not include the police department in that study?
I think we did a power study, what I think is what you're referring to, because we were having issues related to that. I don't recall us doing a, you do, okay. Yeah.
I was sitting where Councilman Hawkins is when that study came up. So I think it was 3 years ago. And it was all of the space, and maybe it was only City Hall.
Yeah, through the mayor, Councilmember Harris, we absolutely did do a study, space assessment study. It surveyed all the buildings. It was done by Mike Hollingsworth group. They went through all the facilities to determine if there's any opportunity to combine and save for efficiency. It did not include the police department, knowing that that was going to be with the forensics. That was going to be a completely separate study in itself. But you are recalling correctly.
Okay. All right. Well, no, going back to over that, because I know we did it. I guess my next thing is the forensic service. I was kind of hesitant because that's a big price tag for our residents to ask ourselves how much investment do we want in this particular area. And obviously the residents said yes. They said hell yes, because they went out and voted for this facility to be added through our CIP plan and through our bond. So I support that because the residents support it. But I guess in terms of my drink and food spiking ordinance, will there be a department or a specific area to relegate those type of crimes? Because we care about those type of things. So just wanted to make sure it's somewhere in this forensic facility.
Through the mayor, Councilmember Harris, we already have the capacity with forensic scientists to investigate a number of those types of cases. The reality for Chandler, either by design or for any reason, those cases don't come forward to us traditionally. And if they do, they are typically 24 to 48 hours. One thing that after the incident has happened, when someone gets up the next day and they fear that, you know, their drink may have been spiked, that those type of drugs metabolize so quickly that if we don't get a blood sample immediately or have the drink in question in hand, the chances to backtrack and verify that is significantly decreased by hour. So we have the capacity to do that now if that were to happen, but certainly the new equipment will modernize the way that goes and make it a lot more efficient.
And then with the new drinking and food spiking ordinance, does that help you all? Does that help advance what you guys do much faster with the ordinance being in place and position right now?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Harris, I would argue that education awareness is the best line of defense in any sort of crime that we're talking about. And since this has come up, I have been asked by a number of people how that impacts us. And I think that provides an outreach opportunity for us, especially with our partnerships in the downtown with our bars and restaurants, to further information and awareness about that. We have an outstanding relationship with our downtown businesses already, and they seamlessly communicate with us whenever there's an issue. So it has made us hyper vigilant of that and them as well as it goes forward.
All right. Thank you, Chief.
Thanks, Chief.
Thanks.
One last question, Mayor.
Proceed.
Does it make you uncomfortable having the firefighter sitting behind you?
Through the mayor,
'Cause they are-
Councilmember Orlando, we're used to the fire department being second responders. So this really isn't anything new for us.
So I only said that because.
And I'm leaving before I get the other side.
I'm sure Chief Twig is going to have a nice comeback.
He is. I know. He'll pay it back in private.
Councilmember Orlando, you just lost support from fire.
Thank you. Go Buckeyes.
Proceed.
Good morning, Council. I'm not even going to reply to that statement from the Chief. Thank you for the opportunity to come up here and present the fire department's budget and our decision packages that we have coming forward this year. This is a pretty cool AI picture. In the interest of time, I'm going to focus on the FTE requests, and then I will highlight a few of those decision packages and CIP programs that we have coming in front of you as requested. So the first slide has our top 5 accomplishments. On this slide, I would like to highlight the first one. In this fiscal year, the fire department completed our first fire academy that integrated an EMT program into our fire academy. That was a big accomplishment for us. In the past, we have always required an EMT certification for firefighters to be hired. And making this change has opened up a whole new population for us to recruit with. In fact, half of the recruits that are in the current fire academy, there's 26 of them, 13 of them did not have their EMT. When we made a job offer, we were able to successfully train all of those members, and they were all certified through the state. So that gave us an opportunity to really recruit new people, retain new people, and control our education of our EMTs, which medical results in approximately 80% of our call volume. So that has been a big accomplishment for us. The second, as you know, we've been working on receiving a certificate of necessity from Arizona Department of Health Services. We got the official CON this week, which was excellent for us. It's been a lot of work. Thank you so much for your support. We were able to successfully navigate that process without any interveners. So we had no challenges, and we are now official CON holders in the city of Chandler. So that is a huge accomplishment for us. And the last one that I wanted to highlight was that the department was awarded as one of the first 100 gold helmet fire departments in the nation. And that is a reflection of our cancer screening and prevention program that we have within the department. And that, of course, comes with through the support of this council and the city manager's office. And it means so much to us to be able to make sure that our firefighters are healthy and are able to work a long career and go home to their families. So thank you for that, and that is definitely something that we are proud of as well. On the slide, you see our personnel and benefits. We are at 292 FTEs. Our overall budget is about $51 million. You can see that we are primarily funded through the general fund, with about 9% now, as we have a new service being created, that we also have an ambulance services fund, which relates to about 9% of our funding. Our decision packages, you can follow along on page 45 and 53. We have three different FTE packages in front of you. The first is a revenue offset. That is for our opioid response program. I know council went through a work session recently with Chief Dwiggins in regards to this program. This program, which the fire department is the primary deliverer of, but we are in collaboration with neighborhood resources as well as the police department's behavioral health unit. And so this package that you see in front of you adds an additional FTE to the fire department's opioid response program, as well as a vehicle for the behavioral health unit and some community impact programs that are facilitated through neighborhood resources as well.
Vice Mayor.
Yes, Councilmember Harris.
Yeah, just go stay at that picture down at the bottom left-hand side. Where was that picture taken at?
Through Vice Mayor, Councilmember Harris. I believe that's right out here.
Right in front. From the mental health, the annual mental health walk.
It is.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
I just wanted to make sure everyone know that happens every year. Thank you.
Any further questions?
It was a wonderful event. The next two decision packages that we have in front of us. The first is the rover package for two firefighter rovers. You saw the third is one of the 5 positions that the city manager presented as well. The second is the warehouse supply and senior technician. So for the rovers, it's important to note firefighters, like any employees, they call out sick, they take vacation, and sometimes they're hurt in the line of duty as well. But anytime a firefighter is not on duty and is not on the fire apparatus, unlike many positions in the city, that position needs to be filled. And we have 2 ways to do that. We can fill that position with a rover, who are firefighters that are not assigned to a specific vehicle. They are on a shift specifically designed to fill vacancies created by any type of leave, or we can fill it with overtime. Anytime a firefighter rover is filling an hour in a seat, that is saving overtime dollars. And so these positions do have an ongoing cost like any position, but they result in an overtime decrease of greater than the salary and benefits of those positions. So they are a cost-effective way for us to staff, as well as they present force back of our firefighters. So if we cannot have somebody who signs up to take that overtime and we do not have rovers, then we force firefighters to remain at the fire station after 48 hours of being at work. They're not allowed to go home to their families, and we require them to stay and fill those positions because service to the community is always our main mission. So these additional rovers will not only allow us a fiscally responsible way to address that, but it helps us reduce force back situation for our firefighters, which is very important to us. The second position is the fire warehouse supply senior technician. This is all about resources. So the fire department is spread out across the city. We have 11 stations. We have headquarters. We have a fleet services building. We have a training facility. All those facilities require equipment. On fire apparatus alone, we maintain $6.5 million worth of equipment. That doesn't include all the things at a fire station that's required for them to live there a third of their lives. Mattresses, chairs, pots and pans, cups, forks and knives, all that's supplied. It's purchased, it's received, and it's delivered by us out of our fleet services building. Unfortunately, though, we do not have an individual that's responsible for that currently. We rely on the battalion chief, who's also responsible for supervising all of our mechanics and all the work that is going on there, as well as light duty personnel, people that are injured on duty, which is not a controllable or really a sustainable model. So this position will bring a professional in-house and allow us to leverage that expertise to purchase, to receive, to inventory, and to deliver necessary equipment to our firefighters and their stations and our training staff out in the field.
Councilmember Ellis.
The rovers, that can you talk a little bit more about that, because I know there's still one more that we potentially can today decide that you guys can walk out of here with. And I'm so glad that you really expand on why is it necessary to have that rover in your back pocket, because it really and helps you to continue to keep those fire stations open. Can you briefly reiterate the fact that this is very, very important to your department?
Through the mayor, council member, thank you for the question. Yes, absolutely. So we do have a third rover. The fire department staffs 3 shifts. So we have an A, B, and a C shift. Each of those shifts works 48 hours on, 96 hours off. 2 rovers will supply a rover for each of 2 shifts, but it leaves 1 shift remaining, still one rover less. And these rovers are critical to us. The behavior that we've been seeing from our firefighters is changing as we've really enforced wellness. And I know we listened to the police department talk about that. A big component for that, for our members, and our members work 56-hour work weeks, is time off. And they have been taking more time off over the years. A firefighter in 2015 used about 10% of their total work hours, 2,900 hours, about 10% of those. They used vacation or sick leave. They had leave time. A firefighter now uses about 16% of those hours. They are off duty, and those hours need to get filled. And so the need is expanding significantly. We can really address those in 2 ways. We can either address them with rovers or with overtime. With overtime, however, not only is the cost more, but it's more hours on duty that we ask those members to do. And of course, they're compensated, but that's also more exposure. And that's more exposure not just to fires and to smoke, but to communicable diseases, which we catch. It's also more exposure to traumatic incidents. And so having a robust rover group is cost effective. As I said, they pay for themselves in the reduction in overtime. As long as they are used as a rover, more than 70% of the hours that they're working, that is the breakover point. Currently, we're in the upper 80s. A captain rover is 88.3. A firefighter rover is 87. An engineer rover is 88.2 or something in that regard. So we're well over the breakover point where these become less expensive to have an FTE than it is to fill with overtime, as well as the other benefits that go along with it.
Thank you so much, Chief. That was very explicit, and I hope that my colleagues are listening today.
Thank you, Councilor.
Chief, let me follow up on that. So of the 3 shifts, is there a breakdown of when rovers are used? Is it more one shift or another? Because I also look at this, and I mean, every time we take on a new hire, what's not put into this is 25 years from now, we're paying additional pension and other things that are going to further encumber future councils in the city. So of the 2 positions and even the one requested, how does that 87% break down per shift and the redundancy of those kinds of things?
Yes, Mayor. So our shift usage is actually very flat. So our shifts rotate every 2 years. We have a process where firefighters rebid positions every 2 years. So they're constantly moving. Our individuals are moving from shift to shift and from engine to ladder, station to station regularly. We have intershifts bid every 6 months. So members are able to work in different areas. So our leave usage doesn't really curtail or it doesn't really follow a specific shift. However, when we do the estimations in regards to the fiscal impacts of a rover, we are right now running at 88% average across the ranks. When we say that these individuals will be cost effective above their salary, I estimated a 10% reduction, which is more than double what we're going to see. And they are still over the salary and benefits of those positions as a way to be more cost effective. But our rovers are being utilized more and more now than we ever have. And that's really because of the hours that members are off duty has changed. Our behavior has changed, as well as our behavior and our desire to work excessive number hours of overtime has changed with our generation as that's changing. So time and life balance has become more important with our firefighters as we're seeing.
Let me re-ask my question. That didn't answer the question I asked, at least in my mind. So I understand that shifts will change, people will move, but is there a greater demand for a rover at 2 p.m. as opposed to 2 a.m.? Those are the
The time,
request of shifts. How does that 87% break down? I understand if someone catches a cold and they're out for a couple of days, then that works equally across that. But are there other factors that someone that this is more important, 2 versus 3 across all the shifts? That's my question.
okay, yes. So specifically time of day and how members use leave is curtailed. So for us, because vacation leave, we have a maximum number of firefighters that are allowed to take vacation, for example. We can only have 8 firefighters off per day. Anyone over 8 gets denied. They're not allowed to take leave. And so those are specific to 24-hour shifts at a time. They're not allowed to use partial leave unless no one, there's one of the 8 positions has not been used. Our partial leave relates to a very minimal percentage, very small number of partial leave hours. Sick leave is different because people can take smaller portions of sick leave for a doctor visit or a family is sick. Those are not curtailed by us as the department as to how much leave it is used. However, most of those are taken in 24 and 48-hour blocks as well. A vast majority of those are taken off. And most of the time that's because the individual themselves is sick. And we obviously do not want them to come back and live together and spread that illness across our staff. So having 2 versus 3, they wouldn't be able to obviously address any leave regardless in a smaller gap on the shift that they would not be able to fill. They would be assigned to A shift and B shift. C shift would not get a rover. So that individual would not be available on any hours during that shift. However, the 88%, what that is designating is of the 2,900 work hours that firefighter is on shift, 88% of those, they are in a roved code. So every time they move, we track it. And we track every single hour, every single day, how often they are roved. And when they're not, they would be an extra person on an apparatus. So, 12% of the time they're an extra person, 88% of the time they are filling a vacancy.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
Yeah, thank you. All right, we good?
Proceed.
Okay. Yeah, just want to ask you a question. In terms of your wellness, if you go back can you go back the slide with okay, yeah. So the opioids, I like to acknowledge the late Grant Woods, who sued the drug pharmacy companies across the nation, provided these dollars that's going to come into the city of Chandler over the next 18 years. May he rest in peace. But this benefit that the residents get is because of his work that he did. And I always like to acknowledge that because cities and everyone needs to know that this money is coming from someone else's labor who understood that this was a need. When I guess my question is that outside of the opioids being a response program, is it considered like wellness? Is it like considered like community wellness? Could you frame it in that too?
Sure, absolutely. I can speak to that, and I know Ryan's here as well. But one of the components that we have established in our opioid response program, because I said it doesn't just rely in fire, although we do have a program that we're expanding to 7 days a week, where we are addressing individuals who are either reaching out to us with opioid and substance abuse issues, or that we encounter on a 911 call, and we can be referred to or respond out there immediately to give resources, to talk about detox, to talk about treatment facilities, and to help navigate the system, because it is complicated and it is as daunting for people to navigate themselves. So in that regard, it is certainly wellness, but we also have community impact programs like Sober Living that is funded through this. So we are trying to, and I know Ryan's team and our neighborhood resources team and our connectors are trying to meet people where they are, assess the needs of our community, and really react to it. And we look at ourselves with the opioid response fund, or as we do with any of our funds, as stewards of the public's money that we have been entrusted to spend, and we are trying to use that money to directly address the community and make a safer, healthier place for them
Thank
to live.
you. Just another question. I know that fire does, we do contracts and stuff like that. Does fire get daycare as a benefit? Do they get daycare benefits and subsidies?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Harris, we do not. We do
Okay.
not.
Does fire get outside of the recommended mental health 6 weeks that law enforcement that you get within your health plan? Do you get extra mental health services outside of the things that may be partnered from outside resources? Can an employee go within your department say, I need longer than 6 weeks outside of
So,
the recommended time?
so council member, we do have, with state legislation, we have access to some mental health treatment due to our profession as first responders through the Craig Tiger Act. So we do have access to additional services in that regard. We don't, and we do have other internal resources that we address wellness with. We have a member services committee internally of firefighters that are built to support each other and how we operate, but we don't offer additional services as a department as far as a program or a benefit that we offer.
Would you say like dogs and pets helps with mental health?
We do. We're actually piloting it's a free program for canines to come to the stations after a traumatic stress call, and that we found and studies show that that's helpful. We also have peer response teams that come out of firefighters to come out and help defuse situations when we have critical stress incidents. So that is something that we certainly take seriously with our members, and obviously it's important for us.
So, and lastly, so currently right now, if one of your people wanted to activate up the services, it would literally have to come with a full conversation around it. They couldn't necessarily activate it up on their own unless it comes through their own personal resources. And with mental health or these type of responses, most people are kind of private.
They are private. So we have a few. Obviously, we have the employee, we have the EAP that we can use. But our internal team that we have has built that so they don't have to reach out to me as a chief officer. We have a member services committee that helps navigate. We work very closely with the Human Resources Department in accessing the Craig Tiger Act benefits that we have available. They do have resources that they can go to that are funded through the city. And without notifying us, we don't get notified of those things. The privacy is very important. So they do have access to those options, but they are funded, through the city as far as a benefit through the city and not through the fire departments.
And this is my last question. I'm gonna land it here. Your administrators who are not actively in the field, but they support the field, do they get those same benefits of whatever that may look like? Do they get those benefits?
The short answer is no for the Craig Tiger Act. Those are specific and have to be tied specifically to emergency incidents where a specific call has occurred, and we have to demonstrate that connectivity, that we were on that call and part of that traumatic event. So in regards to our administrative staff, that doesn't translate over to our administrative staff.
So, and since the reason why I'm asking these questions is because you guys are like our chief medical office. You guys are like our medical response team. You guys are really the team that we depend on for medical understanding and understanding these incidents. So I just kind of wanted to make sure that everyone doesn't have access. The administrators may not have access to that, but they could be a part of it if there's a tie-in to that incident. But wellness is important. Pet care is probably important. Daycare is probably important. Peer response is probably important. And I just kind of wanted to make sure that that law enforcement, when they was up here, they said, hey, we need cancer treatment for everybody, regardless what part of the team they're on. They needed that. So I just kind of wanted to make sure I had a better understanding about how important wellness is, and seeing that we're doing something that helps wellness with the community. I'm now looking at internally, how do we help and support wellness? But you pretty much answered it. So thank you so much, Chief.
Absolutely. And thank you for asking the question, wellness. And obviously our employees are very important to us as they are to the community.
Absolutely.
Councilmember Poston.
Thanks, Mayor. I want to go back to the rover question. What happens when you had mentioned that we sort of have a change in culture as we encourage our employees to actually take the benefits that they have, that they might be taking the time off, but still people get ill, all of those things, and we're kind of limited in the terms of the number of people that can take off at a time. What happens when you hit that maximum and you just don't have an employee for a firefighter for the next shift? What do you do?
Yeah, that is when we fall to the force back procedures that we have. So that is our last ditch effort to ensure that we have members to fill those positions. Luckily, it's really critical for us that we never take a unit down, and that we have a fire engine or a ladder truck at every fire station across the city as kind of the backbone of our response model. We have low acuity vehicles, which I know this council has been briefed on, that run non-emergent calls. So we have a tiered approach when it comes to staffing. So as we start to struggle for staffing, and right now currently we have a fire academy going, but those individuals are at the academy, they're not in the field. So we have vacancies right now, and we'll tier that approach. Low acuity is one that we will step down because they're a 2-person unit and they don't run heart attacks, strokes. Some of those calls, they're specifically designed to keep our 4-person units available. So the first tier would be to scale those down. The next tier would be to offer overtime, or to offer put the rovers in all their positions. And then we go into Ascend Word Now, which is a program that we use, or OnSolve is the new technology, which communicates with every member who's off duty, regardless if they volunteered to work overtime today. We message everyone and we say, hey, there's an opening. Is anyone able or willing to take it? And so after we go through all the 230 sworn individuals as well, then we fall to force back opportunities, and we look at the roster and we say who's scheduled to go home today, who's in the force list. We track those by hours forced. So the person that was forced most recently or has the most hours drops to the bottom of the list. The person that was forced farthest away or the least number of hours is up first, and they track those as well. And then every day we keep 2 members on a force back standby list that are prepared to be forced and that have scheduled those days, have volunteered for those days. If I'm going to be forced, today is my day. And I work that with my family, because it's very impactful for our members who have already been away from their families for 48 hours to say, no, you can't go home. Maybe childcare issues, maybe all kinds of issues that they're expected to participate in, that has to stop, and so you're not allowed to go. So that is our last ditch effort, but we do use it. We used it 102 times last year alone, and we're already 30 times already this year. So it does happen. It's unfortunate when it does, but that is part of our business. That's how we address it.
Well, I like that that's the last resort, because the last thing you need to do is put people in a position where they're struggling to get their kids taken to school or picked up, or young children, or those sorts of things. So when you say it's 102 times last year, is that an increase? I mean, are you seeing that a need increasing for
So
that? I also like that you let people understand that they're on that list too. At least it gives them the time to plan.
Yes, they do plan. They watch that. Firefighters watch that. This last year was a significant year for our forces, and a lot of that is driven by our vacancy situation. We try to plan retirements and resignations and things like that through some of our drop programs and some other things. But we have members that leave, somewhat unexpectedly. We have members who have cancer right now that are off the fire truck that we can't prepare for. We have members who have had mental health crisis that pulled them off the truck that we can't plan for. And so all of those times create vacancies that absorb rovers, in the shifts constantly, because that's a vacancy for 6 months. So that rover is in that spot and no longer available for any other spot. They're covering every shift for the next 6 months or a year. And so this year has been significant. Over 100 is a lot for us. I would say in the past, it's not uncommon for us to be at 80 or so. So it does still happen every year. But 100 is a lot. And obviously us ramping up already over 30 times this year. We're hoping to see that decrease after July when our new firefighters come out to the field. I think they graduate early June. And so they'll come out to the field, start filling positions on fire trucks, and we will then become fully staffed, and we'll have much less of the force back issues that we are currently facing right now.
Okay. Well, I like that, fire always seems to have sort of a business model and a process for everything. Could you define a little bit why? Because my understanding is that when you are hiring rovers, that there's some benefits and positives to hiring them in groups of 3
Correct.
for those 3 shifts.
That's correct.
Does that mean because maybe a rover might get sick or those sorts of things?
Yes.
I'm inclined to agree with Councilmember Ellis on this one.
Sure. Yes. So the Rovers hiring in 3 shifts is really about balancing those hours. So each day we have about 60 firefighters on duty. And our shifts are A, B, and C shift, as I mentioned. So we have 3 shifts. Each of those shifts has a cadre of Rovers that are assigned to it. If we have an unbalanced shift, so for example, if A shift has less Rovers than B and C shift, that means that those vacancies on A shift are less likely to fill, which isn't a burden to A shift. It's a burden to B and C shift, because B and C shift are the ones that are required to fill those positions when they're either coming off duty if they're forced back, or if there's overtime opportunities that we're requesting them, please work these shifts. And so balancing the shifts is important because it spreads the workload across our shifts, and we don't have an inequity of open spaces. Even in our shifts, if we have somebody who's off duty for a long period of time, cancer or whatever, if we have multiple and our shifts become unbalanced, we will push members, say, you're no longer on C shift, even if it's not a bid, you're moving to B shift to balance out those shifts. So shift balance is really important when it comes to the equity of work across all of our members.
Okay. And then my final question would be, so if we were to move forward even and go with the 3 Rovers and the additional one in addition to the 2 that you have in here, would you be at your full complement that you could use in terms of Rovers and staffing?
Yeah, Rovers are, it's a moving target for us because the behavior changes. So we adjust as we see the demand increase. So as we see our Rover utilization track, and we track them by the minute, as that's starting to go up, we're starting to recognize that we may have a need for Rovers. When we see leave time continue to increase, we see a need for Rovers. So as we sit right now, the 3 Rovers, I think, is the best. We don't like, our approach has always been, and Chief Dwiggins has always been, that we like to take a pragmatic approach, and that we would rather get 3 Rovers now, ensure that they are delivering with what we said they would deliver, and that we're utilizing them appropriately. And if a need changes, then we would come back and say, here's what we were able to accomplish with what you gave us. This is the new need, and we need to address that in a different manner or with more personnel.
The longer we are.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah. I do have one more question just related to that as well. So what we can anticipate if we proceed with either 2 or 3 Rovers is that we can anticipate that let's just say 80 or 100 number will go down precipitously. And 2, that overall firefighters will have less overtime pay because this will replace that as well, correct?
Absolutely correct, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. City Manager.
Mayor and Council, to be fair to the fire department, their original request in this line item was for 6 Rovers. They believe that would maximize the benefit of doing it. This was one of the tough decisions we had to make as city management. But their original numbers that were very well defensible were originally put at 6. We pared that down, given everything else we're adding to the fire department this year. But I think they very well justified that number, and we think this was a good compromise.
Thank you.
Our decision packages you see in front of us, we have 3 decision packages from the general fund. I'm going to highlight the emergency dispatch increase. I know you have seen this in the past. This is really a reflection of increased call volume as well as some cost per call changes. And so one of the things that I would like to note, and we're always talking about value for our dollars, we are a part of a regional dispatch center. We're dispatched to the city of Phoenix. City of Phoenix, they add bodies, we share those costs. It has reduced the 90th percentile dispatch intake time, which translates to faster response time for us, by 17 seconds since the last time we asked for a dispatch increase. So I think the City of Phoenix is spending that money appropriately with more dispatchers as well. The decision packages, as I transition into our other funding source, we have the Ambulance Services Fund. These 3 I'll group together, as well as on the next slide, there's a fire mechanic position. But these reflect the 30 positions that we're requesting that will be paid for and allocated to the Ambulance Services Fund. The firefighters that you see in front of you will be the staffing, ambulance transportation manager and analyst positions. These are already hired for the city. Most of these were brought forward as one-time packages last year. That brings the expertise in the business side. We understand how to run calls on ambulances. We are learning the business side of ambulances. That comes with contracts, et cetera, working with the state, compliance, all those things that we have brought in internal experts. And then, of course, we have the mechanic position as well, as we're adding 10 new ambulances into our fleet. But the fire mechanic position also services emergency response equipment like ambulance, not just ambulances, but engines and ladders as well. So that's added to our support services division. As I move forward to the one-time packages, you'll see 3 one-time packages. These are all about equipment and supplies necessary to run the ambulance service. The first one is about actually equipping the ambulances. They come empty. We have to fill them up with a lot of equipment and supplies. The ambulance operating supplies is 6 months of estimation to actually run the business, soft goods, IV equipment, bandages, etc. And the operations and maintenance is just fuel, tires, all that stuff to keep those on the road. As far as the CIP projects, I'll highlight the emergency vehicle replacement program. That's the program that we replace fire apparatus with. As we know, costs for fire apparatus have been growing exponentially, as well as the time that it takes to get those vehicles. I really want to commend, we've worked very closely with Dawn and Matt and their team at finding creative ways to issue purchase orders early to try and get those vehicles in the hopper early. A fire engine takes about 3 years to receive now. We've tried other strategies. We've bought stock vehicles that are 3/4 of the way built by the time we actually buy them. We've tried prepayment to save in costs. So we're really taking a multi-pronged approach to try and address this issue and make sure that we have vehicles that are on the streets and are essential to us delivering service out to the community.
Keith, just a budget question. So now these are coming out of general fund as we set up this enterprise. These are real costs today, but they will also be reimbursing general fund as the enterprise fund gets up and is being reimbursed through other cost services, correct?
Mayor, yes, for the ambulance vehicles themselves, which is on the second 2 more slides forward, all those will be, we are funding from seed money from the general fund, and we will be repaying that general fund capital investment into our ambulance services.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember.
Just as a follow-up to that question, that payment begins next year, correct? Or, I mean, that'll begin in, January or when you get going. And so then it will take, 5 years to make the general fund fully whole, but it will start pretty quickly?
Through the mayor, yes, council member. So yes, we expect we'll start running the service in January of 27. We expect to actually be bringing in or to cash flow in 3 to 6 months or so with the reimbursement process through Medicare, Medicaid, et cetera, how that money revenues start coming in. So by 27, 28, we will actually be generating revenue. And then we are already working with Matt's team to build a payment plan. There are other things that we are doing. We have to do capital replacement. We're building an operating contingency fund, similar to how the city budget operates. And then we'll be doing capital repayment. And so all 3 of those things we'll be balancing with Matt's team as revenues come in. And then we will be making payments from the revenue from the ambulance fund back into the general fund as a form of capital repayment.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Orlando.
Just follow up. I know one of the challenges when you first brought this out was the billing mechanism. You said you solved that already with Matt's team?
Yes, through the mayor, council member. Billing, as far as billing the public?
No, billing the third party.
Yes, we are using a third party billing apparatus to start. It's very common. It's used across the region. Most agencies do use that as they grow into an ambulance services division. Many of the larger cities eventually bring that in-house. But almost every agency begins with third-party billing, and we are in that process of working with that company, and we should be bringing an agreement forward to council here in the next few months for your approval as well.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Keith.
As I roll through these, I'm sorry I went one extra ahead, but I would like to highlight just a few of these CIP We have, as Mayor mentioned, the ambulance emergency vehicles on the final slide. That is our last 5 ambulances. We ordered a total of 10 new ambulances coming. So we have that, as well as on the slide previous, we had PPE and SCBAs, which are critical life safety gear. This council was one of the first to support 2 sets of turnout gear for all of our members, which is critical for our health and safety. And so both of those are large life-saving projects that are actually coming forward in the next 2 years. So with that, the end of my presentation. If there's any other questions.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ellis.
Thank you. May I say that your presentation was so amazing. And if the chief of police is here, I will say you did well.
Thank you. Not bad for a second responder, right? I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Being a first responder myself as a nurse, so I had to give him their props.
All right, next.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Good morning to the City Manager's Office, as well as all of the other folks in the room, directors and department leadership members. I'm going to start off with just really highlighting one of the accomplishments or recognitions that the IT department and on behalf of the city received. Earlier this year, we had a member of our department on the cybersecurity team participate in a national competition. It was what we call a nation threat. It'd be like a country trying to attack any one of our municipalities. A member of our team actually won first place nationally on that, and to achieve that kind of accolade really puts a lot of sense of confidence that we are doing the right things to prepare City of Chandler for being ready for when those cybersecurity threats try to compromise our systems. On behalf of the department, I would like to first thank both Mayor and Council, City Manager's Office, all the directors for all of your support in delivering technology. The partnerships is really key there. With that, this past year, the partnership between both the IT department, the police department, notably the SCADA team, as well as GIS, we really did build our partnership even better and bigger than what we had before. Through that, we were able to actually deliver refreshed infrastructure. We did 4 data centers in an incredibly fast time. I've never seen it done in less than 1 year. We did it in approximately 6, maybe 7 months. We also moved multiple systems, and everything that you're going to see in our decision packages and our budget requests is in the spirit of always, I think I heard the city manager say, Ryan talked about future proofing. One of the things that you'll see is a trend in all of our asks is we want to continue to move to the cloud, less dependency on things on-prem. And so with that, we actually moved some significant systems with the police department. Just recently, what we called the records management system and all of that to the cloud. We also moved our Acela to the cloud, and we're in the process of doing Lucity to the cloud as well. These are some very significant systems for the city. Earlier in the beginning, I think Don mentioned the ERP project. And so I'm just going to kind of point out that that is one of the most significant transitions that we'll have. When we go live on that project, that will all be in the cloud through that SaaS solution. And so again, with all of those partnerships, we did move several systems out to the cloud, but we also, at the same time, improved our security posture. We're now doing tabletop exercises. We also have 24/7 monitoring that happens throughout the year. 365 days, and they actually are our first responders when it comes to the cyber world. With that, I'm going to go ahead and turn our attention to our department's budget in terms of our operating budget being roughly $29.2 million. That also includes the 70 FTEs for the department. I'm going to turn the attention, I think, to, before that, I also wanted to point out that the majority of our department's budget is from the general budget, a general fund rather, and then we have a small portion of our budget that comes out of the enterprise funds. The technology decision package also in your budget books can be found on pages 46 through 47. So as I go through it, you can follow along on those pages. Notably, in terms of resources, we're requesting 2 FTEs for the upcoming fiscal year. Those 2 FTEs will actually eliminate one of the significant pain points for the department. I think pretty much all the departments experience that, which is it'll eliminate a single point of failure for one of our critical systems as well. It also, both positions will help on the security front, because when we identify a vulnerability through a lot of systems that we use on the cybersecurity team, the legwork that's involved to actually secure that vulnerability, and this is a continuum, it goes all throughout the year, the actual work to secure those systems is done by the programmers. So when I ask for the 2 FTEs, it's kind of going hand in hand. We're also asking for contractual increases. We cannot do what we do without the licensing, of course, for the systems and the maintenance and the support involved. A lot of times, if there is something that is a critical incident or outage or any kind of issue with the system, we turn to these support vendors. There are those that are on contract with us. So a portion of what we're seeing here is just the increases that occur pretty much every year for hardware, software support, and licensing. We also have one-time money that you'll note that is for Oracle and the benefits system. What we did is we parked that money through one time, and using the ongoing funds, we're allowed to then continue with our Workday or the new ERP product. When we do that, there is a period of time that we are actually having both the upcoming system that we're paying for, and then we're also obviously have to pay for the existing system that we maintain and support. And finally, we'll notice on the technology project program, we'll notice that there is some investments there, but these investments actually focus particularly towards our artificial intelligence program. The O&M for the mid-year temps conversion, I think the city manager kicked us off with a bit of detailed description there. You'll see some money there that is towards turning 3 full-time temps into actually 3 full-time employees. Finally, we have utilized a lot of contractors, and a lot of the upcoming pages, I think the next 4 slides will cover a lot of those. I'll summarize what those resources are, the people that we're talking about in each of these slides. They really focus on things like augmenting our staff on maintaining systems, upgrades, maintenance work, enhancements. A lot of the times, there are several departments that have technologies that come under the governance from like the state or at the federal level. And in order to stay compliant, they do audits on an annual basis. And so we need resources that go into that. The next 4 slides will actually cover some of those resources. If you see something in particular that stands out, I'm not going to go into detail for each just from the sake of time, but if there is something that stands out, please let me know and I can certainly elaborate on that. What you'll see is 3 contractors on the current slide, and that you can see what the focus areas of those are. And I'm just going to continue to say the list goes on, so you'll see some resources there. Got 3 more contractors. Oh, this is the next slide. Sorry. This one here, actually, I do want to highlight that we partner with an organization, and their sole purpose is looking at technology worldwide, looking at technologies from all aspects, from infrastructure to software, and also framework and how you can best leverage technology. And so we've done this partnership for the last, I believe, 3 fiscal years, and we would like to continue on that particular one.
Councilman Orlando.
Cindy, what's the significance of this technology insight? That the company you're talking about?
Yeah, so anytime from, for example, the ERP system that we were looking at, the first stop was really working with that organization. They help us understand what we should be prepared for as we enter that journey. They helped us through writing up an RFP. They helped us in the evaluation. So as we see demos and things like that, we then turn to and we ask questions of that particular organization. They can point out things that we need to be aware of before making a decision. And they're really
So it's more of a consulting type contract.
It's absolutely that.
Okay, that's okay. Got it. Thanks. Thanks.
Okay, I'm going to turn it over to our CIP. What you'll see in our CIP is really 4 areas. The one project true up, and that really is focusing on adjustments in the cost of a project. Sometimes those costs do change. And so the true up, we also have, you'll hear about it here in a moment, but the new projects really focusing on AI. And then for the most part, it's, our CIP is continuation of projects that are underway. I believe Don mentioned the ERP project. That's the big one right now. I want to make sure I'm on the same picture. One of the biggest things in terms of two major projects for the department, this is really the behind the scenes, is our network. We want to make sure that our network is actually, again, I'm going to leverage the comment that Ryan has made. It's really future proofing. What you've maybe heard or picked up on from a lot of the other departments that spoken, and you'll also hear some of that with the other departments that present here today. There are things that we add to our ecosystem. So every time we add refresh on cameras, the current cameras are going to actually be higher, quality cameras, resolution, and all of that. That is actually going to take a toll on our network. So the best metaphor I can talk about when we talk about network refresh or the network project is, imagine 15 to 20 years ago, we built a system that can actually take 100 gallons per minute. And then we're adding a bunch of things to it that's now forcing that same network to pump up maybe 10 times more of that, 10 times more of that, so 1,000 or so gallons a minute. When you do that, we have to now expand our network resources. So this is really taking a comprehensive look. And I also want to just make sure that it is the network that you think of when you're inside a facility. So oftentimes we confuse that with the fiber, which is a totally different area within development services. So we'll be looking at that and making sure that we are making the right adjustments on the network for all city facilities. We've already started some of that work with the switches. That's one of the main components of that. But you'll see more on that line. And then finally, again, I would turn back to identity and access management. There's a portion on the CIP project that we're looking for, which is, again, a cybersecurity thing. With the arrival of the new ERP, we have to make sure that our identity and management solution really pairs up and syncs really well to work with that. That actually facilitates major things that we want to do with our ERP, from onboarding employees, offboarding. But this is a concept that applies to every single technology. So identity and access management is instrumental as we move forward with the evolution of new technologies in the future. With that, actually, I think I am at my last slide, so I'm ready for any questions.
Questions? Vice Mayor.
No questions or no's. Your team, you guys do an amazing job. And so I just say keep advancing and innovating and keeping us safe and keeping our city running efficiently.
I appreciate that.
Great job.
Thank you.
Sandeep, I would just ask that as you send those surveys out to council members, and I'd like to know who's naughty and who's nice concerning filling those out to make sure that we're protecting the system. So let me know.
Through the mayor, what I'll do is I'll first have my conversation with both the city manager's office, all members of the city manager's office, get consensus, and then I'll have that conversation. How's that?
Oh, that's a well thought out answer. Thank you.
Mayor,
Councilmember Harris.
no questions or anything like that. I just wanted to make a comment. Director, you've done a really good job in working collaboratively with other departments and making sure the technology and the information is extended into those departments. I just want you to know I recognize that, I see that, and I appreciate that.
Through the mayor, I really appreciate your comments there, council member. And actually, I'm going to say thank you on behalf of all of the department directors to make that happen.
Thank you. Thank you, Sandeep.
Good morning, Mayor, Council. Please don't be intimidated by my binder here. It's just a few slide notes I've prepared. This is the first time I've seen this graphic as well, so that's pretty great. Good morning, Mayor, Council. It's my pleasure to present to you the Public Works and Utilities Operations Budget and Capital Improvement Program. I would like to give a shout out to my entire team supporting myself all year long. I couldn't have prepared this budget or this plan without their support. So diving into our accomplishments, here's a few of our accomplishments, and just to highlight, the completion of our Chandler Heights roadway widening project, our Price Road 66-inch relining and rehabilitation project. That was a massive undertaking. that was completed down along the Price corridor. It was actually presented earlier this week at the AZ Water Conference in downtown Phoenix. So a shout out to our team that presented on that project. And then wrapping up our Tyson and Sunset Manor neighborhood water main replacement projects, moving those water mains from back alleyways into the roadway provides better protection to those properties and that private property, as well as replacing aged infrastructure. Excuse me. So overall, our operating budget is just shy of 123 million. That supports our 300 team members. And as you can see here, we have several funds that support the department. Our highest being our water operating fund, and our lowest fund is our reclaimed water fund. So I will jump into our DPs this year. Most of our DPs are for sustaining and maintaining our current levels of service, with the exception of one that is focused on a new program, but it comes with some offset to some contractual costs and a reduction in what we're spending for outside services. So the next couple of slides actually cover two positions. I want to focus on our construction design project manager position. This position is actually funded partially by the general fund at a 20% rate, but also funded by our CIP program at an 80% rate. This project manager is necessary to increase our internal staff to help manage the, I'll say, plethora of capital projects and programs we have over the 10-year plan. Bringing this position will support that small but mighty team, and again, ensuring that these projects stay on schedule and stay on budget. On this DP, I would like to highlight our construction management software. So our CIP team leveraged some customized software that unfortunately IT is no longer able to support. It was a very customized piece of software, and due to security issues, we had to pull that system down. So this funding will help our team, our CIP team, identify an off-the-shelf package that will help them manage these construction projects. That includes scheduling, resources, tracking quantities, our pay applications, submittals, everything that goes into managing these projects. So it's a very important piece of software to help them manage that. And lastly, this is a DP O&M for completed projects. So as I mentioned earlier, our Chandler Heights roadway improvement project was completed this year. This funding just goes to maintain the assets that were basically constructed from that project, pavement, landscaping along that corridor. This slide here just covers the other portion of the funding of the license and the streetlight DPs that were shown on the prior slide, as well as the 80% of the 2 FTEs that we're asking for CIP coming from the capital fund. So with that, I will dive into our streets CIP.
Councilmember Poston.
Could you, there are utilities increases for street lights, and you say that's to SRP. Is that building street lights, or is it just an increase? I know we had the project where we replaced all of the actual lighting to a longer service, lower cost. So what's the difference with this portion? It's in, I think, 2 different places.
Yes, through the mayor, Councilmember Poston. So this is an increase, yes, to the cost, the electrical cost of our street lights.
And there was a 2.4% increase on electricity to SRP.
Okay.
So that covers that cost.
Oh, okay. All right. Hopefully it's offset by what we did the lighting a little bit.
Correct. Yes. Transitioning to LED did reduce the overall cost but since then they have still increased
Of course.
the cost of power, and so that does offset that
Okay.
increase.
Thank you.
Councilmember Harris. Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Hawkins.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Jeremy. Question going back to the construction management software and the 75,000 for that, that's ongoing. Did I catch that that's a brand new program, or that's one that we've been using that ever since that we switched over?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Hawkins, that will be a new program.
Okay, and is that something, I know you said it was off the shelf, but are we able to upload all of our previous database information, or are we having to start fresh and baseline from there?
So that's a very good question. Depending on the program, there might be a mix of both. Again, this is used to manage current projects. So most likely we would transition that with new projects going forward. Currently right now, the team is leveraging Microsoft tools, folders, Excel to kind of manage that. With any current ongoing project, we could definitely transition and upload that information into that platform as well.
Okay, and then as it relates to the management piece of it, can you just help me understand, is it actually helping with workflows and identifying maybe potential issues or things to mitigate any of that sort of info, or is it just a place that holds the information?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Hawkins, actually both. No, it does help with workflows. As an example, on a monthly basis, when our project managers are reviewing quantities for a pay application, that goes through various staff, all the way from our inspectors out in the field through the project manager. And if we're leveraging consultant support through those staff members as well, using this software, it moves those things a lot quicker versus something sitting on someone's desk, excuse me, and taking up some time. So definitely improves from a workflow standpoint.
Okay, and then one last question. As far as, will this help us, I mean, I know you guys are very diligent on all of your stuff that you keep track of, but will it help us prioritize in any manner?
Like prioritize in what means as far as the projects themselves?
The projects, yeah, maybe some of the timelines that might not be hitting, or
So yes, it will definitely help us track schedules through the duration of the project and ensure and highlight for the team if there are critical tasks that might be falling behind schedule as well, and to highlight those for the team and define how we might get back on track. So they are built into that system.
perfect.
As well.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you.
All right, so starting with our street CIP, our 10-year CIP is tracking at about $700 million. This is a net increase of about 30% from the prior year's 10-year CIP. A lot of that's attributed to a few main increases. One of those, which I'll talk about in a little bit more detail, is the added funding for our street rehab and maintenance program, that $5 million a year that council supported to maintain our PQI and keep our streets in the condition that they currently are in. So on this slide, as you see, that's our street repaving program. Totals a little over $27 million. That's funded through street bonds, HERF funding, and general funds. We have almost 2,100 lane miles throughout the city of Chandler. And our goal is to maintain anywhere between 150 and 200 miles of roadway every year. And that's the use of rejuvenators, slurry seals, and mill and overlays to, again, keep that PQI up. And leveraging also our capital improvement program and any new road widening projects, or even with main replacements. Anytime we are addressing or replacing pavement, that will also help with that PQI going forward. So on this slide, I'd like to highlight our traffic signals improvements and repairs program. Their staff has asked for an increase to this program, one to focus on about 45 of our intersections where we have identified some degrading wiring. They've cracked and damaged wiring within these signals. Our goal is to replace the wiring in about 15 of those signals every year over the next few years. In total, we have 230 traffic signals. So again, this fund helps support and maintain those signals. We're not just talking about the masts, but also the lights, the audibles, all the ADA required equipment that goes along with that, as well as the cabinets and the timers. So on this slide, I'd like to highlight our street sweeper replacement program. So the department has 10 sweepers, 7 of those are grant eligible. And just about every year we leverage MAG funding through a PM10 grant. That allows the city to participate at about a 5.7% rate for this piece of equipment. A new sweeper costs just shy of $500,000 now, $450,000, but our out-of-pocket cost leveraging these grants is less than $26,000. So it's an important program for us to participate in, and allows us to keep these sweepers up and running. Typically, we replace them on an 8-year schedule or 100,000 miles. Usually they age out before we reach the mileage. They are put through a lot of work, and they are running essentially 24 hours a day during the week. All right, on this next slide, again, continuing with the street CIP discussion, I'd like to highlight Kyrene Road. This project will focus on the section of Kyrene from the 202 north to Chandler Boulevard. This project is supported with Prop 479 funds, covers about 25% of the total project cost, and is focused on widening that corridor from 4 to 6 lanes in both directions. All right, moving along. The next project I'd like to highlight is Arizona Avenue and the Warner Road intersection. Currently, the funding that you see for this project is to look at land acquisition and starting the design. Construction isn't scheduled until fiscal year 29-30, so it happens later in the CIP. But the improvements are necessary for this intersection due to needed safety improvements. We did a road safety assessment back in 2021, and this definitely supports that assessment supported these improvements. And the primary focus will be on north and southbound dual turn lanes at this intersection.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Orlando.
You say put 3 lanes on? I'm sorry, what did you say? I apologize.
Oh, through the mayor, Councilmember Orlando, this is an intersection improvement. So this will be focused on dual left turn lanes.
Dual left turn. Okay, that's right. Okay. I thought you said three lanes. I misheard you. Okay.
Sorry. All right, on this slide, I'd like to highlight our large equipment replacement. So next year, we have 3 large pieces of equipment, a 10-wheel dump truck, a water truck, and a bucket truck that we need to replace, all approaching about 20 years of age. So again, we look at these replacements when there's still some salvage value left in these vehicles, but also ensuring that the safety of our staff and the ability to perform the work at hand.
Councilmember Orlando, I'm sorry, Councilmember Harris.
Yeah, thank you. Before we go into the equipment stuff, I just kind of wanted to ask you, Mayor and Council had implemented a policy in terms of how lane uses in order for speed of traffic to work, because construction workers were literally leaving cones and leaving items out there. And since we were talking about streets, I just kind of wanted to know, did the advancement of that policy, did that help? Do we see that helping traffic move smoothly? Or how are our partners being good partners in that area? Because that was something that a lot of Chandler residents complain about, which is speed of traffic and having too many construction projects going on at one time.
Through the mayor, Councilmember Harris. So that program is twofold. Part of that program is administered through development services and the permits that they issue to the private contractors. The other piece of that is administered by our CIP division through our capital program. So we have implemented in our specifications requirements and restrictions to ensure that traffic barricades don't stay up, beyond any work being completed. As far as we're concerned on the capital program side, I think that's very successful. Again, it takes a lot of communication and coordination to ensure that those are only remaining up as long as absolutely necessary.
Yeah, and Mayor and Council also wanted to make sure that how are we enforcing these? Are we seeing complaints? How are we enforcing that to make sure? Because I know sometimes when I'm out, I don't see any. I see cones. I don't see people. So and it could be being enforced, or it could be something going on. Because I know we implemented lane rental. So if they're not going to remove it, there's a rental or some type of fee that's connected to that. I just kind of wanted to know: are we making sure that we're sticking to the merits of literally quality of life, traffic flow, easement of that?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Harris. So again, on the capital side, we're able to control that with penalties if they are to exceed what we've approved through their schedule in terms of duration of that traffic control being in place. As of today, I'm not aware of any case where it's gotten to the point that we've actually had to back charge one of our contractors on the capital side for doing so. As far as our private permitted work, I don't have those statistics. I know that the program is still fairly new. I'd have to come back to you with the support of development services to bring those statistics to you.
Yeah, thank you. City manager, can you please have staff give us that data? Because I would like to see that. I want to know if there have been any issues with that program, any complaints from the city. I really want to know a little bit more deeper in terms of how we're enforcing, if there's been enforcement, what does that look like, any complaints around that?
Mayor, Councilmember Harris, we will get you that data.
All right, thanks.
And
Thank you.
Councilmember Harris, I'd say just anecdotally is I've seen a lot of work along Alma School, Chandler Boulevard and North as they've repaved and done a lot of work, is that there have been a lot of cones up, but they're not up overnight. It seems like even if there's no one at those sites, they take them down. And I've noticed a big difference over projects like that as opposed to earlier ones along Chandler Boulevard, where when we were doing the sewer replacements and others, it just seemed like there was not the consideration. So from my perspective, as I drive around, it's better.
Yeah, Mayor, I definitely agree that it is. It has gotten better. I just kind of want to make sure that because Mayor and Council implemented that, I just kind of want to make sure that we're keeping enforcement alive and making sure that we're keeping pressure on there. Because he did mention that it is a new program, but we want to make sure that we stay on it for the purpose of making sure that no one gets comfortable, that we stay on top of it for the quality of life for residents.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor.
Keep going, Jeremy.
Thank you. Okay, this is the final slide for our CIP related to streets, and I'd like to highlight our Chandler Boulevard, Price Road to Dobson project. This is the only new project in the program, and this will allow mill and overlay from Price Road to Dobson. It's being supported with federal funds, STP funds, and covers about 35% of the project. Along with this, and prior to that repaving, we will be also upgrading and replacing 2 of our existing water main lines that run through that corridor. So that will be a coordinated effort as well. But it's important that we upgrade those aged water lines before we put some nice new shiny pavement over the top of them.
Jeremy, let me ask you a couple questions before you move out of streets. You might cover this later too, but you had mentioned one, the large scale turf removal. What have we learned to do this better? Now that we're a year or two into this, it seems like either the citizen input or the color of rock. What have we learned from that? And then I've got a second question after.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So we've actually learned quite a bit. And, you know, from the original phase where we notified surrounding residents of our intent to move forward with a design, have them come to public meetings and provide us with comment and feedback, we're actually going to reach out to more of our residents. We're actually going to leverage what our planning and zoning group does in terms of project notification signs in some of these areas prior to the start of those public meetings. So the residents that may not live within a 300 or 400 foot radius of that basin, but still walk their dogs, bring their kids to that area, we will have a sign, QR code, information that they can look into to better educate themselves and be more aware of when these public meetings are going to be held, so we can ensure we get feedback from all that use those areas.
So more look at a model rather than geography, point of distance to users.
Absolutely.
Okay. My second question, since you mentioned Chandler Boulevard, I notice, and I'm getting more and more complaints about hydrogen sulfur and other gases that seem to linger along there, as well as what we've been hearing along Price. And again, I know we're replacing water lines, not necessarily waste lines and with the manholes, but what are we doing in this CIP in this budget to address the sewer gas that seems to be gathering more attention? I don't know if I'm going to say more prevalent or what, but it does seem that I hear more comments, and even when I'm driving in certain areas, I smell it more. How are we addressing that when we do street work or when we do sewer work in these areas, particularly Price and Chandler Boulevard?
So, Mayor, currently with our redundant 66-inch line that we're installing underneath the 202, we have bypasses that are in place as well. And that is attributing to some of those odors. So as what we learned from the Price relining project that wrapped up is we brought in, along with this contract, some actual odor scrubbing technology to scrub the air in the system while we're bypassing those lines. We also have some carbon units in manholes that are installed along the Pecos and Dobson intersection, and we monitor the hydrogen sulfide levels in those areas, and we change out those carbon filters on a fairly continuous basis, and that helps reduce the dramatic the odors in that neighborhood. We've also been working very closely with some of the property owners in that area and helping guide them as well to look at things that they can do as well to help those odors from coming into their building, addressing drains and vents that are on the private plumbing side, not so much the sewer collection side.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure that in our CIP and current that we are addressing these types of things. Thank you.
That's actually a good segue as we transition into our utility side. And with this first DP, going back to the adding cents to dollars theme, this DP request is for 2 FTEs for our wastewater collections division to bring in-house our own camera vehicle. and it requires two staff members to operate this equipment. They will be able to video our sewer system. One, it's a regulatory requirement that we do for all new construction. We have to video the lines along with testing those as they're brought into service. But our goal is to be able to clean and inspect our entire collection system every 5 years. Bringing this in-house, along with this transition period of relying on contracted help as we ramp up our footage, will help us meet that goal. And what I'll also cover when we talk about the purchase of the vehicle, this is a $500,000 offset to our operating budget. So bringing this program in-house has like a less than 2-year ROI for the division. So,
Mayor, I just wanted to take a pause because I wanted to just city manager open up with a recurring theme that, and this is maybe a good idea to show like how bringing it in-house versus what it costs outside contract when we talk about these FTEs that's coming. I think this is a perfect example because I know we need this work most expediently, but I think the outside contractor was like $500,000 or something like that. And now I'm bringing it in a house. We're going to save. Just can you just share that? Just reshare that part again. How much is the outside contractor, and by bringing it into in-house, what is that going to be the savings?
through the mayor, Councilmember Harris, we're expecting to save about $500,000 a year by bringing these services in-house.
Okay, that's kind of what I wanted to make sure that I know the budget process is a long day, but I just kind of wanted to show, just highlight this particular every part of the budget. I just wanted to highlight another part of how we're saving $500,000. So I just wanted to put that out there. So good job. Good job, City Manager. It's highlighted. It's been highlighted.
Thank you. Okay, moving along here. On this slide, I'd like to highlight our water conservation program and this DP. This DP is a DP that we've asked for in previous years for $500,000. It supports our rebate program, specifically focused on residential, commercial, and HOA rebates for turf removal. And so far, the success of this program has saved us about 16 million gallons of water per year, based on the almost 7 acres of turf that have been removed through the inception of this program. So very important program. We do recognize that eventually, we'll hit a point where it's no longer viable because most of our residents, our HOAs, will have done all this conversion. And we'll definitely have to look at different strategies to continue that conservation effort. On this slide, I'd like to highlight our reclaimed water interconnect facility. So if you recall, this is actually the third and final ramp up of RWIF. And since we brought that system online back in October of 2024, we had strategically ramped up that facility. It has a 10 million gallon a day capacity. The funding here that we're asking for is to cover the cost of power and chemicals to get us to that full 10 MGD capacity. The last DP I have for the utility side of the department is for solid waste. This is an ongoing DP. And if you recall, fairly typical DP that we do ask council for, it really is to support our annual CPI adjustment. We're contractually obligated to adjust these rates with waste management on an annual basis, and this covers that 2.9% increase based on the consumer price index. And with no further questions, I'll move forward to our utility and solid waste CIP. So on this slide, I'd like to highlight a new program, and this is our tipping floor equipment. And this is, again, one of those ideas where we're looking at bringing something in-house. Currently, we contract with an outside contractor to man our tipping floor at the RSWCC, as well as hauling off the solid waste that's brought in. One of the things that we've identified is that it really limits the competitiveness of our hauling contracts, because many of our hauling contractors throughout the valley don't have the capability or ability to operate a tipping floor as well. So what we're looking at doing is buying the equipment necessary. Does not require any additional FTEs. We have the necessary staff that man the facility that can operate this equipment. That includes a truck or tug to move the trailers that sit below the tipping floor that all this material is pushed into as residents bring it in, as well as a front end loader, and an excavator. Those are the pieces of equipment that will move the solid waste at the tipping floor level into the trailers below. So large capital investment to procure those pieces of equipment. But again, we expect a return on investment. This one will take a little bit longer. We are projecting, though, that we would see some savings with future hauling contracts, because we would eliminate the tipping floor component and we would increase the competitiveness with just the hauling piece with our hauling contractors. And that offset would go to pay back the capital purchase of this equipment over. We're expecting that to be about a 7-year return on investment. So diving in and focusing on our wastewater program, I want to highlight our sewer assessment and rehabilitation program. This program we've talked about quite a bit. It's focusing on the 7,000 manholes and 10 miles of main line that we know today that are in need of rehabilitation. And this ramp up will allow us to start to address these manholes and rehab them over a period of about 30 years. We're going to start, I'll say small, but still we're looking at 90 to 100 manholes a year, eventually getting to a point where we're rehabbing about 300 or 350 manholes per year. We have an RFQ out currently that has just closed, and we're evaluating those qualifications and those submittals to look at different technologies and how we might, again, speed this up and also save the city and the fund money in terms of how we rehab these manholes.
Mayor. Councilmember Orlando. Yeah, so when we say rehab manhole, what does that mean? I don't want to get too detailed, but I mean, a manhole's a manhole. I mean, what are we doing?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Orlando. So essentially, most of our manholes are concrete, and the H2S that's created in those environments slowly eat away at that concrete. So essentially what we're doing with rehabbing is we're replacing that structure with something that is corrosion resistant to H2S, whether that be fiberglass. There's other concrete mixes that are also corrosion resistant, fiberglass, liners. That's what we're researching. There's a lot of different options. Some options are quicker. Other options take a lot more time, require a lot more time, and require a lot more excavation. So we will balance all those based on the location and the needs of that individual manhole.
Okay, all right, so it's become a little more complicated, just replacing a cover, huh?
Correct.
Got it. Thank you.
Mayor. Yeah, just in terms of that, the manholes, I'm glad that we're working on this project. Why did we decide to go with? Why are we looking at 3? We put it out for, you said 3 to evaluate different technologies. What do you mean by? Is it 3 companies or 3 technologies, or are there different technologies out there? The reason why you selected 3?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Harris. I guess I apologize if I said 3. There are various options out there
Okay.
to rehab manholes.
Okay.
Some just off the top of my head are fiberglass inserts. Some are lining technologies. Some are using different mixture designs, different than just your standard concrete that are corrosion resistant. The other is just completely removing it and replacing it in kind. So there's all different ways of addressing a rehabilitation or replacement. What we're leveraging through this RFQ is to look across the gamut, what's all out there and what can we use in each scenario, essentially doing our due diligence to make sure we better spend that funding.
Okay, so you're saying that they could get in there and say, hey, this may not require a line. This requires a replacement. But by putting it out there, it's like, oh, we already have a team ready to do a full replacement if it's needed.
Correct.
Oh, okay, got it. Understand. Thanks, man.
On this slide, I'd like to highlight our water reclamation facility improvement project. This is essentially what we refer to as phase 3. Primary focus is at airport, our airport water reclamation facility. This project includes SCADA upgrades, material upgrades to our various processes. This is essentially a 30-year-old plant, and we're looking at upgrading about half of those processes through this phase. In future years, we have funding program to rehabilitate the remaining half as we move through that plant.
This is a 1-year project?
This project will span a little over, through the mayor, Councilmember Orlando. This project will span more than 12 months. But in order for us to initiate the construction GMP, we have most of the funding identified in fiscal year 26-27,
Okay.
but it will carry over into 27-28.
I assume so. Okay, good. And then you have another phase coming a few years from now?
Yeah, and 30-31, which will essentially address the other half of the plant. So as an example, we have 6 clarifiers. We'll address 3 of them now, the other 3 in the future project.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
On this slide, I'd like to highlight our Ocotillo brine reduction facility improvements. This project, hefty CIP investment here to the tune of about $33 million. What's important with this, though, is that this is Intel appropriation. So Intel essentially funds this, and this is for the abandonment of our brine ponds that are located near or south of our Alamosa Reservoir, and they support the Intel functions. And Intel has invested in processes on site that will eliminate the need for these ponds, hence why we're looking at abandonment of those ponds over the next couple of years. So on this slide, I'd like to call your attention to our CCTV truck, and the equipment cost for this is expected to be a little over $600,000. Again, as I indicated with the FTEs that we're requesting along with this to operate this vehicle, our expected return on investment is less than 2 years based on that $500,000 per year operational savings. Transitioning to our water system, like to highlight our main and valve program. Again, this is a program that we're investing a lot of money in. And this is a program where starting next year, we're looking at ramping up from our current average main replacement to at least 2 miles per year. And then over time, we'll look to ramp that up to even more miles. Eventually, our goal is to reach about 8 miles per year. Again, that's dependent on various factors, and we will work very closely with the impacted public and our residents as we define these programs. Internally, we've been working within the department and with other outside departments and agencies to figure out how we can streamline this process, where we can save time and money to better provide these projects in terms of acquiring easements or where real estate might be needed through design, and also coordinating with our pavement rehabilitation program. So we're taking all that information, we're leveraging our GIS, and we're developing project areas. One thing that we don't want to do is define a main replacement project in a neighborhood or on a street that we just mill and overlaid, a year or a couple of years prior. So those would move to the very bottom of the pile, and we'd focus on our more aged paved areas so we can leverage that funding and better make use of that dollar.
Mayor. Yeah, so Jeremy, the main replacement, the increase in miles, is that because we had the bond elections that we're able to now have the revenue stream for this?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Orlando, yes, that as well as rate increases are really the supporting factor for allowing us to move forward and continue that investment and to increase that investment.
So that you're looking at over the next few years, I heard you say we could double this next year because we have the revenue stream, and then looking forward, we're acquisition as well as combining with our repavement, we could actually make it up to 8 miles. Is that the goal?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Orlando, that is the goal, but just for clarification, right now as we kick off this program, we want to be conservative. We don't want to come out the gate running too quick. Our goal is to hit 8 miles at about the 10-year mark. So we will adjust as we learn more. If we're able to move quicker and more efficiently, we will reevaluate that mileage on an annual basis. But that's the goal. That's our start.
All right, but you did hit the key points as why we're just doing the 1 mile a year is obviously resources, reevaluation of processes. So that's good. At least we're addressing that issue is what I'm hearing you say.
Correct.
Great,
yes.
Thank you.
And related to that, so probably a lot of the advance is going to be rate increases beyond the CIP to ramp that up. So we shouldn't be surprised in order to achieve this, that's going to be part of rate increases, correct?
Yes, Mayor, that's absolutely correct.
Thank you.
All right, our next slide. There are some very large numbers on this slide. So I would like to highlight our water treatment plant improvements program. We had our groundbreaking in January of this year, and the graphic that you see there on the left is the work that's been done since that groundbreaking. We've excavated. The excavation is still ongoing in preparation for some underground piping work. And then this summer, in June, we anticipate staff bringing to council probably one of the single largest contract awards that Chandler has seen, which will exceed $100 million for the compactor itself. Along with the GAC compactor at this facility will also be a new solids handling facility. That solids handling facility will eliminate processes that we currently use called belt filter presses. They are water intensive, they are operator intensive, and moving to a technology that reduces the amount of water that we use to process those solids and reduce that water out of those solids, which reduces weight and also reduces cost in hauling that away as well. The compactor itself will also help us address and deal with unknown water quality that we'll receive from now and into the future related to the various water sources that we receive. On this slide, I'd like to highlight our water purchases. This funding is to support our ongoing involvement in the Bartlett Dam modifications. This is a large regional collaboration with SRP and 20 some other municipalities, and essentially rebuilding the dam in front of the existing dam at a higher elevation. It addresses some ongoing historical sedimentation issues in the reservoir, as well as adding capacity to the overall system. Even though collectively this is a very expensive project, the latest estimate is from SRP is reaching about $4 billion. But with our share in that, it is still one of the cheapest options to us in terms of water resources. So very important project for us to be involved in. And with that, I think that concludes my slides.
Council questions?
Great job. Thank you.
Thank you. Is lunch ready? All right, getting a lot of, all right. Council, we're about little 15 minutes or so behind. Why don't we cut 10 minutes off our lunch? That'll get us close. So it gives us 50 minutes. So Council, I will see you in here in 50 minutes. Let's do it.
We need our whole lunch. It's too much.
That'll be, what's that? 50 minutes, 5-0. 12:35.
I believe in everything. I believe in a miracle.
I believe I'll eat a cookie.
I believe. I do believe that.
It's a good movie.
I
Go watch
believe
it.
I can fly.
The Michael Jackson movie.
I haven't seen it yet.
I
I've heard
know.
so many people
We need
say
to
it's
jump
really
into
good.
it. Because you saw
You probably know Mr. Harkins.
Because you're that kind of guy. Actually, I called you Howard and I said, you're that kind of guy. I'm like, you're right. He's already not seen the premiere, but I said, I want to see it with you. So he's going to come. That was a good question. The future's looking better already. I have so many baby boys. He's one of them. He's one of them. Only is trying to be mom.
All right.
Yeah. All right, come on down. Jennifer's lit. Jennifer's lit. Boom. She's right on time.
All right, Council. Thank you for being here promptly. City Manager, let's start part 2.
We've got neighborhood resources up.
There you go.
Mayor and council, we have our
Right.
neighborhood resources director up, and she is ready to hit the ground running.
I am ready to go. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thanks for having me here today to present our budget. I'm excited about it.
Mhm.
I do know that it's post-lunch, so if I see any of you nodding, I'll just assume that you're enthusiastically supporting our initiatives. Oh, look at my baby. That's the best.
I'm sure that's not your script.
That is actually my dog, though. That's fantastic. Oh, wow. Whale watching. My favorite thing to do, yeah. All right. So today I'd like to start by telling you about some of our accomplishments. So the first one I want to highlight is, of course, the opening of Villas on McQueen, our new affordable housing community. As you know, we will have 157 new units. 78 of those will be project-based vouchers that we operate, and the other 79 will be in partnership with our partner Gorman and Company. We're extremely excited. You're all invited to come and join us for the grand opening in mid-June. The other item I'd like to highlight today is our Golden Neighbors program. Seems it's a newer program. It's 5 years old. We're having our 5-year birthday this year, I believe, on May 7th. You're all invited to that as well. And as you know, we are serving Chandler residents that are 55 and older, and our primary goal is just to have socialization opportunities, provide resources, and really prevent that isolation that can happen when you're an older adult. So we're very proud of that program. This last year, we served over 300 seniors in that program. Yes. Okay, so here's a quick look at our budget. We are about almost $49 million budget. We have 71 team members. But as you know, a large part of our budget is grant funded, almost 80% of our budget. And that is largely because we are funded from the Department of Housing and Urban Development. They fund so many of our things, from housing to community infrastructure supporting low-income neighborhoods. About 10 million is general fund. So I'm going to go over our decision packages. You can follow along on pages 48, 49, and 53. So on this page, I'm going to highlight the one that's on the page. It is our housing recreation specialist, and this is a new position. It is 100% offset. It will be funded by community development funds that we get from our partner HUD, and it will be serving specifically the residents of Villas on McQueen. So we hope to expand what we can do in youth services with our expanded housing at Villas on McQueen. Any questions before I leave this slide? All right, this slide is a representation of just those extra things that we need to support our converted positions. So our converted positions are one of my favorites, our community navigators that support people experiencing homelessness, and a neighborhood preservation officer that does code enforcement in our community. So these are just those things that are needed as we move them from temporary positions to full-time positions. Any questions before I leave this page?
We will let you know.
All right, perfect. I won't ask then. So on this page, I'd like to highlight our heat relief program. Why? Because we started our heat relief program today. It's May 1st, and we've started with our permanent partner Ascend. We were really fortunate to do some rehab at their facility this year so that we could host our heat relief services there. So this item will fund both day respite center at Ascend as well as overnight services for in the hottest portion of our summer. That's about a 90-day period where we have the most fatalities each year. So we provide that overnight service. And then, of course, we will have our 8 cooling stations around Chandler also supported through this item.
Mayor?
And just so it's, what is it, June 15th through September 15th, the overnight service this year at Ascend?
Yeah, I want to say we start on the 18th and then go about 90 days this
Great,
year.
okay.
Mhm.
Councilmember Orlando.
Thanks, Mayor. We have wraparound services for this as well.
We do. Through the mayor, Councilmember Orlando, our community navigators provide, who are on shift 7 days a week, they provide that wraparound services, and Ascend really provides that important infrastructure to operate the program.
And how many overnights? How many beds do you have for overnight?
So we have about 40 beds. And this year, because we were able to do that rehab to the Ascend facility, we have 3 separate rooms that we can do that in, which is great because now we have separate room for families with children, separate room for women, and a separate room for men, which is
And are you still doing the program with the churches and religious institutions?
absolutely, that's our iHelp program that offers emergency shelter every night in our community year round.
And how many are looking at for that service?
It depends. Each night is a little bit different because churches can host a different number of people each night, but I want to say our average is about 25.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would concur.
Thank you, Mayor.
And just, I do remember last year that we, in the heat relief program, we had through the senior center, a number of people that basically were not interested in services. And this was a thing that kicked them over, and your team was able to actually help them get housed and get services and get off the street. Do we anticipate same thing this year? What are your thoughts?
Mayor, that's exactly right. That overnight service really helped us build trust and have a consistent service. And we saw incredible success last year because of that. So our community navigators also staff the overnight service. So it's a very consistent service push, and we were able to house a lot of people through our heat relief program last year.
Very good.
Yeah.
Councilmember Ellis.
I would like to encourage the members of the council to take one night and go over there and check it out. I was last year when you did it over at the senior center. I was incognito one night. I didn't look like this. I just show up, just like I was one of the people there because that's how I show up on Sunday morning when we are Madison and 12. And frankly, the service was amazing. So thank you so much. And I see some of your team here. I would like to recognize you guys really publicly for everything you have done to make this program really viable. Not only that, but it serves its purpose as a portal where people can come in and then we can actually capture them to be able to serve them properly. Thank you again for everything you have done. Appreciate you all.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I know that they appreciate that so much. And Ascend, incredible partner. And also our community services department, who will continue to provide our backup in case something happens at our facility. Okay, moving on this slide, I'd like to highlight our Envision program. So as you know, our Envision program currently serves 5 neighborhoods. And this is that program that really gets close to a neighborhood and helps them build their own capacity, helps them engage with each other to create the kind of community that they want in their local neighborhood. And it also helps us address sensitive issues when they arise. And it allows us to pull in all the city departments to see how we can make a difference in one community. We also work with the Chandler Unified School District and all sorts of members of our community. And this has been a very impactful program. So we are asking again for one-time funds to support that. On this slide, I'd like to highlight our TNR program. As you know, we contract with Saving One Life, and they do very meaningful work in the community to make sure that we keep our feral cat population stable to decreased, and also keeping them healthy, making sure disease doesn't spread in that population. So we're again asking for funding to continue that work.
Mayor?
Councilmember Orlando.
Thank you, Mayor. The TNR program, is that we funded this for last year? The same amount?
Yes, last year we started with 30,000 and then through the year, through a council amendment and some other funding, we increased that to 47,000.
Okay, can we kind of reverse this a little bit? Can we go back to the provider
Sure.
and some of the stakeholders, as you know, the names, and let's get a better feel for what we think we'll need? Because if we do council amendment budgets, I like to, you know, address the issue once, piecemealing throughout the year. And I appreciate you being flexible in your programming and the council being flexible in the programming. But I do think what I heard from them, the community, that they're trying to get ahead of the cat population, and that extra funding was helping them do that. So I'd like to stay ahead of this because in the long term, it'll be decreasing. Obviously, if we start staying ahead of this program.
Be happy to do that.
Mayor.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ross.
And can you also make sure that we are very much proactive into making sure that this company that we contract with do what exactly we asked them to do? One of the things that was missing from this last year, that's why we ran out of money so fast, is because they did not do the education that we expected them to do. So they concentrated only on one thing, and they didn't have the manpower that they told us that they had in order to educate the communities and passing on. So the stakeholders that are on board trying to request more and more funds, we need to also educate them to work with that company to push them to continue to educate our community, because this thing is not going to stop as long as we don't have education. So that's the biggest component, and I will expect to see something on my desk and the rest of the council, mayor and council, about the educational part. I don't want to put all that money in there. Neither will I need. I did sponsor that with Councilmember Orlando and Councilmember Encinas to add that more money to bring it up to the 47,000. But right now, I think the 30,000 is where we need to stay, because that included education, and I did not get education for my money last time. All right. So thank you so much. Appreciate it.
And that is it.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council, City leadership. I really appreciated how John started his talk about how the budget was developed from the grass roots. Should set the tone for all of us.
For the
Hey,
artificial turf.
oh, what did we do here? Okay. All right. What fun. AI has been great, right? All right, so I'll let you peruse through our accomplishments as I talk about how we as Chandler continue to deliver one of the strongest, most comprehensive community services portfolios in the region. Across the spring and summer alone, our team has offered an over 1,000 unique classes, programs, camps, and events spanning aquatics, sports, enrichment, outdoor and nature discovery, adaptive recreation, wellness, teen leadership, center-based special events. And that doesn't even count all our partner organizations like the Little Leagues and the youth soccer leagues that we support through our facilities. With this budget, our quality of life in Chandler benefits from an exceptional network of facilities. This supports 6 different recreation centers, 4 of our public libraries, and now the Discovery Library, the one on wheels, as well as our 6 aquatic centers, over 70 developed parks, which is over 1,300 acres, 25 pickleball courts, 4 dog parks, 3 spray pads, an archery range, a bike park, a disc golf course, a 38,000 square foot skate park, and a partridge in a pear tree. This definitely is an extensive support for everything from shared use pathways to our lakes at our Veterans Oasis and Desert Breeze Park. Talk to the fishermen out there, you'll get a lot of good insights. Together, these investments underscore Chandler's commitment to high quality, inclusive, and innovative experiences for all of our residents. I certainly want to extend appreciation to Matt, Sylvia, and our budget team, our community services leadership, as well as our administrative support team. We've really taken on a data-driven approach to these assemblage of proposals that we have for you, Mayor and Council, today. So with that, any questions on our accomplishments? Okay. I can go down. and talk about that $43 million investment into all of the things that I just talked about. The 193.375 of our FTEs, staff keeps reminding me that I equate the 3.375. That's all I really do contribute is the 0.375. But nonetheless, a great team of making a big difference in Chandler. So our funding sources, primarily from the general fund, as well as our couple of trust funds. And we've got some supplemental requests this year to make sure that we've got capacity in those trust funds. That's money that comes to us through donations or through the Friends of the Library. So that's it. That additional capacity is because we have that financial resource. We have our page numbers for the proposed budget. And we'll jump right into the FTE or the decision package requests. The first one is for our urban forestry management. As John mentioned, this is one of those where we have had historically one-time funding. We're taking and requesting the 1 FTE for our lead in this area to help support our urban forester and all the work that they do. The ongoing amount represents the salaries and associated costs with that FTE. And then the one-time amount is our contractual dollars that will help us use contractors and arborists throughout the system. We know that we are closing in on our summary for the rights of way, our summary of inventory for all of the trees. We're going to be close to 28,000 trees within our park system and our rights of way that we are stewards of. So this investment helps us get ahead of storm, helps us get ahead of disease, helps us get ahead of those lost areas where we have trees in our community. The next item is another of those where historically we've had contractors doing this work. Contract labor represents a significant amount of how we execute our business in parks maintenance. This is a transfer from contract into that 1 FTE, and that ongoing amount is references the percentage increases to our contracts for things like mowing, restroom cleaning, and the type of labor necessary to maintain the system.
Councilmember Orlando.
So John, the urban forestry management, I heard you preventive, and I know we had a really hot weather last year and the year before. Are they being proactive in ensuring these trees remain stable, alive? What exactly? Give me a little more information on what.
Mayor, Councilmember Orlando, it's one of the best investments that we can make today is not only just planting the trees so that we can enjoy them 20 years from now, but taking care of the ones that have been planted, as well as those young tree pruning. We know we had a very extreme weather incident on August 25th last year, where we lost a large number of trees, over 140. And we know that those trees that received preventative pruning, not a single one fell. So that's really very specific evidence that we can show that this investment, when done and done right, is money well spent.
That's a good, thank you. Put that in perspective for us. So we would have lost 140 trees, what I'm hearing you say, if it wasn't for the catching it early, the pruning, whatever the case may be, right?
Exactly. The thinning and the approach to proper structural managing of the trees is what our urban forestry team does, as well as those that are under contract for us.
And then I understand you're taking over the medians as well. Is that correct?
Mayor
Right.
and council member, yes. Last year, we funded that transition from streets into the parks department. Streets has been absolutely wonderful in transferring the knowledge base.
Yeah.
And we have a superintendent and a handful of staff that are working with primarily the contractors to do the ongoing maintenance. And that's everything from DG to the plants to the trees within the medians.
So I understand the urban forestry manager was able to speak with our water folks. And I think this was a group effort where not to water those trees as much, not cutting them down as much so that they could preserve them longer. Because we were really cutting shrubbery down a lot and it costs you more water to have them regrow, regenerate. I understand that was one of the ideas out of that meeting that you got, or that group you put together.
Mayor and council members, this is one of our moves towards sustainable landscape maintenance, both in the park system as well as the rights of way. It's a different way of pruning our plants. It's a different way of watering, all geared towards water conservation, smart water use, establishing a ground cover across all of our acreage. And we talked, Jeremy talked earlier about the turf to xeriscape conversion. It's all in the same line. Between our water conservation team and our landscape team, we have some of the best in the industry that are helping us navigate and to take care of those now over 2,000 acres when we throw in the 430 of rights away.
Okay.
So it's a large program, and it is definitely a different way. It's a different think. It's not the pruned Disneyland look. Plants will be more natural. Plants will ultimately need less water, and plants will not be cut off and have to be taken to the dump.
Gotcha.
So really focusing on the labor necessary and the best horticulture practices for the plants.
All right, I'm convinced it's worth it. Thanks, John.
Thank you. Excellent. Moving right along. So this next one is our recreation program expansion. This to the highlight, this is 100% revenue offset. So that's the personal fitness to the pickleball leagues, to the different types of programs for camps. This gives us the financial capacity to spend what we're making. The park utility cost is a whopper. We've definitely been spending time, hats off to Luke Saray and Josh Adams for spending and taking a really deep dive into water use, electrical use, and all of these different areas. But we've identified this capacity necessary to meet the increases in those areas of utility costs and the others. And in the book itself, it stands out as a utilities as a pretty large percentage increase year over year. And that's tied to these decision packages as well. The expansion as well, Matt talked about this. This is the move to ongoing amount that we've had year over year when we added the 11,000 square feet. This is primarily capacity for staff to cover all of those events. This as well, one time from out of the community services department for our part-time staffing increase. This is a one-time opportunity for us to really focus on a number of different programs out of our administration, including marketing, including a lot of the effort in updating our website and other areas. This gives us the capacity to take care of that. And then the 104 is tied to our adaptive recreation programs. We called it stabilization because we have, through the years, we have depended upon philanthropy from RAD and then from DDD for supporting our special needs programming. And we want to make sure that those programs don't have to stop if those funding sources aren't there. So we've got the capacity set and ready to rock and roll with keeping those programs happening. This too is that amount for that trust fund appropriation, primarily the Friends of the Library. And then we have some capacity for the libraries. Additional, so that's one-time additional supply cost through the library collection. I'm going to have Kurt Hoffman come up. Kurt has taken on the role of Senior Planning Manager for the Community Services, and he'll go through our CIP. Any other questions?
Thanks, John. Wow, I might need to get a picture of this. I like that. Probably
Kurt,
one of
you
the
and
best pictures
Sandeep
I've
had
ever
some-
taken.
You and Sandeep have a little bit of overlap concerning.
No, very nice. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Like John said, I'm fairly new in this position. Was promoted it's about 4 weeks now. So this is my first presentation, so bear with me. I mean, this is a big thing. And then to fall into Mickey's footsteps is another whole other thing. So, but yeah, I've been with the city for it'll be 25 years this year, but I've been in parks about almost 5 years now. So enjoy it, and glad to be here to do this presentation. Like to just say that I'll go briefly over our capital improvement program that includes our parks, recreation, and library divisions. The first program I'd like to go over is our right-of-way landscape improvements. And John kind of briefly went over what that is. We've had this program for now a little bit over a year, taking over from streets, and our parks maintenance staff has done a pretty good job right now in maintaining those areas. So with the funding of this program, we will continue the landscape rehabilitation, revegetation, and improvements to our right-of-ways and medians throughout the city. The next program that I'll go over is our existing neighborhood park improvements. The existing neighborhood park improvements, this kind of goes along with our community park improvements, which I'll go over a little bit later. These two programs are kind of our bread and butter of our CIP program, and they help to ensure that our parks are kept up to date and meet the residents' expectations. This program funding has been included each year for the renovation and repair of playgrounds, sport courts, irrigation, ramadas, and landscaping of our existing neighborhood parks. Our next program that I'll go over is the Mesquite Groves Park site. The Mesquite Groves Park site is on a 90-acre parcel. It's on a 98-acre parcel located off the corner of Riggs Road and Val Vista Drive, just north of Basha High School. We are currently in the design and will be receiving the 60% construction documents within the next week. So we're kind of excited about that. This program will provide additional funding for the design and construction of phase 1 of the park, and we'll be using the system development fees for this portion. Let's see. How do you do the page down? Sorry. Oh, there we go. Okay, the next one we got going is the Snedeker Sportsplex. The Snedeker Sportsplex complex was originally developed in 1990. The original 30 acres of this park was utilized by the Milwaukee Brewers as their spring training facility. Since the departure of the Brewers in 1995, an additional 65 acres have been developed, and today's totals 90 acres in size. The Snedeker Sportsplex is a very popular park utilizing for both adults and youth sport leagues. It's 22 sport fields, dog park, skate park, recreation center, cricket field, and playground are all heavily used amenities. With this original infrastructure approaching 35 years old, this program will provide funding for the design of new irrigation, fencing, lighting, and other park improvements. The Mesquite Groves Park site Phase 1B. This program will provide funding to continue with the design and construction of the remaining portion of Phase 1 by using our park bond funds that we received from the special bond election this past November. So with that, originally there was going to be 3 phases to the project. Now we're kind of into 2. And so the 1B is pretty much Phase 2, what Phase 2 used to be. And so it's nice to be, I think a total acreage of what we're going to be building is about 50 acres of that site. Next program is the existing community park improvements repairs. This program is very similar to our existing neighborhood park improvements program. Community parks is an investment in the future and well-being of individuals and groups, as well as continued viability if the communities within Chandler. This program allows us to provide community park improvements throughout the city. Funding has been included each year for the renovation and repair of playgrounds, sport courts, irrigation, ramadas, and landscaping at each of our 9 existing community parks. The next program I'll go over is the Lantana Ranch Park site. In 2004, the city purchased approximately 70 acres of land located south of the Chandler Airport as part of a regional drainage system. 51 acres of the site still have or will be developed as additional open space and utilized for general recreation. Phase 1, which is an 8 acres in size, was completed in 2022 and serves the neighborhood park needs for the adjacent community. This program will allocate funding for the design of the remaining 43 acres, which would be just east of McQueen and south of Queen Creek. Like our existing parks, the design of this portion of the park will be based off of input we receive from public meetings that we will hold throughout the design process, as well as from the strategic master plan. The next program I'll go over is we'll go over the aging park landscape revitalization. Aging park revitalization is similar to the other programs, and it provides funding to replenish granite, trees, and shrubs in our existing parks. So we kind of I get with our parks maintenance folks, and we kind of go over which parks they believe are in need of, this revitalization of, sometimes we'll see DG that's just, almost dirt. There's not really much left. So we kind of just plan out which parks we think that need to go, and we'll just get someone to go out there and do those for us. The next program is the existing athletic field improvement repairs. The city currently has 64 natural turf athletic fields that are utilized daily for both adult and youth sports leagues play and practice. It is imperative that the turf on these fields is conditioned to handle and recover from the stress caused by the heavily athletic use. This program provides funding for enhancements to these fields in an effort to improve playing surfaces. Improvements can include irrigation system improvements, top dressing, new sod, infield improvements, and additional fertilization applications. The next program I'll go over is the parks maintenance equipment replacement. This program provides funding to ensure quality maintenance standards continue to be a top priority for the city's park system. In an effort to provide well-maintained parks for residents, the city is initiating an equipment replacement program that will provide staff the necessary tools to maintain existing park and open spaces.
Councilmember Poston.
Thank you. I just had a question on the athletic field maintenance and repair. Is that sort of a standard overall maintenance just because of the day-to-day use? Or are there any parks that maybe you're targeted to truly do some improvements on those fields? Or is that kind of a budget line that really is about what it takes to maintain those fields over a year?
Through the mayor, council member Poston. Yeah, that's basically due to the wear and tear from.
Kind of a standard
Yeah.
operating O&M. Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
Yes.
And
If I might,
Yes.
these are a little above and beyond that we've worked into the CIP programming
Okay.
beyond our general fund maintenance budgets. So we'll use this to go in and totally replace the infield mix
Okay.
of the ball fields, which we've done a number of. We'll go in and do what we call drill and fill to get a better, so drilling capacity, filling with sand to help break up the compacted soils that we have in our wonderful desert. But this capacity has been consistent in our CIP programming to do those a little bit larger than just the regulars, the way I understood your question.
That's exactly what I was
Okay,
asking. Yes,
thank you, Mayor.
And somewhat related, obviously is there a way to make our fields better apart from cutting use? I realize that's kind of the dilemma. We want fields to be able to be used by everybody, but the more use on there, it just really destroys the grass. Is there, years ago, we used to do some fallow programs, but is there anything that, apart from less use, that we could do that could keep the grass greener on this side of the field, so to say, or the fence?
Mayor, that's a really great question. It's an enduring question. How do we keep sports fields green throughout the year with a significant amount of use? It really does go right back to how the fields are built. We know that we've used a different technique with the new softball fields and softball baseball fields at Tumbleweed, in having a strong sand base for the root zone and maintaining that Bermuda root zone. Technology has continued to advance in the horticulture of turf development. So we have what's called Turf Tough on this latest project, and our team is definitely impressed with how it stayed green longer and it's greening up sooner as the temperatures warm up. So Bermuda, typically when it's below 70 degrees at night, Bermuda's not growing. So one of the things that our team is consistently doing, again, I'm super proud of our staff and a horticulturalist that we have on team to be able to come up with some new ideas. We hear the community, we're dealing with them every day. And the fact is, we are just shy of having enough field space to accommodate the cleats that are out there every day. So with the addition of Mesquite Groves, with the addition of Lantana Ranch, with this investment for Desert Breeze, as well as the investment for Snedeker, I feel confident that we'll come up with a plan and do some trials. We added not too long ago lights at Chuparosa And we've added fields. We're doing the field project at Tumbleweed as well, evaluating that, doing a little bit of improvements. This concept that we did with the festival grounds, with the drill and fill, putting sand into the soil at a nice deep 12 to 18 inches, helps to break up and build a better root zone. And that's what we want to strive to save, is the root zone. So that's where the staff is going, but it takes these resources, this consistent investment, and then that scheduling. So it's the objective is to not cut play, but at the same time, play is what creates the degradation of the fields.
Good answer. Thorough answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. All right. The next program is the Turf to Xeriscape program. This one is fairly new to us. We don't have any funding this year after the completion of the WIFA grants. So we're kind of getting our hands around how this is going to be handled. It's going to be mostly removing non-functional turf in our parks and open spaces. So just that, and then finding vegetation that's drought tolerant and water wise, so the plants can thrive in minimal irrigation. So with that, is there any questions?
Thank you. I think we're good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Keep the grass green on this side of the fence.
Mayor, Council, AI may be good for a lot of things, but it does not know how many grandchildren I have. So I need it on record that I have 4 grandchildren, not 3 grandchildren. Okay. As far as our accomplishments go, I just want to mention our number one accomplishment that we have is an amazing staff that's behind me today that put in countless hours to provide quality of life for us. So I just want to say thank you to all of my team. As far as a couple of our accomplishments this year, our special events completed the transition and integration of our paper special event application to our digital e-approval platform. The team provided training and individual assistance to any producers who needed the extra help. Being Eddie Basha, the museum opened up its 6th event. This is an exhibit that has been years in the making. The Museum Foundation hosted an opening event, and we will continue to have programming on Eddie Basha throughout the year. And in the fall, we will have the Herd Basket Museum that will be moving to our museum. So we're very excited about that.
Kim, when you said moving, this is a temporary display, or?
It is.
Okay,
It is a
thank you.
temporary basket exhibit that is the Basha's baskets that are currently at the Herd Museum, and we have partnered with them to move the exhibit to our museum.
And that's October?
It'll be in the fall. I'll get you the exact day as it gets closer. It was going to run through May, but due to the success of it, they have pushed the timeline, but we still get it in the future.
Thank you.
Yeah. We have a total of 38.275 full-time employees and just shy of $7.3 million in our operating budget. The majority of our funding is general fund, with a very small amount from the municipal, museum, and special event trust funds. All of our decision packages can be found on pages 43 and 44. The first one is a Center for the Arts Production Senior Staff. This person would be responsible for technical production of performances and community engagement programs, and would include student workforce development. This is a 50% offset with the school district, with the CUSD. The next 2 part-time positions would be a 50% offset with the Chandler Cultural Foundation. The first is a cultural arts specialist of 32 hours, and they would be responsible for recruiting, training, scheduling, and oversight of volunteers, of which the CCA has 194 active volunteers
who perform over 9,000 hours of service annually. And the second one would be a part-time events assistant who would be responsible for concession operations and support of special event with the food and beverage operation. On this one, I'd like to highlight the museum program temporary staffing. This assists in the supplemental of the museum operations, including marketing and volunteer coordination, museum reps, collections assistant, research assistant, which we do a great deal of, installers for both exhibits and arts, and some of our educators. And then the 32,000 for the O&M for Tumbleweed Ranch, we'll see that again in our CIP, and this is the O&M that will go into the parks budget.
Councilmember Poston.
Thanks, Mayor. Kim, are we doing field trips at Tumbleweed Ranch right now, or are they still on hold?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Poston, they are on hold, but we will be doing them soon as when we get to the CIP, we'll see that phase 1 and phase 2 of the ranch are going to be happening this summer, and then we'll start those programs back up.
Oh,
they do
possibly
still,
in the fall or maybe next year?
probably in the spring.
Okay.
However, we do isolated field trips at the museum. So they're not at the ranch the way they used to be, but we are still doing them in the museum.
Okay, thank you.
The two I'd like to discuss on this page is the special events senior specialist. With the completion of Dr. A.J. Chandler Park in the fall and early spring, this position will assist with the programming and activation of the park, coordinating with community services, cultural development, the DCCP, and outside promoters to have daily, weekly, and monthly events in addition to the larger events that we typically have at the park. And the next item is the Arts and Culture Master Plan. This master plan will provide a clear roadmap to invest in creativity, strengthen our identity, and drive economic and social vitality over the next decade. And last but not least, we have given to the Chandler Symphony Orchestra since 2006. This is its 34th season, and this year the request is for $40,000. As we move into our CIP, we have $288,000 for the Center for the Arts. We typically have $200,000 every other year for improvements. This year we added a few additional things such as a main stage wireless microphone package, LED lighting fixtures, and banquet chair refurbishment. CUSD also gives us a revenue offset of $129,000 of this $288,000. And then, as we heard, Dr. A.J. Chandler Park is currently underway. This $10 million completes the second half of the funding for the park. Next is Tumbleweed Ranch at $5.8 million. This will complete phase 1 and phase 2 of Tumbleweed Ranch, and the improvements will include the red shed amphitheater seating and site improvements, a shade structure, an entry gate, parking, the farmhouse improvements, an arbor structure, and the planting of trees to provide shade for the future. And then the Washington Street improvements, as council knows, over the years, we've had heavily involvement in the Southside Village neighborhood. We've been working very closely with the churches and the Salvation Army. We do already have recently approved funding from council for the design of Washington Street. And then in 27-28 is when the improvements are supposed to come to fruition.
Mayor.
Councilmember Orlando.
Yeah, Kim, the design phase is, how much is the design phase in this year's?
The design phase was in last year's funding.
Last year, okay.
It was.
So you'll be done with that, and then
we'll move
potential
forward.
construction starting. And what's the total of this project? Without me looking it up.
It's approximately $9 million, but we haven't went out for funding yet. So as we move forward, or excuse me, for the bidding yet. So as we get closer, we'll know a little bit more. We do have money in for street improvements and also alley improvements in case there is any infrastructure that we need to put in there as well.
The last question came on this one, the water mains, I know that came up during our work session. Is that included in this? Or that's something separate line item budget in the water department?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Orlando, right now, the way the way we believe it's going to be built, we believe we're going to have the capacity and we may not need to do additional water in
Oh, okay.
Washington.
Sewer line, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. Okay, thanks. Thanks, man.
And last but not least, we have downtown's the oldest part of our community, and we have quite a bit of pavers throughout the downtown. We did do a paver study, and we took the recommended improvements and broke them up into 6 different phases. The first 2 phases you see here, but phase 1 is everything around Dr. A.J. Chandler Park, so that when we do open up the park, it will ensure that we have ADA compliance all around it. And then you will see different sections each year as we move forward that will be completed to make sure that it's all nice and flat. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mayor and council. Oh, yes. I like making soup and reading murder mystery. I'm honored to be here on behalf of the court and to share some of our accomplishments this year. I'll direct you to the page where it says our top 5. The couple I wanted to highlight was the first one. Among all the courts in Arizona, Chandler Court was selected as the recipient of a technology award because of our use of the ILA device. And as you know, the court's function is to administer justice fairly, impartially, and efficiently. And that ILA device, the instant language access device that we use, has over 132 languages, has AI incorporated, and we're able to serve the public more efficiently because it translates instantly. And we're not the only department that uses it now. Many departments in the city do use it, but we use over 50% of it citywide. And we've accessed over 44 languages over the last year and a half. And so it's been very effective. The other thing I wanted to acknowledge is that we have invested in our staff professional education and development. Many of you know that the court is one of the few departments in the city that has entry-level positions, and so we spend a lot of time investing in their upskilling and in their skills and their customer service ability. So in this last bullet point, you'll see that we've spent over 770 hours this last fiscal year in continuing education, cross-training, which makes our team members more employable and able to promote better among other departments in the city as well. So we invest a lot in our team members. And as any director would say, the biggest, best resource we have is our personnel and our staff. And so we are happy to invest that time and energy into our team. The other thing I want to mention is that the court continues to strengthen partnerships within the city and also with outside stakeholders. We work very closely with IT and developing new technology to help the public. We also work closely with neighborhood resources, with our support court, our navigators, and then the different programs like Envision that the court participates in to try to educate the public about the services that we offer, providing information and access, because that is ultimately what we want to provide for the city residents here, is access to the court and information on how we can be helpful. Our budget is just over $6 million. We have 42 full-time employees. We are funded by the general fund entirely, although there is some offset because we do provide some revenue. We all know that the court's function is not to generate revenue. It's a byproduct of what we do as a day-to-day function, but just so that you're understanding that that portion of that is contributed back to the general fund. And our packages are on page 41 and 42. We have 3 minor, relatively small packages. They're similar to what we had last year. They're all one-time funding. We had conversations with our city manager about whether or not to convert a couple of these to full-time positions, but after consideration, we determined that the best use in these particular situations are to keep these positions as part-time and temporary. And that is because it gives us a lot of flexibility for security reasons. When we have large dockets and many people come into the court for different cases, we can increase our security personnel. And when we have lower dockets or less busy dates, we can decrease our personnel for security. Same with temp staffing. And the third one there, magistrate services, that is the one that we use to help our police department offset the in custody docket when we have folks that are arrested, to alleviate some of the overcrowding or issues with in custody defendants. We have an extra docket that we have in the afternoon to see those people in custody. We can let them go if we can sooner, and it keeps the police from having to keep them overnight and transporting them. So that has been very effective, and I believe that it's not a very big price considering the big outcome that we get for it. And it's one time. And the reason it's one time is because as things evolve, we may find other ways to address that issue with the in custody docket and the people that we arrest overnight from the police department. We do have one CIP that has been on the calendar for a couple of years. It's earmarked to start this next fiscal year for our customer service enhancement. It involves two parts, the outside window that will be converted to a customer service window. That will allow us to maybe be open for outside hours without having to open the whole court and have security and personnel in the building. And the other item is to upgrade our customer service windows to make it more convenient for our staff to sit more comfortably and be more ADA compliant, as well as allow our public that come to the windows to be able to hear and function better with our personnel at the windows. I will entertain any questions.
So is there any movement on my suggestion of the coffee house law bros that will operate out of the window too? Or
Yeah, coffee and payment plans. Yeah.
there you go. Law
Also,
bros.
and I know Councilmember or Vice Mayor Encinas was hoping we would upgrade our customer service benches. I know they're not comfortable, but we have to wipe them down every day, so we have to have them sort of certainly. Yeah, they're very hard and uncomfortable, but we won't ask why he was there.
I had some things to take care of. I was just looking out for the customer experience and doing my duties. But I do have a quick question.
Yes.
The concept of the outside window and stuff, have other cities done that before, or?
The only city that I know has had that was Scottsdale City Court, and it was not necessarily their window. It was a police window that they had open during COVID, and the court was able to use it to function as a customer service window to make payment plans and address some of the very easy concerns that someone may have walking up to the building to avoid having to come in and during COVID. But I don't believe they keep it open year round.
Okay, good to know, just because it would help with like some efficiencies, like you said, security, the amount of traffic coming in and stuff. Very, very good idea.
Yes, we actually tried a pilot and had a Saturday court. It wasn't as successful because it wasn't an ongoing thing. It was kind of a once in a year kind of thing. We didn't have a lot of people come for that, but now that we would have this window available, we may be able to play with the idea of having a late night hours occasionally, maybe a couple times a month, or as the police department renovates their downtown station, that window may serve as a place to pay bonds for people to get a custody and that sort of thing. So it can be flexible.
So one last question on that for me anyway. Is there, just because of the direction it's facing south, will there be shade on that too, as well as lighting? How will the outside look? That didn't really show in the photo.
We don't have the markup all together yet because it's scheduled to start July 1st this year to get everything started and moving forward. But it will have an awning and designation for that to be available for the folks to come up. So a walkway and an awning and a counter. I don't know what the sun effect will have because of the way the buildings are placed. The police department may provide some shade to that part of the building. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. I get to present today on Law Department budget. Let's see, where's my dogs? And I am excited to take the family to Japan this month, later this month. Page down. Great. So we continue to provide legal and risk management support to all of the city departments. To highlight a few accomplishments this past year, we stayed on our toes monitoring federal regulatory changes that might affect things like federal grant funding, and we advised relevant departments. We continue to play a pivotal role in the city's water management with our legal support on water rights, sustainability, water agreements, and litigation. We just celebrated a victory in the case involving the Roosevelt Water Conservation District. We are privileged to have an attorney with water law expertise in-house, as you know. Our prosecution team conducted more than 8,600 cases, and we'd like to thank the council for its continued support of the specialty courts. Earlier this year of 2026, our city prosecutor received a touching letter from a participant of our Veterans Treatment Court outlining the transformation he was able to undergo from a DUI arrest, and expressed that he was walking out a better man with a renewed sense of purpose. We have 34 full-time positions. We have the prosecution division, the civil division, and risk management. Those are all covered there. Our funding sources are from the general fund. We receive a $15,000 grant from the state for domestic violence. And the last number there of just over 10 million is our self-insurance fund. That's our insured liability fund that carries forward from year to year. And we keep that based on actuarial analysis. The best slide is that we do not have any decision packages this year. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Todd.
You're welcome.
Wait till you see the next one. There you go. The team. I'm a looker. Yeah.
The size of that hand.
Oh. Her puppies.
Just wanted you to see I'm main character. I'm main character, all right?
Yes.
Main character here
It
today.
is a Diet Coke, not another beverage. Well, as you can see, we're a great team and we have a lot of laughs, which is important. Certainly dealing with our departments is a lot of fun as well. So our top 5 accomplishments, I'll highlight 3 of these. Coordination of the bond education initiative, resulting in nearly 70% voter approval. And big hand to Matt Dunbar on that as well, because he did a lot of visits with different boards and commissions and groups in the community to help with this. We also have established a cross-departmental housing task force that is being led by Leah Powell to unify citywide housing policy, streamline development, align infrastructure planning, and advance general plan and comprehensive housing study strategies. An effort that is going to be, it's going to take the entire city, the department's help to move forward. And finally, I'd like to highlight the effort by Ryan Peters guiding a 9-member city charter amendment resident advisory committee, providing recommendations to city council on the potential charter amendments for future voter consideration. We have a budget of about 3.1 million, 12 personnel, and funded by general fund. There we go. Matt's helping me with the slides here. Page 42, we'll have our decision packages. We have just a couple to go over. I'll highlight the AI officer on this screen. We had a recent work session regarding AI initiatives. We have a person on loan from IT, Kirsten Nold, who is helping with this effort, but we'd like to make this position permanent. There's a lot of work around this, and again, the phrase future proofing. We have worked citywide to put together these initiatives
really to enhance creativity and productivity while establishing safeguards to ensure responsible AI use across all of our departments. The next one is Smart City Initiatives. This is a one-time decision package and often referred to as the Connective. It's a regional partnership. They have create initiatives focusing on improving infrastructure, sustainability, and quality of life through technology. And finally, we have a small CIP that every other year we budget $50,000, and this has been used for such items as electric car chargers in the past, or if there's other solar opportunities, we could use this small amount towards that effort. That's all I have for you. Happy to take any questions.
Mayor,
Councilmember Orlando.
on the AI person, your thoughts are what, to keep the program going? I mean, I know you had the initial 6-month program and we got to get briefing last week, whatever it was, a couple weeks ago.
Mayor, Council Member Orlando, our real goals over time is to build out, whether it's a division or a department, an entire part of this organization that assists every single department with their AI needs, to make sure we are not only enhancing our employees' ability to use it and do their jobs more efficiently, but also help our residents use it, and then use technology wherever we can to assist in the services we provide to our residents. So that's the ultimate goal. The charge that Kirsten had over the last 6 months was to start to build the bricks and mortar on how that program would work. And this position is the first step towards that ultimate goal. So that is the plan is very long term. I'd say it's a 3 to 5 year plan.
So the overall question is the savings and efficiencies will well more than cover the cost of this individual.
I think over the long term, the saves and efficiencies will, but I think more importantly, we need to set this organization up and our residents up for success going forward. And everyone in this room knows the importance AI will play in the future. So we want to be ahead of that curve and not behind it.
Good. All right. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
One quick question.
Oh,
Mayor. Note the team she has on that thing there. Way to go. New York Yankees. That a girl. You're my favorite, Kirsten.
well, thank you. I'm much less nervous now.
Go Yankees. Go Yankees.
D-backs, baby. D-backs.
All right, so thank you for having me today. I want to talk about a couple of our accomplishments this year. We successfully negotiated agreements with our firefighters, captains, and engineers, and also our police officers and sergeants associations. A pretty big lift, but I couldn't have done it without some really great guidance and help from my boss, the city manager, and also an amazing team I have in human resources. I never pass up on an opportunity to brag about our partnership with Chandler Gilbert Community College. We have completed our seventh cohort with them, and I'm also happy to report that of the students that have participated in that program, about 30% have joined us on Team Chandler in some capacity in either full-time or part-time employment. So happy to report that that program is actually providing the pipeline that we hoped it would. Finally, I just wanted to talk about an exciting leadership program that we were able to launch during this year, which is called Senior Leaders Connect. That is a program that targets our up and coming leaders in this organization. It provides them with training and networking opportunities, and it shows that we are building our next generation of leaders in the organization. All right, so our budget is about 4.1 million, and I have 25 great team members. We do have a couple of different funding streams in our budget, including the workers' compensation self-insurance, our short-term disability, and also our medical self-insurance funds. And again, I have a great slide. We do not have any ongoing or one-time decision package requests at this time.
Mayor.
Let's go Councilmember Harris, then Councilmember Leno.
Yeah, thank you so much. I wanted to just take a stop right here because I wanted to ask staff about Live Wellness. I know it's a program that would essentially fall underneath your department, being that you are the person that will implement. And so I wanted staff, if they can indulge, or if you can tell us about, there was an option for a live wellness option, which would give employees a benefit to help, to help them in their daily lives. And we've been talking about mental health, mental wellness, daycare, all these different things. And I just kind of wanted you, if you can give us, like, what is that program? What benefits does it cover? So we can kind of just put it out there.
Mhm. Through the mayor, council member Harris, absolutely. So this is a lifestyle spending account. It is a taxable benefit that employees could receive. And what that does is, unlike the FSA or HSA account, this program really focuses on employee wellness. Now, employee wellness could be something different for each and every one of us, right? So, because different things are important to us, and also at different stages of our lives. So the reimbursable expenses are pretty broad. They can range anywhere from fitness equipment to lessons, dance lessons for dependents, to golf clubs, to financial advisement, pet care, elder care, daycare, all of those different types of, like I said, it's very broad, the types of expenses that are approved by the IRS for reimbursement.
And that's kind of more like a fringe type benefit that the employees, I guess my thing is that this particular program, I think, will help supplement some of the mental health concerns, like the daycare. Like, I've been hearing employees talk about daycares, and we talked about like an outside game and an inside game, but I think this right here helps lay our foundation for our inside game, because we talked about the opioids. That's our outside game, how we're supporting our community and helping them with wellness. And that program does a lot, and it provides a benefit. But the Live Wellness program will actually allow another benefit, which is these assortment of things. And council has the ability to, we can narrow the focus in terms of what it does. But I do think that this should be a part of the budget, because this will be an actual benefit that I think that employees can partake in, especially when they're in their daily lives. And I'm thinking about like therapy. I'm thinking about things like that that really can help them mentally be in sync with what it is. And we heard the fire department, the police department, um, using $2.1 million to work towards their cancer, and they're using the forfeiture fund. And then we also heard from fire, which we respect as our medical enforcers. And they talked about pets. They talked about various things that when we take care of our mental health, what those outcomes are. So I wanted to put this on the table as a benefit to all the employees, so that way they can look at it from a perspective that they can have something extra, especially with rising costs for healthcare and things like that. So that's kind of where I'm at with that, and I would like it to be a part of this budget here.
So council, let's take that. And I was going to bring up a bunch of items at the end, but we can do this here. I think we all understand what it is. What was the total cost in this, city manager?
Mayor and council, I believe the total cost of this, if we applied it to all employees, was 2.9 million total, but how much of that is in PD already? So about 2.4 million additionally to what we've agreed to in our labor contract with PD.
Okay, and overall, we're looking at 2% and 2% COLA. I'll start. I think Councilmember Harris would like to add it. I would like to pilot it with the police and hone it down to a program, and then potentially bring it back next year. So that would be my suggestion. Rest of council, please weigh in. Let's pick what we want to do with this.
Mayor, I'll start. I agree wholeheartedly. We've all had a chance to look at this. It's a new program for the police department. It was a negotiated agreement. There were some give and takes during negotiations. And I'd like to see how it works first with the vendor, the third-party vendor, get the kinks out of it, and definitely look at it next year and perhaps give us a better scope. Like it's a wide range there. And, financial planning and some other, so what really is this used for? If it's mental health or for physical health or general health. So I'm with you. I like to see how it goes with our public safety before we move forward with this.
Okay, two on that side. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I do think this is a very beneficial program, and it is something that I would like to bring forward to the remainder of the organization. But right now, I do want to test it out as a pilot, get some guardrails around it on what we can see and what can be as a benefit or what it can be used for. So I'd like to test it out first before we launch it.
Okay, other council members.
Mayor, can I ask a question right quick? Because I really feel like this is important. If the council members say testing, what are we testing if we already delivering it to our employees? I guess that's my question is like, what are we testing?
I think Councilmember Orlando brought up several things, the vendor, the items to be included, and how the program works. Where are there potential weak points before we shift from a couple hundred to almost 1,900? Yeah.
And then I guess my other question is that if we're talking about the if we're testing that, why would we give a benefit to a small portion of the organization? I guess my next question would
Because
be
that was part of the union negotiations. That's how it got there.
right. That's why I was saying like because I think that when they gave it when we gave it out to the police department, it had already been vetted, which I would say probably
No,
it has. So we gave them a benefit that has not been vetted.
that they were going to check out and try
Right.
under scale. Right. So
Yeah, I guess that's kind of where I was like saying like, well, why don't we just test it as an organization and see what that looks like, and then go from there. That's kind of where I was at because I was like, we're testing it, then we gave it out as a benefit. Now we're saying that we're not sure if it's going to work for the rest of the employees. I just kind of want to
we're
make
not
sure.
saying that, but let's see where the rest of council wants to go on this. Rest of you guys? Councilmember Ellis.
I was very surprised that the majority of council did not really want to test this out, to tell you the truth, because as a healthcare worker, I believe into wellness. And from the time I came on council, my main thing was always well-being of everybody. When I started talking to majority of our employees, whenever I go to a picnic or anything like that, they're always telling me that there are things that are really barriers to them doing their jobs, which is childcare, mental health issues, different things like that, that they would love to see if we can add some of those things into our benefits. Granted, right now, we want to do this thing as a pilot, but had we started, when I started to hone on this thing and asking city manager, previous city manager, and even this manager from day one to start looking into those things, had we done the due diligence then, this will not be a pilot anymore. It would have been something now we could have looked into this because we love to do studies for the things that we want to do studies on, but not the things that we feel that is important to do studies on. So it would have been perfectly well to start that with a study then. But I'm fine with the fact that right now we choose to do this study on our most valuable employees, I will say that we call them, which is the frontline employees, which are going to be our police department right now to be able to put it out. I'm fine with that. I don't have a problem doing it as a pilot, but next year, when I'm sitting up here, I don't want to hear that we still need to do some more studies about it because the 1,800 employees that are here, they all deserve wellness just like our policemen deserve it. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Poston, Councilmember Hawkins.
Thank you, Mayor. I see the value in it. I agree with some of the points that Councilmember Harris had made, but I also feel it's appropriate to do the pilot test with PD. My only concern is I would want some guardrails, some parameters put on what those funds can be allocated for. But I think in general, that would be a huge value add.
Okay.
So postponing for 1 year.
Councilmember Poston.
I'm in line. I'm struggling because I think we're talking about two different things, quite frankly. What the police brought forward, I thought, was the additional upscale cancer screenings. Was that incorrect?
No, they brought up.
The additional cancer, when they were saying that they were not, maybe you can help me, Councilmember Ellis, not a probable, like there's a term for when you have a higher likelihood of getting cancer, which is what our firefighters face, and which is why they can seek grant funding where our police officers can't. And then that was my understanding what the police officers were seeking, and that they were willing to use some of their internal budget for that, but they couldn't seek grant funding, which is why they needed that internal dollars. I think and to me, they had some very strict parameters around it. I know that they were supplying it to everybody in their department, but everybody over 40. So I think this is not a decision to be made on the fly. That if we were going to offer it to all of our staff, would it be over 40? Would we then allow our police officers to use that budget for something else? I think there are a lot of moving variables here. I like that the police said this is important to us. Let us take a look at it and move forward. And I agree, it was a negotiated item in the labor organization. I think we move forward as is and maybe continue this discussion later on.
Okay. So at this point, it's not going to be in the budget, but there's the conversation that starts for the greater level with that. And I think city manager, you can get with councils to answer the different questions that they have or review this to see what do we want to hear better on that.
Mayor and council, we will pay attention to how this fund is used over the next 6 months to a year through PD, watch it, and see if there are any guardrails or refinements we need to make before we bring forward a recommendation next year's budget to add this to the rest of the general employees.
Okay.
Mayor.
Councilmember Orlando.
Thank you. Great job. You came in here in the middle of a hire of a city manager, other key positions, police officers. You also negotiated contracts. You and your team did a fantastic job, and I'm looking forward to you being here for a while.
Thank you so much.
Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, Councilmember Harris.
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to have this final comment.
Sorry.
I know that we may be at odds for the live wellness concept, which will help our employees in terms of the benefits, because the employees talked about having daycare. I think that's important. And now from an organizational strategy, there's an inside-outside game. Although we are we have a responsibility to provide amazing service to our bosses that are out there, 300,000 bosses out there, but we have a responsibility to the people that we serve, which are the people that work for us. And so I just kind of want to make sure we keep that same energy, because our employees are very valuable to me and they need these benefits. And as I look at other corporations and the behaviors of organizations, when we talk about sabbaticals that Intel have for their employees for 6 weeks, and when we talk about all these different things, there could be an argument. Well, they're all public servants. They shouldn't get those things. But let me just tell you, when my top team shows up to serve me, when I'm calling Leah Powell at a certain time, when I'm calling John at 1 o'clock in the morning, and we're trying to solve problems for the community while they are asleep, these are the type of things I want my team ready to go, because they say, you know what, Councilmember Harris and the team take care of me. I want to provide that same, because I'm rested. I have that time. So when we look at this for next year, I just want to make sure that we keep the same energy, because we cannot overlook the very people that we just praised today and said they're doing a great job with this budget, but deny them a benefit that I think will help them in their mental health and their mental recovery, and as they kind of continue on. So I hope that council continues to keep this energy the same, because when we need them to show up, we want them to show up with all the tools, well rested and ready to go. So I'm gonna leave my mark here. And I wanted to make sure I put that on the record, because when I come back next year, I'm going to be looking at this same video and I'm going to be saying, where do we get the relief? Now, some mayor won't be here. And that's my concern, that the same council won't be here next year to have the same conversation. And we're kicking the can down the road. But I do believe the employees deserve it today. And I know that we can say move on today. But we still got 30 days to talk about this. I'm going to continue to talk about this with each of my colleagues to try to get there. And even with what Councilmember Hawkins said, even if we have to put guardrails around that, we can do that. We can find ways to put guardrails. We can reduce the amount. But I do think that our employees deserve a way to recover and have ways of supporting their mental health through this budget. I want to see that happen. And right now, I do not see that happening for my employees, and I want them to be taken care of. So I'll say that. I'll leave it there. I just want council to remember, while we're supporting the outside community, let's not forget the people that's out there every day doing the work. So with that, I'll thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
And I will say on the rest of us that I think each and every one of us cares about our employees, and there's a lot of other programs that are part of this. I think when this comes back with future council, there will be the opportunity, amongst other benefits that exist and will continue to, council can weigh that and add that if, sounds like there's the favor to do that. So let's move on. Transportation.
What do we have here?
Or
Well,
not.
Mayor and Council, Marge Zella presenting on the transportation policy portion of strategic initiatives. As you know, and was presented earlier in the city manager's budget, strategic initiatives also includes grants management, government relations, and AI governance. So for transportation policy, some of the accomplishments are highlighted here. I'll note the effective and consistent efforts of this team in bringing in grant funding to maximize city resources. Also, we'll highlight the incredible lift in working toward the new federal ADA website accessibility requirements. This compliance work is a collaborative effort with CAPA, IT, law, and staff across the city. And it's an ongoing effort now with an extended deadline of April 2027. Also to note, Waymo as a trip provider for Chandler Flex was added this past September, becoming the world's first autonomous vehicle public transportation service provided by Waymo. So moving on to the proposed operating budget. So transportation policy is a lean and effective team with 3 full-time employees and additional 3 part-time employees. So you'll see that budget is just over $5 million. The majority of that goes to fund transit operating costs for Chandler Flex, fixed route bus, paratransit, and ride choice. So the budget is split between the general fund and the local transportation assistance fund. And this fund you'll also hear referred to as LTAF. This can only be spent on public transportation. So 51 and 55 are those pages with detail. So there are 5 decision packages that involve general fund funding. So 3 are represented on this slide and 2 on the next. That first represents the funding for the city's first mile, last mile program. This connects residents in South Chandler with bus service accessing North Chandler and beyond. That second line is the ongoing maintenance funding for the rehabilitation, repaving, and bike lane project on Fry Road that is set to be completed in fall. The third line is a one-time amount to provide 3 additional hours per week for the part-time transportation policy field staff member. This helps keep maintenance and projects on track with timely inspections for those bus stops, the bike facilities, and the ADA capital projects. So those remaining 2 general fund decision packages, those are both CIP related. Both would provide one-time funding for a half year of maintenance for both of these projects, since they are set to be completed during the upcoming fiscal year. So this means in next year's budget cycle, you would see ongoing funding requests for those maintenance needs. This slide outlines the 3 transportation policy decision packages through other funds. These would all be funded by that LTAF funding. As was mentioned, this can only be used for public transportation needs. That first line represents funding for Chandler Flex, Ride Choice, and Paratransit. And those next two line items represent the other two of those three part-time positions on the transportation policy team. So these final two slides represent the transportation policy CIP. So there are 5 items, 3 here and 2 on the next slide. Bus pullouts and bus stops are a consistent line item that has been seen in previous years. And this enables the city to keep Chandler's nearly 400 bus stops in a state of good repair by replacing, refurbishing, and repainting as needed. In that previous slide, we talked about the new federal ADA website requirements. This second line includes that digital accessibility expenditure and also the physical accessibility upgrades that are deployed in city right-of-way. In FY27, those efforts were funded by carry forward funds. Staff was able to really stretch these dollars through diligence, collaboration, and so that's why there's no dollar value in that field, and you'll see it picks up again in FY28. And that third line, bike lane and path improvements, this enhances bike lanes through the addition of green paint and the quick build, low cost protected bike lanes. And the Jacaranda Parkway Bike Improvement Project is in design, which is nearing completion, and its construction is slated to begin this fall.
Mayor? Marge, when is the
Yeah, go ahead.
when is the bike path scheduled to be done on Fry at this point? Do you have that information in hand? I know that's the big one. This is other projects as well.
I do, Mr. Mayor. For that project, it is also scheduled to be completed this fall.
Okay. And secondly, how long was the extension on the digital ADA upgrade? Is it 1 additional year? And I hear we're well poised to be able to meet that or become close to compliance. What's the latest on that?
Mr. Mayor, yes. So for our city, because of our population threshold, it is 1 additional year. You'll also hear folks having the deadline be in 2028. That's for cities that are under 50,000 in population. Yes, and the city has done fantastic work in being dialed in to be able to deploy this overall. Of course, having an additional year allows us to dial in that in an even more fine-tuned way.
Thank you. Councilmember Orlando. Okay. Thank you. We're not used to thinking of you with a transportation hat, but I know you have.
Well, we have an excellent transportation policy team, and they do so well that you normally interact with them.
We agree with that.
Yes. So for the last 2 CIP items, so Paseo Trail crossing improvements makes enhancements to the crossings at McQueen and Queen Creek Drive, and then also at Chandler Boulevard and Cooper. And the sidewalk gap construction provides funding to complete those gaps in sidewalks as identified in the citywide sidewalk gap analysis that was conducted in 2024. And I'm available for any additional questions.
Councilmember Hawkins.
Thank you.
No,
Nope.
we're not good.
Hang tight.
Councilmember Hawkins.
Thank you. Just real quick, going back to the Fry Road protected bike lanes, I see that's part of the CIP for 84,000. Are we expecting to see that annually as maintenance, or is this just to finish up the project?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Hawkins, yes, the ongoing amount factors in ongoing maintenance.
So am I understanding correctly that it's 84,000 annually? It's being, okay, thank you.
It's a good question. Tell us about that. What does that go to? Paint? As opposed to other streets, why is this hauled out as a one-time? Good question.
Mr. Mayor, for the, when construction projects are completed, so you'll see, for example, in the other construction projects that are completed midway through the year, that amount is one time, and then it switches over to ongoing. And so there are a host of construction projects that aren't being completed this year or next year that aren't a decision package, but those ongoing maintenance requirements are factored in, so the city's able to forecast the needs for that. So the reason this is in a separate line item is because that construction is nearing completion, and so we're factoring it in as a decision package.
Okay. Mayor, Council, Jeremy, do you have an additional, how much does it cost for the Fry Bike Lane to be maintained year after year after year? What is the ongoing cost?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the ongoing cost is projected to be $80,000 year after year. And so what that cost covers, it's not just the paint, but also the protected barriers that will go up along the protected bike lane and the constant maintenance that's required of those over time, assuming that some of those might have to be replaced.
Okay.
Asphalt in general.
Correct.
Yes,
Yeah.
and it's also the overall asphalt.
I think Councilmember Orlando said it seems like a placeholder for a place to take possible funds out. Is that a good description?
Does it seem like, I'm sorry, Mayor,
Go ahead,
does it
please.
seem like a placeholder? Because it's brand new this year. I mean, obviously, we don't know. One year it may need to be, cones may be replaced. Next year you may not have to replace cones. That's what I'm trying to.
Right.
Is it a placeholder in the budget and the event for maintenance is to occur?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Orlando, again, that this is estimated
Right.
Maintenance costs. So with these barriers, because we haven't built or constructed a protected bike lane like this yet, we don't know exactly how many of these we're going to replace over time. So yes, it is essentially a placeholder. It may be adjusted in the future, but essentially accounts for the additional pavement, the striping, the painting, as well as those barriers.
Understand. Okay, that answers the question, I think.
Thank you.
At least in my mind, right? You okay with that, Councilmember Hawkins?
And then
All
Jeremy,
right,
just
we're
a
good.
quick question. Does that include the O&M for the street sweeper that's specific for that smaller section of travel?
That I don't have the answer for. I'd have to confirm that. Oh.
Hi, Americans. Yes, that does include the maintenance for the street sweeper. That is a big portion of this, actually sweeping that area, and then additional pavement maintenance as well, because it is some extra work to get into this tighter space and remove some of the vertical elements when we do repave it. So that is a part of it as well.
Okay, thank you. That makes sense.
Thank you.
Jason, if you couldn't have answered, who was next? All right. The fire chief. You could be the bike lane rover.
Oh my God.
So I got beef with this. I don't know why you gave me the BYU. Why? I don't know what's going on here.
I think
Tad, did you sandbag
Tag
this
told us to
man?
put it in there, yeah. So
And I do appreciate the AI like filling in the thinning hair. That's nice of them. So this past year, through the first 2 quarters of the year, we've had a very successful 2 quarters as the city of Chandler. We've had major locates. A lot of those are in the international space, which is an area where we're looking to get really excited and to grow into. We also, as an organization, received the Golden Prospector Award from AAED for the work on the Chandler Career Center website, which was something that was really driven by council several years ago around the workforce development position. It's gone on to become kind of like the gold standard of how other communities in the state are going about doing this. So we're excited for that. Always the big one, the Chandler Career Innovation Fair. This year was our biggest and best yet. 150 exhibitors, over 8,000 participants. And that one's near and dear to a lot of our hearts because it really aligns with what we're trying to do on our workforce development strategy, our attraction strategy, and our retention strategy in that high-tech space. So getting these companies out, getting these kids engaged early is a long-term play. And then this past year on the Visit Chandler side, we did a huge partnership with the Southeast Valley communities, really around sports tourism. You heard a little bit about that last week at the work session. So we received an award on that for our participation and leadership in that space. Economic development team has a budget of 2.6 million general fund in 9.5 FTEs, 100% general fund funded, like I mentioned. First and foremost, we're really excited to have this one before this year is a dedicated website for economic development. We've brought this up a number of years. We continually hear from council, we want you to be more visible. Our website, being city hosted, has some limitations in tracking. This is going to allow us to track where companies come in from, go out from, and especially in that international space where we see significant challenges in tracking those companies on the international space. The O&M for the mid-year temp conversion, you will see here 22,000. And then in the tourism space, we have 25,000 on sporting event sponsorships. Again, going back to our work session last week, you heard us talk about how aggressive we are in this space. We did a pilot last year on that award we received for the MLS soccer tournament. We invested $4,000 into that tournament. We got $22,000 back. So everything we're looking at in these sponsorships are to drive additional revenue in TPT back to our hoteliers, our restaurant bars, as well as the city's general fund. So sporting event sponsorships. Event sponsorship. Now, this is also in the Visit Chandler space. This isn't to sponsor local events. We're looking for those events that have an opportunity to put heads in beds. We do it in the rears. So very much like the sports events, we negotiate a sponsorship price. If they perform, we will reimburse them. But everything is net positive to the city, generating revenue. Tourism marketing, Prop 302 is changing the way they allow our advertising dollars to be spent. So this $40,000 will make up that delta we anticipate going forward. The Chandler Innovation Fair, every year, it's a offset through our sponsorship. And thank you to Mayor and Council for all the work you do in driving sponsorships to that. We really do appreciate your help in making phone calls. Entrepreneurial Small Business Development Services. This is through ASU. This is with our 2-year contract that we're currently under contract with ASU. Semicon West, I think a lot of you attended Semicon West this past fall, and I think each and every one of you came back and said, we want City of Chandler to have a larger presence at that space. And so Semicon West will be back to Phoenix in 2027. These funds will allow us to have the presence that council is really looking to have and what Chandler should really have in the semiconductor space, especially with all the great activity we're having here. The Chandler Career Center hosting and maintenance services. Historically, this was funded through the Chandler IDA. This website is going to require additional hosting service and maintenance. So this allows us to continue that services to our job seekers, students, interns, as well as employers. And then business courses for Spanish speaking entrepreneurs. We have a diverse community here in Chandler. We want to drive entrepreneurship within that Spanish-speaking population and support their goals and dreams. So this is a partnership where we deliver those services to them in Spanish. And then on the meeting promotion and pilot program, very much like the sporting events, we want to continue targeting those small meeting and events that can actually take advantage of the meeting space we have here. So as an example, we've partnered in the past with hotels off of Price Road where we will sponsor the event with the expectation that they will then have a bus service that will bring those guests to downtown Chandler to support our dining and retail establishments. Lastly, we don't have any requests in the 26-27 fiscal years for the infill incentive plan or the monument sign maintenance fund. Happy to answer any questions.
Council. All right.
All right.
Thank you, Micah.
Yep.
Mayor and Council, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to do a little of my second favorite thing. As you know, my favorite thing is to be around airports and anything that flies. My second favorite thing is to talk about those things. And that's disturbingly accurate. Wow. Very happy to report it's been a very, very good year for the airport. I'm going to draw attention to the 3 bullet points here that start with the word completed. We completed the Taxiway Bravo Phase 1 extension. That was a 100% $2 million project. 100% covered by ADOT funding. It fixed a nearly 40-year-old traffic jam problem on the airport, making us safer, more efficient, and more effective. We completed a runway pavement rehabilitation that was a federal, state, local grant where the FAA covered 95% of cost. And we also just recently completed the hangar area rehabilitation and reconstruction of all of our hangar pavement. And this council was gracious enough to see the need for that and fund it. And I'm happy to report that we came in significantly under budget on that project. And I would be remiss if I didn't also mention the fact that we hosted the largest attended airport day in our airport's history. That is testament to not only our staff and the other members of city staff who were there with us all day long. There are several of them in the audience today, but also our wonderful tenants who opened our doors and showed our community what we do on a daily basis. It's a wonderful day, and we look forward to holding that every year. So we look forward to seeing you all out there in the new year. Our budget is as follows: for personnel and benefits, just over $1 million, and very nearly 1.3 in operations and maintenance for 7 full-time employees. Though we be small, we are mighty, and that is 100% funded by the airport operating fund. You can find our decision packages on page 52. The first decision package I will draw attention to on the first page here is the airfield infrastructure replacement and maintenance for $209,000. This includes 3 major components. Dry well maintenance. The majority of the airport's rainwater goes to one location. We have to maintain those dry wells so we get good percolation after a storm event. It will also cover a full electrical assessment of all the electrical infrastructure on the facility. As our infrastructure ages, we want to be able to be assure everyone we can get ahead of any infrastructure replacement needs that we may require. And we will also replace the heliport wind cone. It's the windsock nearest our heliport, which I will remind everyone, because we're very proud of it, is the largest public heliport in the United States. On this page, I do want to draw attention to a couple of things: the airport-wide floodplain study and floodplain map update, as well as the airport design guidelines and zoning updates. The floodplain study and map update are required because of improvements that have happened over the years at the airport. Elevations have changed, and it significantly impacts the 100-year floodplain. What this means is any development that happens on the airport, whether it be remediation, reconstruction, rehabilitation, or new construction, it requires a rather lengthy and laborious deconfliction with the county flood district. And we could do it all at once, which is what we're suggesting here, or we could not and have every developer, including ourselves, go through that laborious process every time we wanted to build something on the airport. This is more effective. It makes us more agile and ready for development. The design guidelines will do the same. Moving into CIP, I do want to just briefly touch on the first one, the airfield lighting and improvement for the runway 4 left, 22 right. That's our north runway. I expect an FAA grant with an ADOT match any day. We have received the go letter from the FAA, so I'm proud to say that we will be receiving and hopefully bringing to you very soon an FAA grant to upgrade all of the lighting on the north runway, as well as taxiway Bravo, which is, again, I just mentioned, is newly extended, upgrading from incandescent lights to LEDs. And I will also touch on the runway 4 right, 22 left extension community impact study. As you are all very aware, this is a study that is ongoing. That is to provide this body with the most amount of information possible on what impacts a potential runway extension could mean for the community, socially, economically, environmentally, as well as operationally. We recognize that any action on the runway has to come from this body, but since it is in the master plan, our budget locally, as well as the budget we submit to the FAA and the ASIP program, must reflect it in our budget. So it's merely there as a preparatory matter. We are still in study mode with no action on an extension. I will underline that. And on the next page, I will draw particular attention to the annual pavement maintenance management project. As you all recall, this is a rolling program that you are good enough to fund every year. We have nearly 4.3 million square feet of pavement to take care of at the airport. It is through our efforts of continually patching cracks, fog sealing, and doing surface repair that I fundamentally believe we receive FAA and state grants. They see us taking care of our facility and investing in it, and they return that investment in kind with grants. We added something new this year. We have, over the past several years, done so much pavement repair. We've added paint striping into it because we now need to repaint all of the striping we have repaired over on our ramp areas in particular. So that's been a very successful program for us. And to conclude, I'll talk about a little bit about the operations garage. As many of you realize, this is not a new program. We reintroduced it this year. In past years, we were directed to combine this project with two others, namely the reconstruction or the rehabilitation of the tower pavement parking lot and the addition of an aircraft observation area, which is a park-like amenity at the base of the tower where the community can come sit in aviation-themed seating with the tower radio playing and interact with the flying public and just enjoy aviation. It's an amenity many airports have added, and we want to see that as well. But the garage itself has been a complicated project. It has encountered, because of its location and its elevation, namely with the impacts we found with the floodplain, as I mentioned before, it has run into some difficulties, and this new project is reflective of the cost required to meet those three projects in one. And to conclude, the tower upgrades, this is a happy ask for us. In years past, we only had 7 full-time employees in the tower through the federal contract program. I am happy to report in the past year, they saw fit to add 4 additional full-time employees. So we now have 11 full-time controllers in our tower from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. And we need to add an additional restroom to account for the additional personnel in the tower. And with that, I'll be happy to take council's questions.
Ron, I've just got one. I think you're going to need to get back to us, but it's my understanding that there is a lot of general fund that goes in. You had said this is 100% airport fund.
Airport operating fund.
Yes, yeah, sir. I would like, get back to us on that because I believe general fund does augment this quite a bit. So there's going to be a lot of memos that are going to come to us from this. Just make sure that that number is one of them.
Yes, sir, I will do.
Thank you.
Mayor.
Councilmember.
As the last ex officio commissioner of the airport, I would like to say I was the last one. There will never be another one.
You're the emeritus ex officio.
I am the emeritus. Let me just tell you, Ryan, thank you for doing a good job. And I just kind of wanted to ask you, just in terms of internal grant writing, do we have within your team? Do you have an internal grant writer, or do we work with the city's grant writer to help bring forth these grants?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Harris, I can answer yes to both questions. Our city grants personnel do help us with grants that we might be able to utilize outside of aviation, but on airport staff, myself, our operations manager, and most importantly, our airport planning administrator, we work continually year-round with our partners at the FAA's Airports District Office, as well as ADOT Aeronautics Division through the Airport Capital Improvement Plan process. It's a federal process that they recommend we take part in, and we do. We work that every year. For example, at the end of this month, I will be sitting down with both parties, as well as our staff and our consultants, to talk about the next 5 years of grant funding and the possibility of getting more funding into the airport for infrastructure needs.
Thank you. And Mayor, I know that Terry's getting ready to leave, but I wanted to ask her about her program before she leaves for the day, so thanks.
Mayor, just one follow-up. I know you had a question on the airport, how much of its operating is received a general fund subsidy. So from a revenue perspective, they cover about 70% this fiscal year of their total operating. So the general fund subsidizing 30% of their operating current budget right now, and then 100% of their capital budget. So besides the grant funded. So if there's a match that's coming from the general fund as a subsidy to the airport fund.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Um, Any other questions for airport? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Did Councilmember Harris I know that we've been briefed on this. That was another item I was going to bring up for conversation for us to vote on at the end. So what is do you have a specific question for her? Because I'm going to delay the vote on this or us to decide this to the end. What is your
Yeah,
thought?
I mean, I knew that Terry was getting ready to leave, but I just wanted to ask her about the success of her program. I just want to have it here so she can just talk about the success of what they've been doing. So if Terry can come up and tell us, I just really would like to have it explained from her perspective. That would really help me out in my
Okay.
decision. Thank you. Just a brief.
Terry,
Just
were you
something brief.
actually leaving or just going to the bathroom?
She was leaving.
I got another meeting.
All right.
Mayor and Council, just to clarify for Terry on her way down, you're asking about the program that I'm suggesting between the city and the
Right.
chamber around BRNEs and the extension of
Right,
that
that
program.
partnership. Yes.
That's what you're asking her
That's
about.
what I'm
Okay.
asking about, that specific partnership. Come on,
So perhaps a question would be, from the chamber's perspective, what will this partnership do that will benefit the chamber? What will the city get from this? Because you currently also do the RNEs. How will this expand that? How will that help the city from your perspective? Would that answer your question? Yeah.
One of the additional items that we've added, we really have updated a really robust tracking system on what we're actually hearing from the businesses. Not only what their successes are or challenges are, but also other ways in bringing in our educational partners as well. One of the other key things is, who are their suppliers? If we could help reduce their bottom line and relocate a company here, economic development relocating a company here, who would those be and what would be a great complement to that ecosystem? And that's a key critical component. And I know that Councilmember Hawkins as well as Councilmember Poston have been on a number of these. And we've shared with them the detailed tracking lists that our board receives and so forth. So those are key elements that you'll be able to then really kind of magnify. In economic development, that's really their wheelhouse, and they can really build upon that. And I think that's a tremendous strength. And I'm sorry I was not as prepared to answer any questions. If I would have known, I would have had something else.
I know I've had, and several others have had, just conversations with city manager of the kind of things that perhaps we'd like to see, and you'll be working that out with him. But,
Yes, we actually we exchanged. What are those tracking? What are those measurables that you want to see, and so forth? Because every company is different. It's not only the successes that I think that we also have to talk about. It's those companies that are struggling, and I think that's our bigger value that we're able to bring to the table. Because granted, we may not be able to help with their business model or whatever, but if there are things to help or be able to collaborate with other different companies, that's really our strength too as well. And I know that we've been on a couple here recently that, due to the economy, and I think that those are key. The other key component is with our roundtables and bringing those entities together. They're able to collaborate better and really also share resources too.
Councilmember Poston.
Thanks, Terry. I know I've appreciated and been given a better understanding of maybe what some of our businesses are either, like you said, either struggling with or what suppliers they could use. There was a recent one where we were working with a $50 million expansion of a pharmaceutical company, and I was a little surprised to learn that they would love to see other pharmaceutical companies and develop a whole ecosystem. So I've seen a lot of value in this personally. I also think it might be helpful if you could talk about, are there specific industries that you're targeting when you're doing these? And I'm curious if you could tell us how many businesses you're seeing, because it's not just the chamber going, it's also including those educational partners so that they can begin to streamline that workforce in there. And it's a little more robust than just, you going to visit a company.
Correct. There's a couple different stages. Our team goes in first and does kind of a preliminary visit to see where that company is. And then we kind of evaluate it from there. Sometimes they could be having hiccups with at the national level, whether it's with tariffs or whatever. So then we're bringing in the particular partners that may be able to solve that. Sometimes it's lack of communication or they don't understand how some of the city processes work, whether it's through the permitting process or that, or is something held up. So then we've brought in, city manager and brought in any of the team with that. There was another company that we were in that when we met with them preliminarily, that it was really, we had to bring in Micah because he had to bring in some of the things that they had that they could use for some of their new equipment that they were bringing in that. And so it all depends. We have that initial visit, and then depending on what it is, 9 times out of 10, it is about that workforce. And then we bring in all of our educational partners. And when those educational partners are in, then we talk about immediate needs and then long-term needs. And then also, are they hiring now in those types of things? What kind of skills? We have 2 companies right now that are working with the local community college that are developing programs specifically in that industry for those particular companies. So they've been able to identify and tailor programs to immediately fit those company needs. And without these conversations, these things would not be happening. And it really is. It's about bringing collaboratively all of the partners together to be able to move those things. Because I don't have one magic wand, I can just connect them to a lot. And then we also have kind of a matrix. Then we go back and see because this one particular company that you were talking about, you're right. It was a whole, Arizona is prime for biomed because of the climate and everything else here. We have 2 major biomedical company, actually 3 major biomedical companies. One of them is one of the largest in the nation that's settled here. They relocated from New Jersey. And so how can we build on that ecosystem? And again, it's not just me, it's also bringing the right partners and also letting the city manager have the ability to bring the right people on his team to the table to be able to fix if there are issues. So, and that's key.
So I did,
sorry.
there was a second part of that
Yes.
question. Could you tell us, do you know how many you see in a year? About how
Yes.
many companies?
About 40. We're averaging about 40, 43 a year.
Okay. Thank you.
And it's in different levels too. Sometimes when we're bringing in that whole group with our educational partners, sometimes we could have 15 people around the table. Because sometimes they'll not only have that representative from that university, but let's say it's a company that has needs more nurses. They may bring in experts within that nursing field to actually be able to talk to them too as well. So it all depends on who the company is, what their desires are, and also long term where they're going to be.
So very targeted to what the company needs.
Correct.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ellis.
And I also know that this is not just about this part that you described, but it's a whole package deal that we are trying to really start with the chamber when it comes. That will also include any type of, I will say, sponsorships and all those other things, and even be a member on the board or those kinds of things.
We don't discuss any of that in those meetings. It's all about that company. Long term, that hopefully that's a byproduct, absolutely, but that's not something that we go in whether they're members or not, whether they're coming to the community or not. It's really about helping them.
Yeah, I from your point of view, but from our point of view here in the city, I believe when I spoke with city manager, I saw this whole partnership with you as a package deal.
Oh, yes,
Yes,
yes.
correct. It was not just going to be you go out and get us some data and bring it in. It was going to be a relationship that we are trying to start with you, whether it's going to be sponsorship involved and all those other kinds of things that we can benefit also of what the city itself can benefit from what the chamber is doing beside that.
Absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Orlando.
Thank you, Mayor. So Terry, what I've been hearing about this is really another avenue for economic growth. The bottom line is here, we're collecting data, we're following up. Retention is very important in today's environment because we are in a competitive environment. Recruitment or expansion is a good, and then also new locates. So this is one whole package that, you know, the business actually go out, talk business to business as well as, and then we, as a government entity gets involved with it, you could bring those different entities in, whether it's education, economic development, or other areas. Is that what I'm hearing this whole model is?
Yes, through the mayor, Councilmember Orlando. Yes, it is. You know, economic development, Micah just said, you know, they're seeing a tremendous growth in recruitments from overseas. But where our concentration are those companies that are already here.
Right.
I joke, economic development gets them here. It's our job to help keep them here. But we're just one wheel in the cog. It takes both entities collaborating on this.
And the metrics I'm looking forward to seeing, I think you got, you know, it sounds like you got some metrics you're working on right now to see how the program's working. Would you be able to increase your amount of visits with this additional dollars versus
I'm
the
sure
43?
I'm sure we will. We have a team. There's basically 4 of us on our team that are out there constantly, and we're really kind of concentrating on that mid-sized level and those larger, because then we have other members of our team that are working with our small businesses. So yes, we are able to increase those numbers.
Okay, so I guess the bottom line is the economic growth is what's really we're driving this thing, and current revenues, future revenues, and whatever those encompass, whether it's for workforce, whether it's facilities, you know, virgin land, buying another building, that's all down the road. It's really about driving growth in our community.
Absolutely. And, you know, I've shared, many of you have heard those statistics. You know, Chandler's workforce is going to grow by 11.5% within the next 3 years. That's going to be in advanced manufacturing, construction, and healthcare. And then who are those companies that we are targeting? And the other component is we're also working with our educational partners, and we've come up with a whole workforce guideline so that when we are in with these companies, and we'd be happy to come back and share it with you, is that it's a guideline of, so if they are in aviation and aerospace and we're meeting with that company, they can see everything that Chandler has to offer, what our educational partners have. Then it also has live links to be able to click back to see whether they are certificates or stackable programs, because those companies need that workforce now and down the road. Because if they can see that we can deliver that with all of our educational partners in the room, with our workforce development people, that's critical. That's going to make them want to stay here. The more we can get them invested here, they're going to continue to grow and stay here. And so, thank you.
So Council, my proposal is let's authorize city manager. This was just brought to us a week ago. So we've really not had a conversation with each other before now about this, but I propose we authorize city manager to not only put this in the budget, but to work out the details with you and then get back with us the details of the relationship that, as you've heard us in talking with her. Is there anyone who's against that? I don't think we need to do an individual. I'm hearing a lot of heads nodding. Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you for looking at this program. I think it's going to be a tremendous benefit to Chandler. So
right.
thank you.
Mr. Helensworth.
Mayor and Council, I'm pleased to present our 26-27 fiscal year budget for facilities and fleet. I'm also pleased to announce this is not my binder, but I felt compelled to bring one up. It is, of all people, the king of binders, Jeremy. So thank you, Jeremy. I don't feel left out. I know everybody's relieved. And that's an uncanny resemblance of my granddaughter, actually. That's amazing. So we'll get started. So it's really hard to come down with top 5 accomplishments for buildings and facilities. It's better to group them into the top 5 categories. We probably completed up to close to 85 projects this year with the help and direction of my staff, who's done a great job spending money and getting the city's systems and infrastructure renewed. So in those 85 projects, if you had to categorize those, a lot of them is fire life safety with Fire Station 9 and some of the other buildings, fire panel replacements. Also some aesthetic improvement projects with carpet and paint and flooring. We also completed several electrical projects. One big one that we recently completed was the replacement of the generators at the main PD. The main PD now has a complete redundant electrical system. So if power goes out, those generators kick on and power the entire building, not just part of the building. That was a major accomplishment for us this year. And obviously HVAC improvements continue as we live in a very harsh climate for air conditioning. So those improvements to HVAC systems are continuous every year. And next being our financial highlights operating proposed budget. Personnel benefits for our 49 FTEs is 4.9 million. Operations and maintenance is 5.7 million with total budget of 10.7 million and again 49 FTE. Financial highlights, operating funding sources, we are 100% general fund. We also received a small amount this year for the airport operating fund as we are going to maintain and assume the responsibility to maintain the airport terminal building this year, or this next fiscal year. And decision packages can be found on page 41 and 52. We are asking for a couple FTEs this year, one being custodial services superintendent. We currently have 24 total staff in our custodial department. This person will give us some strategic direction that we have not had in the past. And the next is our facility maintenance senior technician. We have 9 current techs. We also manage 1.1 million square feet of building space. So you can imagine we're a little bit short on staffing in that regards. So this will help us out in that area. Decision packages continued, utility budget increase. Obviously, utilities are going up, and we have to put in a little more money in our budget to cover those costs, thanks to Jeremy and water. Citywide access control, door hardware, security camera systems. This will help us maintain our ever-growing camera systems and access control systems. And next, as I mentioned, the airport terminal operating fund for our terminal building maintenance and repair of $15,000. And then CIP items, again, these are some carryovers from previous years. Our normal existing city building renovation repairs, 6.4 million. That's our sort of our bread and butter maintenance bucket. And it also includes our bond authorization that we received a few years ago and continues this year. And then space utilization improvements. That primarily is a study to look at development services building and what it would take to better configure that building for greater efficiencies within that department. And then again, our building security enhancements. Again, that's it's ongoing funding for, not ongoing, one-time funding for maintenance and repair of the growing, again, security systems within the city. Any questions on
Mayor
facilities?
Yeah, I had one on Councilmember Harris. So the airport one, again, I didn't look to the far right. I kind of breezed. Was that out of airport or was that out of general? Go back a slide or two.
Sure.
So that, where is that out of the airport?
That's being funded by the airport operating fund.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Harris.
Just the building security enhancements. I wanted to know what any of the building security enhancement well, because I know there were some things that I wanted to have, security features I wanted to have around the city hall expanded, so we so it can further that. Will city hall be included in terms of the building enhancements, security camera enhancements?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Harris, and a short answer, yes.
Okay, thank you.
That's the shortest answer. Yes.
Yes.
Councilmember Poston.
On the previous slide that you had, the space utilization improvements, is that, I thought you said that was a look at the development services building. Is that
Correct.
correct on that line item? Was that studying it, or was it also making some of those improvements as well?
That's only for the study.
Okay.
That will involve a consultant coming in, interviewing and meeting with the staff and understanding what their operations are and what their needs are.
Okay.
So they can better understand what that layout of that building needs to be.
Okay.
That building is
It's
that
old.
and the adjacent building is very old. They were actually a merger of two buildings at one time, and it's in need of some help.
What is the goal? Are we trying to better utilize the space or make it a little more modern, or
Both.
are they jammed in there? Is I don't really.
Through the mayor,
What's the
Councilmember
goal?
Poston, it's really an all-encompassing look at that side of the building. And I
Okay.
think later on as a phase two, once the traffic management center moves out into the new building, that will maybe a phase two to look at the other side of the building. But for this first phase, it's definitely an exercise of taking a look at development services and what their needs are going forward as they grow.
Has there ever been consideration of going ahead and looking at both sides, knowing that that might happen in the future?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Poston, yes, but in order to just kind of spread the costs out a little bit better, we decided to do a phase one, phased approach.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, I might add too, it's not just that study in that cost center. We also have some funds in there for when there is movement in the city in various facilities. Oftentimes, the last thing we think of is getting their spaces ready. And so we often come up short when we have to get new modular furniture or make some changes to fit people in different areas as we bring in temps for projects and different things like that. So there is about, I believe we put 100,000 even in there specifically for that, for use by departments when we do come up short.
Okay, thank you. That's exactly what I was looking for.
Okay, thank you. Proceed.
And fleet services. I am pleased to announce that your fleet services division was named NAPA Fleet Management Association Public 100 Best Fleets. So that was a pleasant surprise for us this year. Surprising, but not surprising that the staff has worked extremely hard over the past few years. We made some changes a few years ago with the department. With the help of IT and HR, we put in a new fleet management software. And we also made some really key hire and placements within that department that really changed the culture. And this is, again, one of the results of that. So kudos out to them. Other accomplishments, we upgraded the motor pool reservation system. Again, we've implemented the faster system. We continue to upgrade and improve that and tune it up. We went from a Lucity system that really wasn't designed to manage fleet to the faster system, which is designed to manage fleet. So it's been a challenge to get all the information integrated and tuned up into that new system. Our normal fleet vehicle cycle that we purchase every year, that's a monumental task to get vehicles ordered and delivered, upfitted, and into the hands of the users. And we continue to do that year over year. And next slide. I can't skip the amount of work orders that the crew has completed over the past year. 1,754 work orders and 846 preventative maintenance work orders. So that's a lot of, when you're talking about a staff of, I think it's 6 or 7 technicians, that's a pretty good workload. And our operating budget proposed, we have, again, 13 people throughout the entire department. Personnel benefits, operation maintenance, $1.8 million. And then we are funded 100% by the general fund. And the decision packages are found on page 45. And we are asking for a senior fleet technician this year, again, with more than 860 vehicles in our current authorized fleet count, with an additional probably 400 to 500 pieces of equipment that we maintain. Normally, a city or county municipality would have a ratio of 55 to 60 vehicles, not including equipment, per technician, and we run about 107 or 108 vehicles per technician. So just to illustrate our need for additional labor. In our motor pool budget adjustment, this is as we take on more motor pool vehicles instead of buying vehicles, we need to up our maintenance budget for those motor pool vehicles, and this is adds to that ongoing amount. And we also have a request to replace our vehicle lifts. They are at end of life, so we have several that we need to replace, $122,000. And budget is next. Any questions for fleet?
Keep going. Keep
Really?
moving.
Okay, thank you.
You
want
want
some
questions?
I'm good.
For a second, Mike, I think the mayor wanted you to take budget slides, which,
Oh,
hey, have at it.
I'm not sure if I
Yeah.
can wing that one.
Thank you, Mike. All right, Mr. Dunbar. Joke number 2 of the day.
You know, Mayor, I was thinking about that. And, the only thing I could think of was I recently learned I'm a big Star Wars fan. My family all are Star Wars fans. It was interesting in the original Star Wars, Darth Vader had a brother, but when they started filming, they couldn't film because he was in jail. His first name's Taxi. Taxi Vader. Yeah. See, yeah. There you go,
Okay.
Mayor. You didn't say it had
Good.
to be good, so that was what we have. Want to just share some of our top accomplishments from the budget department. So we get involved in a lot of different things that are benefit citywide. Number one, though, is we provide a budget document for the city and for our residents. Again, 38th consecutive year that we've been awarded the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award, which is kudos to the budget staff. We have an amazing staff that do a lot of hard work putting the budget together. They are very focused on making sure it's as accurate as possible. We have discussions about, okay, well, is that comma in the right place or not? That last way longer than they probably should, but we're focused on making sure that the budget document we present is worthy of our residents to understand and know what we're using their dollars for. We've also supported the ADA compliance initiatives that are required by the U.S. Department of Justice. We've got a lot of documents out on the website, so we're heavily involved with that. And we also provided financial information to support the 2025 bond measure that went forward. So that's been important to us moving forward. And we currently are working on home rule, which won't go to the voters in this fiscal year, but it's definitely part of the actions that we're taking part in this fiscal year as well. From an operating proposed budget perspective, about $1.3 million is our total budget, 7.5 FTE. The bulk of that, or 100%, comes from the general fund. We also deal with the non-departmental department, which houses a variety of different things. So everything from the contingency that we plan for in case something comes up through the budget to making sure that we have different amounts of money for things like when we fire has a fire academy, there's a funding source in there for that. When we do our early hires for police and fire, there's funding sources for those, all in that non-departmental, waiting to be allocated based on actual needs. Budget does not have any decision packages, but non-departmental does. So we'll talk about those. They're on pages 49 and 54. There's 3 of them. The first is related to CAPA Mayor and Council Office for U.S. Conference of Mayors. That goes into non-departmental because it's more of a citywide focus or support. So the U.S. Conference of Mayors has a one-time allocation. There's legislative advocacy services, which we've had for the last couple of years. Again, that's kind of through city manager's office, but it supports citywide endeavors, so it's in the non-departmental category. And then also ADOR has a tax software charge for all municipalities that participate in state collection of tax revenues, which is a mandate that was put into place about 8 or 9 years ago that the state would collect for us. They have software enhancements needed, and so they're charging the different cities that they collect for a various amount each year to provide that new software for them. Additionally, we have some professional services for a couple of studies these budget will be directly involved in. The first is a cost of service study for our water, wastewater, reclaimed, and solid waste services. That'll be kicking off here in July of the next fiscal year, hopefully July-August timeframe. And then also a system development fee study that will start towards the end of the fiscal year related to impact fees and their impacts in citywide and the projects that they support. With that, I'll take any questions you might have for budget.
Council, any questions? Councilmember Post.
And this might be a better question when we get closer to the cost of service study, so that's okay if we need to talk about it then. But I'd be interested to know like how that is evaluated and what goes into that cost of service and what we're weighing. as one versus the other? Just a little better understanding. So I don't know if you have that now
Yeah,
or
so
further down the road.
just a high level right now. So the cost of service study is really reaching out to an outside consultant with expertise in that area. And what they do is they look at and associate the costs to provide those utility services based on peak demand, peak flow for those services, the infrastructure needed to support those services, and then allocating those specific costs by classification. So whether it's residential or non-residential or industrial, they allocate those costs into those different areas and then validate what are they currently paying to support that, and is it enough to validate, they're paying their full share of the costs they're incurring on the system. So it's that whole analysis. It takes about 8 to 9 months to go through using an outside consultant. They gather all of our billing information, all of the metering information. This will be a unique one for us in that we have the AMI, so more of the hourly information that they can look at when they're typically they look at kind of industry norms for peak demand volume. So your residential peak demand kicks up about 6 a.m. when everyone gets in the showers, and industrial kicks off at a specific time. Now they'll have better information from that AMI information that Jeremy's group has been focused on implementing and then gathering that data for the last few months. So.
And then it's peak demand because we always have to be able to deliver at the top of the service.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So we have to build the infrastructure to support that peak demand amount, and that infrastructure cost is associated with who's driving that peak demand.
Okay. And then in terms of the different categories or how we define these, are there other ways to do that? Or is it this just the way this consultant, and is that like a best practice?
So it's based on our current billing practices for the classifications, residential, non-residential, industrial. That's how we currently bill our customers in these classifications, and then just the utilities that we have. So these are our 4 major enterprise utilities. So water, wastewater, reclaimed, and solid waste. Eventually, this could become part of our practice for ambulance. Once ambulance is more established, we can have an analysis done as far as the billing and how things are looking. But because of the uniqueness of ambulance, it doesn't really fit this utility kind of specific format.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Matt. All right, next, Christy Smith.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I do love seeing all the references that everybody's had in here for baseball, so that's awesome. For me, baseball comes with family, so it's great. Top 5 accomplishments you can see on the screen. From a financial wellness perspective, we're happy to say that we were awarded the 43rd Government Finance Officer Association Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting, and also the 21st Achievement of Excellence in Procurement Award. So both our accounting and our procurement divisions. And the accounting award actually comes with lots of assistance from all of our departments to get that one put together. In addition, we've began the implementation of Workday, which is in partnership with HR and IT, with an estimated go live date of July 1 of 27. And then the 4th one, just because there's kind of 2 main themes here, is we continue to upgrade our utility billing software, which is a project with Public Works and Utilities and IT. From an operating budget perspective, we've got about 10.2 million, primarily related to personnel with 70.125 FTEs. Those costs are funded primarily by the general fund, but there are funds from the Workers' Comp Trust and the Medical Self-Insurance Trust, and then also a significant portion from the uninsured liability or the environmental fund. Decision packages can be found on pages 47, 48, and 53. The first one of which is a request for 2 positions in our tax and license division, a business compliance specialist and a business compliance inspector. What we're looking for there, these are fully revenue generated, so the net impact to the general fund is 0. Looking to bring businesses into compliance and ensuring equity amongst businesses. The second one is a utility services representative that is offset by funds from the enterprise fund. And currently our wait times are up, so basically a customer service focus on that one to reduce the call times, and the times are also up because they're more difficult questions. As we do that upgrade with the software, certainly there will be more data available to the public with additional questions coming in because of that. The next request is in our procurement division for a procurement senior officer. This one is primarily related to succession planning and department demands. So ultimately, putting in an extra layer there so that we can find a replacement for Christina. The other two decision packages we have, as was mentioned previously, on the ADA compliance, in order to get the annual comprehensive financial report up to compliance or close to compliance, we need to upgrade our software with an estimated cost of about $13,000. And then annually, we typically come forward with a utility billing postage increase, as that seems to be going up quite frequently these days. The last request we have is for a part-time environmental services senior technician. This is funded by that uninsured liability self-insurance fund, which is Fund 738. And that is primarily for compliance purposes with the new rules around stormwater permits and programs like the chemical reuse program. So with that, I would stand for any questions.
Mayor.
Councilmember Orlando.
Hey, Chrissy, good to see you again. We see you once a year.
Which is more than enough for me.
That's fine. Can you go? Oh, wow.
I don't mean it like that. I am happy to be behind the scenes. I don't take that personally. I'm
But
sorry.
you like seeing the rest of the council, right?
Yeah.
That's fine enough.
That was not a personal attack. I'm sorry.
Christy, I grew up in Newark, New Jersey. I've heard a lot of other things. Don't worry about it. That's good. Can you go back to your first two? Yeah, there you go. So, look, the business compliance inspectors, that will pay for itself. I mean, every time we've done this, we've probably tenfold in amount of activity that generated revenue. The utility service reps, can you give me a little bit more what's the value in that person again? Or
Yep,
that new hire?
The value in that is our current wait times. We would prefer to have those close to a minute before we can actually pick up the phone when somebody calls in. And those are up over well past 2 minutes at this point. So wanting to bring that back down and just knowing that with the software that we're implementing and all of the additional information that the public will be able to get, the questions that they will have because of that. So making sure that we don't put ourselves even farther out of the mark once we have that software rolled out.
Okay, so you think it's going to help the customer service
Yes.
more than anything else, right?
Very much customer
And then
service.
once you solve the questions, then obviously it could be additional revenue because you were able to figure this issue out, right?
Yep.
Okay, keep can you slip to the next slide? Procurement officer, dear to my heart, by the way. What are we looking here?
So right now, we really only have 3 levels of personnel within purchasing and really 2 on the true contract side. So we're looking to put kind of an additional layer in there so that that position would potentially take over for Christina once she were to retire.
Oh, I see. So you're pre-hiring.
More or less, we think that the demand is probably there also to just be able to cover contracts going forward too, so that it would be a continual position after that, but to be determined at that point.
Yeah.
Also in part because of the software that we're implementing with Workday, they are very much involved, changing a lot of processes in their perspective. So more to be evaluated once that's truly implemented.
So, and I appreciate this position because, coming from that field years ago, the more demand you get on you, the less the time frames spread out or they slip a lot or evaluations get slipped. You think this would be able to shorten some of those time frames?
That would potentially be the hope, because right now there's really only 4 personnel doing contracts. This would put a 5th one in there and also give her the ability to do more supervisory duties than she's really able to focus on today, trying to make sure that we don't get behind on some of those procurement items.
I have one last request, and I ran into a couple of business owners that didn't get their license in time, and I guess they're penalized or something.
So there are deadlines on when the licenses are
Yeah.
due. The bigger one is a 12/31 deadline, which we sent out, I think, like early November with plenty of reminders. Usually we do more education than anything before we do any sort of penalties or anything like that.
All right. I appreciate that. I get offline with you on that one, but the way it made it sound like we came down, gave these big fees to this guy, and when I started asking additional questions, I started to realize there was a little bit more than just the third party didn't put the license in, and that's what happened. He got penalized for that, and I said, well, okay, we could look at those things in the future.
Yeah, certainly we can follow up on that specifically if you'd like afterwards.
All right, thanks. Thanks, Mayor.
Additional questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Jennifer.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I only have one comment about my picture. Let's go Padres. So I'm excited to talk to you about the clerk's accomplishments. We had a really busy year, and one of the main ones is always elections, with our special election back in November, where the voters approved the 4 bond questions and the 2 charter amendments. Here at City Hall, we were one of the official ballot replacement centers and also ballot drop-off. The city clerk's office also produced the information pamphlet. And then I'm excited to point out the voter turnout. It was about 30%, which I know doesn't sound like a lot, but if you compare it to our primary election back in 24, which was about 30%, that's amazing for a special election. And we won't compare to the general election because it was presidential. So that one's a whole different ball field. With our boards and commissions program, we're continuing to strengthen that. We've developed and implemented liaison training. We're really focusing on long-term planning with that and making sure that the staff is more knowledgeable. And part of that plan is to focus on this program and improve our community engagement. And then with our records and information management division, they collaborated with the Arizona State Library Archives and Public Records. That's a mouthful. But we integrated the state retention schedules with our current software that we use for records management. And so that program continues to flourish under our records manager, Dorothy. She has built a really great team with that are reliable, knowledgeable, and our focus on retention helps us preserve those records and then manage them more efficiently. So for our operating budget, we have 10 employees now and just under $2 million. With our operations and maintenance, that's $782,000. A huge chunk of that is one time for the upcoming elections. And we're 100% funded by the general fund, but I always like to point out that our passport program contributes over $500,000 right now to the general fund. We're trending towards about 15,000 applications for this year. All right, and for our decision packages, we have 3. The one that I'm excited about is campaign finance management, which probably sounds boring to everyone else, but this was something I actually suggested to Dana as soon as I got here. And she told me, you can do that when I leave. So now that she's gone, here we are. We've identified a solution that provides better transparency for the public, a more streamlined experience for the filers, and increases efficiency for our staff, because right now that's a 100% manual program. So we're hoping to reduce the errors and have more timely filing of our reports. It also meets accessibility requirements, which is an added bonus. For our other one, operating and maintenance for our records program, that really is going towards archival supplies that we want to strengthen the integrity of the city's information assets, our records, and make sure they're preserved. Training and education for the staff on best practices and keeping us in compliance. And then also liaison outreach with the departments is a big focus because we want to make sure all the departments have informed decision-making when it comes to records. And the most exciting one is elections. So we are asking for funding for our 26 primary and general election. $578,000 includes all of that funding, where it'll go to Maricopa County because we do contract with them to do the ballot preparation, vote center, and logistical support. Additional costs include production and distribution of the 2 information pamphlets. We're almost done with the primary one. I'll be sending that off to the printer hopefully next week. And also we want to ensure that we do public noticing to ensure voter awareness and compliance with state statutes. And we do expect some revenue offset with the general election related to the franchise. And I'll answer any questions that you have.
Jennifer, a quick one on your first listing there, campaign finance. Is there any further traction with the more consolidated with the state system, or are they just thinking that cities are too unique? It would be too hard to do. What's the thought of having cities follow the same as the state for campaign finance reporting?
Yes, so for the Beacon program, actually, I've talked to the executive board for the Clerks Association here in Arizona, and they informed me that the Beacon, the state has been promising us that for the last 10 years and continue kind of putting off cities and towns as being part of it. So this may even be a temporary fix
Okay.
to hold us over until they allow us to be part of Beacon.
Okay, it is much easier, that's for sure.
Yes.
Okay, council, any other questions?
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Kevin Mayo.
Afternoon, Mayor and Council. That's pretty good. That is pretty awesome. So this morning, I know Tom and his team were super excited to go second and be our second responders, I guess. Development Services is super excited to be going second to last today. So we're super excited. I think that thing is hilarious. So for our accomplishments this year, wanted to take a moment, and the next slide will tell you how many FTEs we have. But when we look at a city that is 94% working towards 95% built out, you would wonder, like, is there much of a need for Development Services Department anymore? Are we kind of done? Are we built? For the year 2025 calendar year, from a building permit standpoint, about 3,100 building permits with a little over 11,000 building inspections. Total construction valuation of a little over $800 million. It's pretty impressive for a city that's 95% built out. Civil inspections being 1,650 and telecommunication utilities, 1,300-ish permits and almost 7,000 inspections. It's a pretty incredible number for a department that's under 100 people and effectively 260 days in the year when you can actually do work. So it's quite a bit. Other thing I wanted to highlight was we completed our general plan 2026 update last year. It's going to the voters coming up here soon. Lauren Schumann coordinated that entire effort, and we were charged with at the beginning of it to have a innovative public outreach. We ended up touching about 4,500 community members, had an incredible amount of community outreach, including several Chandler Talks events playing on the TED Talk concept, 4 Chandler listening events, and including an immersion, a 180-degree immersion event that mirrored something that we did with the Downtown Region Area Plan update. The general plan update was just an awesome event, an awesome program that we went through. Third thing I wanted to highlight, this year, very recently, we were actually honored with the Digital Cities Award and a Government Experience Award for the innovative use of our GIS data and our 3D digital twin for the Downtown Area Plan Regional Update. For those of you who were able to come, there was that 180-degree screen that you were able to immerse yourself in and actually see what the plan concepts could develop. And we received 2 awards for those, so that was really exciting. Development Services, we are 87 people strong, about a $16 million budget. Most of that is in personnel and benefits, a little bit, about $3 million in operations and maintenance. We're almost entirely general fund funded, with a small amount of highway user funds at about just right on about $1 million. That funds several of our traffic folks and part of the operations of our traffic stuff. All of our decision packages can be found on page 44. We've got several. First one, I'm excited. We are also asking for a drone program, about $46,000. What we want to do with that is use it for a couple things. Since we've moved from ArcMap to ArcGIS Pro, we've brought in ArcGIS Urban, to where we can now have our 3D dimensional buildings. We've included now NearMap, where we can actually wrap those 3-dimensional assets with photographs. The drone program now will allow us to fly our city assets, city parks, streets, things like that, and continue to build our GIS and our digital foundation underneath of us. As well, we're gonna pilot it for building inspections. A lot of our infill and redevelopment buildings are getting taller, they're tighter together, and there's a lot of benefit to not have a human get up on top of a roof to go inspect something and instead utilize the drone. So we're looking to start a drone program internally. Some might ask about the policy and around what that data does. It's important to note that we would only be flying the drones over city assets. or over a private asset that is a part of a building inspection. And outside of that, we wouldn't be flying them over anything else. Our second decision package, inspection scheduling software for $50,000. Surprised to know that we still do this old school. When people call in for a building inspection, we take those in the morning, we write them down, we divvy them up to the inspectors and send them out in the field. If there's a cancellation or if anything, we have to track them down through phone. We're looking to implement software that allows us to adjust that in real time and actually map out the inspections in a much more efficient way. Our third decision package, temporary contracted staff for all divisions, a little over $3 million. Seems like a really big number, but it's important to note that about $2.6 million of that is reimbursable through things like the fiber to home projects. That's about 90% reimbursable, and our Intel work, which is 100% reimbursable. So while that $3 million looks like a big number, about 2.62 of that is reimbursable. Our fourth decision package is all division certificate licensing and training, about 99,000. So many of our positions, we're kind of a regulatory department by nature, and so many of our positions require licenses, certificates. Our traffic engineer needs to be licensed. Our building inspectors and building reviewers are many different certificates. So this $100,000 covers that. Fifth decision package is our GPS equipment upgrade. We've got two folks that are our GPS field folks. So when we're building infrastructure, say in the ground, before that gets buried, our GPS folks get out there and they shoot it so that we can again have that entire digital layer of all of our assets. There's actually about 550 layers of GIS data in our system now. Our two GPS equipments are old. They are now out of warranty and they are operating on a software that is no longer supported. So we need to replace that equipment. And then on the CIP side, we've got three. The city fiber upgrade. So this is part of our 10-year fiber master plan update. Fiber master plan was approved in 2020. In 2021, we hired the staff and started going forward with it. You'll see the $2.2 million for continuing that both this year and next fiscal for the fiber master plan update. The next one, traffic signal additions. You'll remember Jeremy had a healthy budget for CIP for the traffic signals. He does all of the maintenance of the existing infrastructure. We, through development services, budget the new and upgrade signals. So when we need to add new signals, that comes out of development services. Then once it's added, it moves over to Jeremy's group for maintenance. So we're looking for about a little over $1 million for this year for upgrading a signal at Arizona Avenue in Erie and doing some security enhancements to our signal cabinets. And then our final one is for the traffic management center for $1.24 million. In fiscal year 25-26, council approved $6 million for the construction of the new traffic management center out at the yard. It's currently at the second floor of the Public Works Development Services building. Since that time, we've elected to not build what we necessarily need today, but building what we need for the future. So we're actually going to increase that building to accommodate what we will need in the future. That adds up for that $1.2 million increase that we're looking at. And then the $70,000 just for the maintenance of it ongoing for the next fiscal year. Oh, I didn't mean to touch nothing. I'm sorry about that. Happy to answer any questions.
Kev, I've got one starting.
Sure.
Related to the traffic light at Erie and Arizona, what are the upgrades? Is it, obviously we have a lot of kids crossing there, one tragically not long ago. What is this, just ongoing maintenance, or what additional pedestrian or other awareness will this offer?
Signal heads in the wrong location and just getting it sized up properly for what that intersection is.
Okay. When you say wrong location, what does that mean?
Signal heads need to be sitting over like if there's a left turn arrow, it needs to be sitting over the left turn lane, things like that. Okay. It's not correct today. It needs to be corrected.
Okay. Thank you. Councilman Berlin.
Thanks, Mayor. Appreciate it. Kevin, can you go back to the fiber slides? Well, it doesn't really matter, but
sure.
It seems like, didn't we just do a whole bunch of fiber layout, and now what are we doing here with fiber upgrade?
I'll give you kind of the overview, but Dennis could happy to come up and kind of really add into it. The master plan update, or the fiber update, it is an ongoing thing that we are wanting to connect all of our buildings through fiber, and then secondarily, but more importantly, get the redundant feed so that if a line is cut, everybody remembers when South Chandler got cut and everything went down. So it is a steady 10-year plan to get everything that's shown in that fiber master plan update implemented. This is just this year's step of doing that. Specifically, what the $2.2 million, I would defer to Dennis to help us with what those are for this year.
So is this part of building those nodes, redundant nodes as well?
The huts,
The hubs?
connecting every building, and then getting it dual redundant feeds to where if it gets cut, we're still in business.
Is that yeah? Just real quick, thanks.
Dennis, what would you add to that?
Councilmember Orlando, Mayor through the mayor, Councilmember Orlando. Yeah, so we've implemented a number of redundant locations. Currently, all of our communications goes through downtown, which is why when we lose an area, like when we have one single hit, it takes down a big chunk of the city. So the first step was kind of implementing, getting these alternate locations built as core switch locations. The next step is then we start migrating of those remote buildings around the city, the South Chandler PD station, the Ocotillo water treatment plant, all those connections to those remote locations. So it kind of goes in phases. First, we have to build those new core locations. Then we start migrating the circuits over. Meanwhile, we've got some gaps that we're filling in. Recently, we were asked to start connecting up lift stations, and we were looking at the Manganero lift station, and to get a route from it to the closest location where they were trying to get back to. We kind of have to take a 16-mile run, but the end of it is actually only 3 miles away. So if we had conduit in that path that we could pull fiber through, it could be a direct 3-mile connection. Instead, right now, in order to get from point A to point Z, we got to go 16 miles. So a lot of this is kind of improving our infrastructure along the way, building conduit where it needs to go to fill in some of those gaps.
Okay.
We're trying to do that as efficiently as possible so that we're not going 16 miles, but also if it's a very expensive project to go that 3 miles, we do something in between that, at least in the short term, fills in a smaller gap, and then we end up with a more cost-effective build and reducing it from a 16-mile run to a 7-mile run.
Okay, and that makes sense. So you're not just always laying fiber; you're actually increasing the nodes and the robust and amplification, all this stuff that would normally happen.
Yes, some of it is switching
Software.
equipment, some of it is fiber cable, some of it
Right.
is actually
Okay,
physical.
I got you. I got
Yeah,
you. Thanks. I
conduit
appreciate you clarifying that. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Oh, no, Councilmember Ellis.
Thank you so much. You could go ahead and sit down. This is for the team and Mr. Mayor. Really, really appreciate when you talk about traffic signal. I mean, I'm really loving it. The fact that I can just sit at a light and immediately it recognizes me and my car and let me go all the way. Rather, I'm telling you, I'm saving gas money and everything else. These other cities, I'm sitting at this light for 5 minutes and my car's running idle. I'm using gas. I would love you to do a study about that to see how much gas that I'm saving when I'm not sitting at the light here in the city of Chandler. So the team back there, thank you so much. Please keep recognizing me and then sending me forward. Oh, she's the one who's doing that? All right, girl, come on, keep doing it. Thank you.
You are welcome.
This raises so many questions. I mean, how come the mayor doesn't, his car is not recognized like Councilmember Ellis, and I have to sit at stoplights?
We got to look into that.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Back to the Matt Burdick.
Mayor, council, then there was one. Only thing between me and or between the end of this meeting and Friday night is me. Yep. Filibuster, city manager. Yep. So areas of interest, I do my own stunts. Whitewater rafting, hiking, kayaking. So, and my staff could attest, I've come back from some trips with some marks. Okay. Yeah, I'll leave it there. Let the audience.
Matt, you look like you lost 10 pounds. I think staff will send this to everybody if they haven't already. So,
I can leave it up here for a while, Mayor.
Keep going. Keep going.
Perfect. All right. So just to hit on a couple accomplishments here. So first off, I think all of you had the opportunity to experience our State of the City. So Mayor, congratulations. It was our largest to date. The team obviously did a phenomenal job of putting that together in terms of everything going into the promotion of it, the lobby experience, and all the community networking that took place. And then obviously the presentation on the stage and the videos and everything else. So that is always a highlight for our team. It's an all hands on deck effort. Also, want to recognize the fact that our video team, they continue to get accolades. This past year, they've earned 3 Telly Awards. They had 3 Rocky Mountain Emmy nominations. I appreciate council, your support on those efforts. I know many of you were at the Rocky Mountain Emmy nomination ceremony to help support our team. And then just in general, all of the various communication efforts that we've had. We've had a lot of different work with departments to promote events and campaigns and programs. Just a phenomenal effort that it takes our team to support all the different things that the departments are doing. And then we're very happy on the bond election, obviously, for all, that was one key part. We worked with budget and a number of other departments to highlight that. So our department currently is just shy of $3.9 million for personnel and benefits, and then our budget is just a little over $1.8 million. All of that is coming from the general fund, with the exception of one that we'll talk about in terms of the cable license request. There is a revenue offset for that. So you'll find our decision packages for Mayor, Council, and Communications and Public Affairs on pages 42 and 52 of your booklet. First off is a position that we're asking for. This would be a broadcast engineer. We have operated facilities, including this facility. But as you know, we've made significant investments in the technology and in the quality and everything that we've been doing. I think we're probably the only city that I know of that doesn't have an engineer on site. And when we're trying to broadcast meetings like this and do the studio and all the other things, so we're in urgent need of a dedicated on-site broadcast engineer to ensure the reliability of all the advanced council chambers, live broadcast, studio, and streaming facilities that we have. So our system integrates broadcast, audiovisual, web, streaming technologies into a complex operation where a failure in any one component can bring the entire system down, preventing live meetings from proceeding. And over the past decade, we've made significant investments in keeping those systems technologically current, but we need to continue to do ongoing maintenance to sustain that level of technology. It's become a critical gap for our team. So as systems become more advanced, they also become more complex, making it increasingly risky to operate without a dedicated professional focused on the facility as a whole. So just to give you some idea of the scope of what we're talking about, we have 5 PTZ cameras in here, 7 cinema cameras, 6 DSLR cameras, 2 drones, 9 edit suites, 112 terabytes of shared storage, a broadcast studio, field lighting, 9 audio kits, a podcast room, a video room, interactive displays, and a broadcast and studio control room. That sounds like a lot probably for our residents. But we know that the way that people get information nowadays is largely through various forms of media. And in order to communicate and effectively reach our residents and keep them informed of all the different things that are going on, we have to be in that space. So unless there's questions, I'm going to move on. Marketing and promotions. So this is a whole gamut of different things. About $100,000 goes towards part-time temporary staff. We have 2 part-time temporary staff that help us with primarily with our social media and marketing efforts. And then the rest is essentially everything from marketing dollars to some of the software and services that support all the different marketing and promotional efforts that we do on behalf of all the different city departments. Web accessibility compliance. This is another, I know you had a conversation earlier today from Strategic Initiatives about that. This is again related to that. So there's a federal Department of Justice rule, as you've heard, that will take effect about just under a year from now. So we are continuing. This is essentially for software and services to make sure that all the thousands of documents, videos, web applications, all the different things that we are doing what we need to do to make sure that those materials are compliant with that federal rule. So that's what that 175, that's a one-time ask. And then the cable license. So then again, this is all revenue offset. This is a combination of about 317,000 of that is for equipment. About 150,000 is for vendor support and software services, licenses, those types of things that our team needs in order to operate the edit bays and do all the different video production things. There's a lot of software and licenses that we have to maintain. And then about 82,000 is for 2 part-time staff that basically go out and do different video news packages that we use on the channel, we use on social media, and we use on the website to help inform residents about the various things that are going on in the city. And then last, this is our ongoing. This would be funded out of the water fund. So we've asked for one-time money for the last several years for this, converting this to ongoing to help promote water conservation and the various water conservation related programs, rebates that are available. With that, take any questions.
Council questions? I was counting on you, council member, to post in as there. All right. Seeing none. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Council, before we wrap up, I wanted to bring 2 of them we've covered, but a couple things to have conversations with here before we do a wrap up things. One of them, city manager brought some positions that were not in this budget. We had a fairly good, robust conversation about the rover position. And Tom has also agreed to be the bike lane rover, from what I understood, picking up trash. We appreciate that. So I wanted to talk about that. I also asked Dawn to revisit we're, in my opinion, in better shape than I thought we were when we were making the budget presentations earlier, and we had a conversation about property tax. So I asked Dawn to give us some numbers if we decided to get under the tax compliance, what that would be and what that would run. So I want to have a little conversation about that, see where you all are at, as well as then bring up the positions. So let's start with the property tax. Dawn, what you shared with me? Matt. So
Can we do the positions first? Done. It's right on top of my binder.
go ahead, Dawn.
All right, so right now, what we have built in the proposed budget is keeping the primary and secondary property tax rates flat. If we were to reduce the primary rate for the 11th year, and what we did is looked at it from the standpoint of taking out the new property, and it's the calculation for a procedure called truth in taxation that you isolate the amount of the primary property tax rate that's causing appreciation on property. It would be a 0.0059 reduction. That reduction in the primary rate would equate to about $253,881 ongoing. It is right now, I think, I need to share that part. Let's see. I think if you look at the overall calculation, oh good, Matt has it on the screen here. We talked about this earlier. This is keeping the tax rate flat. It showed the annual increase to a taxpayer on the portion of their property tax bill that comes to the city of Chandler is $13.87. If you were to do this tax reduction, the increase would be $12 and That is not on here. It would be $1.02 per month. I remember us doing that calculation, but that $1.02 times 12 would be the annual.
24.48.
Thank you.
Or 24.24.
So council, I promise you, this will be the last time that I bring this up as a, since I'm no longer going to be on council, but I would personally, we offer a whole lot to the city. We are seemingly in a better position that I understood earlier on to lower the tax rate. This would be 11 years in a row. It would save our residents about $1. It would be half a cent roughly. Council, where are you at with that?
Mayor, just clarification.
Yeah.
So Dawn, clarification, please. Dawn, clarification. So right now, the assessed value is 2.9, no, excuse me, 0.9. I'm trying to figure out what am I looking at? This is this primary, right?
Just primary we're talking.
That's primary, correct.
What are we looking at right now? 0.2118?
Correct. The 0.2118 per 100 of assessed value, which
Right,
equates
and-
to a $57 tax bill.
Right, and the mayor you're proposing, or what did you say earlier? What was the
If we
proposal?
lowered that by 0.0059.
Okay, 0.005. Okay, I thought.
Yeah, so
okay,
less
gotcha.
than half a cent.
All right, less than half a cent. So it'd be 2 point, what would then be?
0.005. It would be 0.2059.
Okay, got it. All right, I'm with you now. Gotcha.
Okay, Matt said he's with me. Who else? Oh, I thought you said you were with me on lowering it, so. Yeah. Council, where you at?
I'm with you, Mayor.
Okay, that's, council, the rest? We got 3. Okay, we've got 4.
I still want my benefits from our employees, but I'm willing to lower the taxes.
Okay,
I'm good with lowering.
all right, so this will get us out of truth and, Councilmember Ellis, you're good? Okay, this will get us out of truth and taxation, some effort. This will be our 11th year in a row. It won't hugely affect our budget. Thank you. 0.0059, so half a cent. All right, next, the different positions, can you put us on there? I certainly sense, Council, you were good for the firefighter rover. I don't think we need to talk about this. So what are your thoughts on the rest of these?
So Mayor.
Councilmember Poston.
If we're just going to start at the top, Mayor, and looking at the Economic Development Project Manager under retail, I still am under the thought that I'm not completely opposed to that, but I really would like a different focus that I think is a little more focused on the needs of our city in the upcoming years. And I think somebody that is maybe a little more focused, whether it's our small businesses or redevelopment. We've been talking about redevelopment as opposed to development for such a very long time. We have all of these remnant properties, the small properties, and I just think that what we're seeing is between our development services and our planning, making those sorts of adjustments. I think somebody on the economic development side that can work with those departments and maybe handhold those businesses a little more, sort of like we've needed to see in our downtown. I think that would be positive. So I'm for it, but I'd like to see a shift in the focus.
Okay, so why don't you tackle all the rest? Do you have any opinions on the rest? We'll just work our way down.
All the way through? Oh, all together. In just looking at these, I think that the approach is great. I think city manager's idea of sort of that revenue, and I'm just going to trust that these positions are going to do what you say that they'll do in terms of saving us money, reducing those one-time costs. And I'll go with the way he started with, I believe what he says when there was a myth that though not having the full-time employees was saving us money. I think this will save us money, and I'm for it. All of
Okay,
them.
so you're a solid yes with a change, a tweak on the focus of number 1. Okay, Councilmember Ellis.
Thank you, Mayor. City manager has already sat down with me and went through all of those employment. And I have already said with the economic development, what I would like to do is give that department the autonomy to look where it's going to be needed the most. And what is it that they think that it will be able to give them the possibility to bring more revenue in and also helping our businesses in the more. So similar to what you said, but I want them to have that purview. I don't want to lock them into a certain box. So they need to do a study and look to see to see what they need the most and then where they're going to be able to best position this position. The rest, Mayor, I'm on board.
So you're good with all five? Okay. Vice Mayor?
I'm good with these. It looks like we're empowering all these different departments on there. I agree with the other council members on some specific positions and those details, but yes, going forward.
Yeah. We'll just go on the line. I like Councilmember Poston's thoughts on the first one, and I am okay with this. Yeah, I'm good. Councilmember Orlando.
Yeah, I'm okay with all the five of these as well. The economic development person, though, I really believe if we broaden the scope, which Councilmember Poston was saying, which we're in sync here. I want to broaden the scope, whether it's redevelopment, infill, because again, when you put this out, what type of person we're going to apply to it? A retail person, or you want someone that has general knowledge of specifically working in redevelopment, infill, working with that type of activity. So that's what I'm looking at here. Retail is a little bit misleading in my mind. I think it should be more of a broader, specifically thing. So I'm yes on
So
all.
yes and no. Councilmember Harris.
I won't ask for a pilot program. I would just say yes.
Councilmember Hawkins.
I'm a yes.
All right. Okay, that went quick. Do you have any other questions related to this budget that we need to have a conversation on? I'm not aware of that.
Mayor, Council, I think we covered all the questions.
Okay. Do we have any unscheduled public appearances? Any cards?
No, Mayor.
All right, we have none of that. We're down to the line. Thank you, everybody who presented today, along with our dedicated budget team and Matt's bad jokes, although I remember them, so that's stuck in there. I realize this is a tremendous effort to put this budget together every year and work through all the departments to get there. I think this is a sustainable budget that will further bring service and cost savings to the city. I'm grateful that we're also able to lower property tax rates, seemingly small, but consistently, which I think is something that we have done well. Thank you, council members, for your questions and your insights on the process. Process in front of us is that council budget amendments can be submitted starting Thursday, May 21st, continue until Thursday, June 11th. Tall Stephen Turner, as well as Amelia, the tall guy in the back and Amelia in the front, will be working with us to help those processes. Again, similar to last year, takes multiple council members to put something forward. I want to commend Mr. Turner. In the past, you have brought 7 stray cats and brought us into a line. If you want to keep with that metaphor in terms of putting something that has brought value to the city. We are scheduled to vote on the tentative adoption of the budget on May 21st at the regular council meeting. And with that, let me start with Jennifer. We'll go this way.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say my thanks to each department that kind of came out and presented today. We know it's a huge task. Our budget team, everybody that was involved, thank you. It wasn't unnoticed for all the effort that went into it. And I also want to say kudos to all the different awards that were showcased today. That's really impressive. So thank you guys for everything.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes, I won't pilot my comments for next year for you to figure out. No, I just want to say thank you to staff who's doing a great job. Thank you to the city manager. This is your first budget, city manager. Job well done. And I think that for the most part, it represents about what I would like us to be at, close to it. Not quite there yet for me. But I will say that the active engagement that staff have had in this budget really shows the care and how you perform outwardly to our community. And I am looking forward to having more robust conversations as we get to the next part of this small amount of budget that we have to deal with. But again, thank you, staff and Dawn and everyone and council for putting our Chandler residents first and forgetting about our no, no, but thank you so much.
Councilmember Orlando.
You keep bringing that up. It's like, um, City manager, I want to say it was great summary. I think, you put a good perspective on this. I think you sent from what I'm hearing between Dawn and you and Matt, we sent a good strategic thought of what you want this budget to look like. And I think that percolates through the organization, and I give kudos to you and the whole staff for doing that. And of course, the city here. It's no secret that many cities are facing a lot of challenges to funding cuts from state and federal, even in other areas. It's no secret we have an economic challenge we've been dealing with a couple of years from now. Um, I'm looking at the cost savings that we put in this budget. I'm looking at the future cost offsets, current offsets as well. And while other cities are struggling and maybe some raising taxes just recently in the news, once again, we have a fiscally efficient budget, and it's delivering services to our residents, and we're cost containment. So it's an impressive effort. Every time, this is my 25th budget. It's an impressive effort every time we go through this, and I'm just amazed there. And the glide scope line for year number 5 is the most impressive, Dawn and team, because that scared me a few years ago, and I said that publicly. And now I feel much more. I can sleep tonight. Thanks, Dawn. Great job. And Matt. Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I do want to say this is my 4th time doing the budget process, and I'm very proud once again on behalf of staff and everyone within the organization to be able to present a budget that is consistent, reliable, strong, and future focused. And once again, giving our residents the reliability and consistency that they've always had here in Chandler. So I want to thank you guys for that process. Really appreciate it and look forward to next year as well.
Councilmember Ellis.
Thank you, Mayor. I should say that this budget is showing us that we can decrease crime, increase wellness, making sure that under our roads are taken care of through public works, and also our fleets are really top notch out there. And what I really would like to say beside that is the fact that it took really collaboration between all the teams and all the departments to be able to do that. When you have a brand new manager and then things that happen in between, we lost 7 top employees that were part of our decision making when it comes to vision and taking those things out there that we as council have put in front of them. But here we are now sitting here and saying that we are so pleased with this budget. It does not happen organically, and it does not happen by accident. It's a lot of sleepless nights for some of those who have been working on those numbers consistently. And I would like to thank you for doing that. I've lived here for 40 years, and those 40 years budgets have been coming and going. But the one thing that I know for sure is that every single day that we hire one of these employees that are very well trained and they are professionals in what they do, we are truly putting the best that Chandler has to offer. And if you don't know about that, and if you don't think that what I'm saying is truth, you need to go and start living somewhere else and realize that you are in the best place possible that you can be when it comes to this budget. Thank you again, City Manager Don. Every dollars and cents count. So today you make that a proven thing. Mr. Dunbar, I would love to make sure that when I'm finished here, and this is not going to be my last budget, I know that, but at the end of the day, my grandchildren, when they come back here, that we will still be balancing this budget and knowing that Chandler is always making the dollars and cents count. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Poston.
all the good stuff's taken. Um, no, I just want to say thank you. There's such an enormous lift and an enormous amount of work, and I know we've been working on this for almost a year. And the city staff and city manager, everyone has done such a good job explaining the pros and cons and value of everything that's gone into this budget over such a long period of time that this was just so understandable. And I think there's a little something for everyone. The quality of life that we're providing our residents, along with, I appreciate getting a lot of the employees in sort of that boots on the ground position that, I feel like really needed it. And I appreciate the creative approach and the look at this on how this can be revenue generating and saving, because I sat in that meeting with the scary chart at the beginning of budget season and thought we were going to be in a very, very different place. And I am so proud to be a Chandler resident and a Chandler council member. I can't even believe it. You all should be very, very proud of all the work that you've done. And I hope you go and get great rest before we start again on Monday.
City manager, bring it home.
Mayor and council, I'm a very proud city manager today. Watching these department heads come up here and deliver very succinct, very direct answers to questions to support the budget makes me incredibly proud. I know all the work that has gone into this, and I want to thank each and every one of them for being here throughout the day, for the work they've done and the budget they've produced. But I'm going to take a moment to thank my council, because you showed the entire organization today, from the city manager all the way through our brand new parks employees, that you value what they do in the community. And you echoed that here today. And that is a message we will carry out throughout this budget year, that we care about everything we do and we care about taking to the people who work for us. Thank you very much.
All right, council, with that, we will see you Monday at, I've got an announcement too. You've worked so hard today, no study sessions, no work sessions next week.